Here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. And we've got a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void never to be seen again. Ah, here we are. Sunday Fun Day. Sunday Fun Day. A lot to talk about, but first some shoutouts. HBX Young Chris Quaximus 123 in the YouTube chat. Mowing up close forth. Schmegley also here. Hermit Horologist. Ooh, Frizzla. Sweet Chewy. As well. Alright. Well, good to see everybody. It is Sunday Fun Day. Time for some fun. What do we have to talk about today? Ah, yes. Of course, it's still the midterm elections happening, primaries. This Tuesday. And next Tuesday. And I think the Tuesday after that. And many Tuesdays between now and fall. But we're going to talk about at least a few of the primaries the next 2 weeks. Hasan v. Third Way Weirdo on Fox. Not Fox, Fox. Vox with a B. Then of course, a lot of Sunday Fun Day stuff going on today. Donald Trump celebrating his own birthday at the White House. The lavish event funded by his friends. A lot of other fun Sunday Fun Day news. Of course, it's also my birthday week, so I'm wearing the birthday hat. I'll be wearing the birthday hat all week. Just to remind everybody of this fact. What else we got? World Cup, of course. Everybody but the United States paying very close attention to that, apparently. But since the U.S. is the one hosting it, it's making things a little weird. For a number of reasons. And then in very recent breaking news, last 15 minutes, Trump in Iran, well, actually, Trump in Pakistan announcing deal to end war. Is it real, or is it like the 39 other times that Trump has announced a deal and we haven't gotten one? Who's to say? Who's to say? Are we celebrating dear leaders? We are celebrating Trump's birthday by celebrating my birthday and everybody else's birthday this week. You know, I think that's what he would want, right? It's for us to celebrate everybody but him. Right?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
All right, let's start here in the United States. Talk about the battle of the narratives, which has been going on this year in the primary elections between the third way, centrist establishment Democrats and everybody else.
I'm staying in the race.
Vox News yesterday.
Hasan Piker is anti-American, he is bigoted, he's anti-Semitic, and he is deeply misogynistic.
Hasan Piker has blown up in recent years.
Jesus Christ. What a way to start the video.
Go-to voice within the Democrat.
I'm the only one here who's like, wow, what a way to start it off. I mean, that guy just like rattles off a whole bunch of labels. Very offensive labels on Hasan here. Although I would point out the photos they chose to use for Hasan, very, very flattering. All with him wearing, his suits, his very fancy suits.
And he is deeply...
The volume is too low. Oh, god damn it. Oh, god damn it.
misogynistic.
Hasan Piker has blown up in
misogynistic.
recent
Wow.
years. After the 2024 election, the popular leftist Twitch streamer became a go-to voice within the Democratic Party, looking to him for questions on how Dems should embrace the new internet, how to reach young men, or even the political cost of the Biden White House's policy on Gaza. But Piker's glow-up has angered a section of Democrats who are growing louder in voice.
He is such an extremist that it will only do damage to Democrats and hurt their chances of beating right-wing populism.
In March, a Democratic group called Third Way published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal's opinion section saying, quote, Democrats are too cozy with Hasan Piker. Now,
By the way, I know this guy, he's wearing, he's like very down to earth. He's got like a hoodie. He's got like a hoodie and like a cotton polo shirt here. He's just a guy. He's just like a regular guy. He's wearing headphones. This is the president of Third Way. This like, what is it, like a 501c3 fucking Democrat, like a DCC funded fucking like hit group that's out here to like take out any candidates looking to make any changes in the Democratic Party. They might as well change the name from Third Way to Turd Way. Turd Way. That's the real name of this.
Toilet. Damage to Democrats and hurt their chances of beating right-wing populism.
in March, a Democratic group called Third Way published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal's opinion section saying, quote, Democrats are too cozy with Hasan Piker. Now, Piker is
What does that even mean? Which Democrats? You mean Democratic voters? That is what they're talking about, though, right? They are not talking about the establishment. No, they are talking about Democrat. How dare you, voters? Honestly, that is the Democratic establishment's go-to vehicle, right? Is to shame voters. It's like, how dare you, voters, make a decision I don't approve of. It's out of control. They have zero narrative, and it's now just shaming voters into not doing what they want. They have lost. They have lost. It's because they've lost control of a party they used to have, like, just unparalleled control over. And it's flailing. It's what it is. It's flailing.
quote, Democrats are too cozy with Hasan Piker. Now, Piker is controversial, no doubt. But is he toxic? And how much of this blowback is actually about Piker the person versus the leftist politics he stands for?
I think, as a matter of fact, Third Way's brand of politics has helped Republicans. Their attitude since the Clinton era has been to constantly concede on culture war issues to the Republican Party and never focus on economic populism, left economic
Not gonna do
populism.
it. Wouldn't
Let's
be
begin.
prudent at this juncture.
Now, Third Way isn't just any group. It's probably the premier centrist think tank in Washington, D.C. Their whole thing is about pushing the Democratic Party to embrace more moderate establishment candidates that more closely align with their views and, in Third Way's opinion, do better on the ballot. And while I want to know why Third Way thought it was important to publish this article this year, I wanted to begin by highlighting what the op-ed's general argument was. Here's one paragraph that I think lays out their argument well. Mr. Piker is often called progressive, but that does violence to the term. A self-identified Marxist, he has referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as, quote, inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to, quote, liberal Nazis, unquote, and said, quote, Hamas is 1,000 times better, unquote, than the Israeli state. Now,
How dare Hasan? How dare he? How dare he say mean things to his viewers? I mean, I love this. I love this statement so much for its just complete lack of like seriousness. Oh God! I mean, like, do we really have time? I mean, I know these guys do. It's like, oh, they must have like a team of people going through all of Hasan's shit, like, to just find anything that they can cling to in the narrative space. But it's just wild. They're like, oh, let's talk about like conversations Hasan has had with his viewers. Yeah, that's productive. Let's. I mean, like, are we being real? Like, it's like you know these people are watching the stream, but it's like they've never watched the stream, right? It's like you know they have to have watched some of Hasan's streams. I'm fairly certain they must be mostly through clips, like through like anti-Hasan clip gyms, and they probably don't ever actually watch the whole streams. But I mean, he is constantly getting into art. His fucking viewers are unhinged. Like you watch a Hasan stream for a couple hours. There's like hundreds, if not thousands, of just people in there just screaming at him or just like saying fucked up shit that he's having to push back on like constantly. And they're like, oh, we found this one where he said a mean thing to one of his viewers. Oh no, they were pro-Israel, otherwise known as anti-Hamas. Love it. So disingenuous.
Quote, Hamas is 1,000 times better, unquote, than the Israeli state. Now, I get the importance of what they're saying, and we know anti-Semitism is an important issue in this country. But I also have more questions, so I connected with John Cohen. Cohen is the president of Third Way and the co-author.
Dude, John Cohen is in the chat right now. It's not hard to find something terrible that Hasan has done every 5 minutes. He just one-ups his own stupidity. Oh, no. Oh, that terrible Hasan Parker, always one-upping his own stupidity. Oh, Hasan.
Hasan Parker. Hasan Parker.
Oh, stop one-upping yourself with your stupidity. We should embrace people like this, right? Right, renegade of Slack? We should embrace guys like this. Who you're not him, right? You're not John. You don't work for Third Way or Chorus or some other sort of dark money, corporate money funded centrist outfit. No, this is organic. You just feel this way.
This piece in the Journal. I wanted to make sure that I had a good handle on their argument and also push the organization.
I'm sorry, you're getting timed out. Supporting Islam, and what does that mean? Supporting Islam in any? This is the most unhinged shit. You've got to be kidding me, pal. Just so everybody knows, this is what you're getting timed out for. Okay? Supporting Islam in any way is just a misogynistic tool. This is wild. Supporting any of the Abrahamic religions is misogyny. Okay? If that's what you want to do, let's play that game. Go read the Bible, New and or Old Testament, and get back to me and talk to me about even misogyny. You fucking dimwit. You're timed out. You're timed out.
On its motivations and goals. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Delighted to be here.
So to begin quickly, let's hear your case. You know, Third Way has argued that Democrats are too cozy with Hasan Piker. Why?
Look, bottom line is it's a free country, and I believe in free speech. So Hasan Piker should be free to have his own show, to stream, to say and do whatever he wants. That's not the question. The question is, should Democrats be supporting him? Should Democrats
Which
campaign with him?
Democrats?
Should Democrats seek his endorsement? Should Democrats cozy up to him? And the answer is definitively no. Not just because the things he says are profoundly offensive, and I will run through those in a moment, but because he is such an extremist that it will only do damage to Democrats and the Democratic brand and hurt their chances of beating right-wing populism and expanding the map across the country. Hasan Piker is anti-American. He is bigoted, he's anti-Semitic, and he is deeply misogynistic.
Dude, that list is wild. Hasan hates America, women, freedom. It's fucking out of control. But when you listen to this, you have to actually unpack the words that John is saying here, right? Because he thinks that the only way, like not even only way, he thinks the only important thing, it has nothing to do with ideology. It has nothing to do with the goals of the Democratic Party. You'll notice throughout this entire thing, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but like we're going to try and watch a few clips of this. I'm going to try and like break it down as much as I can. But the guy, you'll notice in every single one of these comments, he is not specific about anything that Democrats need to get done. He is not specific about the ideology of Democrats. He's not specific about what where the Democratic Party needs to go. In fact, he seems to think that the Democratic Party is perfectly fine, and people like Hasan are ruining it, right? That's where he is at, right? Like, he's basically... I'm trying to think of who he is in the Republican Party during, like, the Tea Party moment. Who was complaining most about the Tea Party back then? Mitt Romney? I'm trying to remember. It feels like it's so long ago now. But the point is, he's like, look, Democrats are great. And Hasan is making this much harder for us to do our job of taking back power and then going back to doing absolutely nothing. Right? Like, it's not about achieving goals to him. It's not about making sure. In fact, it really isn't anything about what Democrats are going to do in Congress, right? It's about Democrats holding power and being able to continue to fundraise off of that. That is, I mean, literally, I listened to this whole thing. This guy has got nothing to say about the future of this fucking country.
I kind of wanted to have two questions just to set the scene before we dig into the claims of the article. What was the impetus to publish this piece in March? You know, why this year? Trump is president. Democrats have very little power in Washington. What made you all publish this now?
Great question, Ested. So we published this for a specific reason and a broad reason. The broad reason is that if Democrats are going to not just beat Trump and Trumpism, but MAGA long run, we need to be able to build majorities in lots of red and purple places. And right now, the Democratic Party is perceived as more extreme than mainstream in many places. So if the party aligns with folks who are this extreme and cozies up to them, it's going to make it much harder, not easier, for Democrats to not just flip the House and get the White House back, but beat Vance and MAGA and Rubio and the rest of them long run. The specific impetus was that the pot...
You see, do you see what I mean? All he can name are the people in the Trump administration. It's just the same recycled garbage we've heard in every election for the last fucking 12 fucking years from Democrats. We have to beat Trump. We have to beat Trump and Trumpism and MAGA, right? Republicans are great. It's MAGA and Trump. And literally all of the Republicans who are now part of that, right? Like, he's talking about Marco Rubio, a guy who used to be an anti-Trumper, right? Who is now part of the Trump administration. But guys like this continue to want to separate the two. They're like, oh, there's sensible Republicans out there. Ooh, we need to go more to the center. Oh, we can't be extreme like Hasan and promise things like healthcare.
Save folks, right? Very prominent Democrats had featured Hasan Piker at a conference where they are officially elevating him and aligning him with Democrats. That's what triggered this for us, and then a series of other things beyond that.
Okay, let's jump into the article. You know, the article opens up by likening Hasan to far-right anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. Part of the piece reads, quote, "Left-wing anti-Semites are savvier than the Nazi endorsers on the right who marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, and sat for dinner with the president." This was the first sentence that kind of jumped out to me in the piece because it does seem like Savier's doing some work here. There are material differences between Piker and Fuentes, at least some. Piker has voted for Democrats, Harris in 2024, Biden in 2020. He has openly opposed Trump, while Fuentes has openly praised Hitler, dined with Trump, kind of as the piece reference. Does that make them categorically different or just packaged differently? How is that not a material difference, just savvy, as the piece says?
Well, let me say a couple of things. First of all, Hasan Piker is dangerously close to Nick Fuentes in the level of bigotry and racism and misogyny that he espouses. I mean, it's just staggering.
It's just staggering that this guy is capable of making these bold claims without having really any evidence to back it up. Right? Like he's got like one quote that he pulls out like for this that he thinks is like the end of it, the end of the conversation. Right? Hasan has talked on camera over the last whatever like 10 years. I don't know, like I mean, if you count like his like time on TYT, like he's been on the internet for like a decade talking for a living. He's got to have like 10,000 hours of live stream talking at this point, if not more. And like all he can find is like what, that's the thing about it, is like if you can only find one bad thing he said about a particular subject, then you're just grasping for straws. Like with Hasan, if he's this big misogynist, like there should be a book. There should be a book of like woman hating quotes from Hasan, right? Like if he is truly this anti-Semite, it shouldn't just be, you know, volumes of him criticizing the state of Israel, and instead it should be like, you know, Candace Owens waving around the Talmudic Jew and talk, like, you know what I mean? Like, but there isn't anything like that. It's just Hasan criticizing that kind of shit, right? Like, these people are so fucking desperate to not let the narrative be changed at all.
Let me just, for your listeners, they really
Please.
need to understand who this guy is.
Yes, get in there.
This is what Hasan Piker said about Miley Cyrus.
Oh, no, not Miley.
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus
for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little
This is
slut.
so
Don't even
old,
try to
dude.
hide
This
it.
is
Come on,
so
instead.
old.
Why are we defending?
This is like literally, this is what I'm talking about. This is from like 10 years ago, back on TYT, right? That's not from his channel. That's like some TYT shit from like a decade ago. And dude, like it's insane. I mean, TYT, who I'll bet that this guy has more positive things. Maybe not, because they're pretty anti-Israel over there too. I don't know. I don't know what he thinks about TYT. But the fact is, like, TYT used to fucking do camel toe like react videos for like I don't even know how long before they switched to politics. Like they were slop. They were like the early slop content, to be honest. Then they fell in, I don't remember how they fell into politics exactly. But like, I mean, it's just insane. You think he's spoken on camera 30,000 hours? I mean, you could be right. But I mean, even 10,000 hours is an insane amount, right? Like how much, like most of these, like for instance, like Vox is like, I don't know exactly how long this podcast is usually, but this one was like an hour long. It was edited down. You know, you look at a lot of these, like nobody streams as long as Hasan. Nobody streams as long and as consistently as Hasan. Like if you cannot find, like I'm saying, like if you can't find a fucking book, right? If you can't make like an entire documentary about him being a misogynist or an anti-Semite, right? Or like any of these other claims that he's making a bigot, right? Like, then you got a problem, right? Because the guy is constantly talking. If he really believes these things, you would think he'd be hearing it, right? I mean, and other people exist on the internet that do the same thing. You can't say that he would suffer financially for it. Look at Asmongold, right? Look at some of these other fucking like actual fucking bigots. Look at Candace. Look at Nick Fuentes. All these people I just named are millionaires, right? Like, if you really, why would? Oh, it's because he's savvy. It's because he's trying. Because he's trying to trick everybody. Is that what it is? That's why he's just very. Oh, he's just too savvy. That's what it is. He won't let us catch him being actually anti-Semitic.
I guess I'm not really defending it. I'm really just asking about the specific thing that I asked about.
I know, but that's horrific. Horrific. Why should this guy be anywhere near the Democratic Party?
I just want to re-level set. I'm not here for the Hasan Piker is a good person or not.
Hold on. Actually, I'll keep playing this. Hold on.
I'm here for the claims that the article is making. And I guess I wanted to just ask my question again. Like, sure. Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens are Trump supporters who have, at times, said nice things about Hitler. Hasan Piker has not done that, has voted for Democrats, has advocated against Trump, and...
You know, I just looked this fucking guy up. There's not a lot in here. But you know what I find fascinating? And I would love to know what he thinks about it. But apparently Jonathan here, John Cohen, apparently he served in the Clinton administration, chief of staff for HUD. I wonder what he would have to say about any of Bill Clinton's behavior. Or if he thinks the Clintons are problematic in any way, being in the Epstein files and all. Or if he thinks that's fine. Like, he's here calling him an anti-Semite and a misogynist. And he worked under Clinton. I don't see any big condom. It looks like he's just rubbing shoulders with all of the Clintonites. You know? It's interesting. It's almost like this. I mean, I wonder what his thoughts on Andrew Cuomo are. You know, like, there's a bunch of people who I feel like we should probably get him to nail down his support of and or condemnations of. You know, because he's over here. He wants us all to condemn Hasan. You know? Everybody condemn Hasan.
I'm saying, does that make him savvier or does that make him different?
Got it. So Hasan Piker said, he says, if you're someone who says, if I'm a liberal Zionist, it's like saying you're a liberal Nazi. Okay? Mm-hmm. So that is anti-Semitic to its core. To say that someone who believes in the existence of Israel is the same as a Nazi. I can't really see the difference between that and Nick Fuentes. On his vote.
Well, Nick Fuentes genuinely hates Jews, right? Like, he's a Unite the Right, Charlottesville boy, right? The Jews will not replace us. That's Nick Fuentes. Hasan is the guy who was at that time criticizing those fucking assholes, right? Denouncing those pieces of shit. And is, you know, like, I lost myself because all I could think about was that. But, like, I mean, they are such worlds apart. But this guy wants to make them the same. And he is, in fact, propagating anti-Semitism right now. Because Hasan has never said anything even close to the things that Nick Fuentes has said, or that Candace Owens has said, right? And for him to suggest that, you know, I don't know, a nation state, supporting a nation state that is committing a genocide, ethnic cleansing, a multi-front war in its own relative geography, has multiple basically open-air concentration camps, right? Whether you count the tiny where is it now? Khan Yunis? I can't remember where the fucking it keeps, the yellow line keeps getting smaller and smaller in Gaza. They're preventing, if comparing that to the Nazis makes you an anti-Semite, I think there's the world, it just must be filled with more so than ever with anti-Semites. Because the fact is I think most of us, even people who had been trying not to for a very long time, have come to the realization that there's not a lot of great modern historical comparisons left. And this guy is just, these people have, what the Democratic Party has done, in my opinion, is they have ceded all ground in order to circle the wagons and defend the hill, which is actually in a valley. They are going to die on the hill of defending Israel. And guys like this are here to try and bring that full circle, right? To bring that to fruition. It is insanity. It's honestly, it's depraved in its indifference to the actual future of democracy and honestly of the Democratic Party that he so dearly wants to protect, that he claims he wants. Oh, we have to protect the Democratic Party from the vast majority of Democratic voters. Because you just look at the polls. This guy from Third Way who's saying we have to get away from Hasan, he's toxic, is defending a 90-10 issue. The 10%. He's defending the 10 on a 90-10 issue in the Democratic Party voter base, right? And they will not give up.
I'm staying in the race.
It is depraved indifference. Callous disregard for the party that they supposedly care about. Which is why we have to replace all of the fucking Congress people. People who don't take corporate money. Make these guys irrelevant. Make it illegal to basically do what this guy is doing, right? To make these dark money funded groups that are donating. I actually don't know if Third Way is actually personally, or not personally, but a Third Way, I guess. I mean, isn't it technically a person? Isn't that what the Supreme Court decided? The point is you know, we just need these fucking dark money funded groups to stop contributing to our fucking politics. Anyway, you can just take my word for it. I watched this whole goddamn thing. I'm gonna skip past a bunch of this idiot's claims here because he's deranged. He's fucking deranged, I swear to God. So we're gonna listen to just a little bit more from him and then go to Hasan, because yes, the other half of this clip is Hasan defending himself.
Right wing that is extremist and bigoted. We don't need two extremist parties in this country. If Democrats are going to beat MAGA and expand the map in the House, the Senate, and the White House, the only way to do that is to offer an alternative to the extremism of Trumpism, not to mirror it.
I guess Third Way's memo after
What's
the 2024 election about the working class disconnect in the party, which I think you may.
I would just like to point something out. This guy keeps saying, "Oh, we need to offer a centrist, a moderate vision as a alternative, a sensible alternative to Trump." How did that work in 2024 or 2016? Right? Or in 2022? Democrats lucked out one time, 2020. This centrist vision is completely fallen apart. Nobody supports it anymore. And He's like, look, we just need to try it one more time. Look, I know we tried it a bunch of times and it continues to fail, and it's why we have Donald Trump, but can we just try it one more time? I mean, no, actually, no. This has failed. This goddamn strategy has failed. Accept it, please, for the love of God and all things holy.
To the extremism of
That the party leans too hard into identity politics. The number one takeaway in that memo was that working class voters feel like Democrats prioritize niche identity-based groups. I guess I'm asking, how do you say that in 2025 and then have a campaign come 2026 that is frankly a priority about identity politics?
Yeah. I mean, Vox, this guy, I don't know this guy's name. I feel like I've seen him before in like other clips. I don't watch a ton of Vox stuff. I think I was compelled because of the Hasan situation. Like, they're tend to be fairly centrist. I was like, damn, dude. That was, I mean, that was on point. Because he's basically doing that. He's like, look, we have to defend this one identitarian issue that's not even supported by, the entirety of the group that we're talking about, right? And make that the center of our criticism of a guy who's got a massive audience and has proven to some degree that he has political influence. Have all of Hasan's supported candidates won? No, but some of them have. I think more than half of them have. I think like 2/3 of them have, something like that. And right now it's looking like more of those are coming along the way, right? And he tries to make the point like, I think he made the point like one candidate that Hasan went out and supported lost. I can't remember who it was, but it's just like, yeah. I don't remember where. I'm not gonna go back and look for it, but like, let's not forget the third. Like, I can tell you a litany of third way candidates or people that third way would have supported at the time of their campaigns and would probably support a new campaign of like right now. Like if Biden said he wanted to run for fucking, senator in Michigan, they would support him right now, right? And Kamala wanted to run in New York against the AOC, they would support her right now. But they would both lose. And they both lost before. Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, just like Hasan is honestly, this is in my estimation. I don't know what the impetus of it was, because I was kind of saying this like earlier in the year, and then all of a sudden he started doing it. I'm not saying that those two things are at all connected. I'm just saying that was the sequence of events, if I recall correctly. Because I was like, dude, Hasan needs to focus in on the primaries, and then all of a sudden he was focused in on the primaries. He's done so many things lately. I'm honestly impressed. Right? Like, he could sit there in California and just sort of, like implicitly endorse this or that candidate or any number, right? Or and that would be honestly a lot more than a number of people are doing right now in the primaries. Like, I see a lot of people talk about the primaries in post, but not ahead of time. They're not out there supporting candidates enough, right? And he's been doing it in a way I genuinely respect. But it's like, it's kind of a new thing for him. And the fact that he's got as high of a success rate as he does, not funded by a bunch of, corporations and billionaires, and just getting a bunch of, you know, like organically driving people from like his Twitch streams and turning them into voters is a genuinely, in my opinion, it's an impressive thing and much needed in this time. It really is. I mean, I don't care how fucking cliche it is at this point, but the leftist Joe Rogan thing, I mean, if you could actually, I mean, Joe Rogan is trash, right? He's not even doing that kind of stuff, right? But like, if Hasan could be using his position as such to drive voter turnout, and it seems like he's doing it, honestly. From where I'm sitting, it looks like he's doing it. Is it 100% hit rate? No. He's also fairly new to this. You know, he's trying to make himself more legitimate. He's wearing the suits, right? I think people are cognizant of it. Maybe I don't know. I assume I'm not the only one that's noticing these shifts in what he's doing. I think he's trying to be taken more seriously. Right? I think he's, you know, trying to get involved in a way that streaming cannot do necessarily. Or the like streaming from his apartment or his home, right, in Los Angeles just cannot quite get done. Right, where he's like physically going and using his name to support candidates and going to rallies, right? Like that is another level. Because I would take, literally, like what I was saying earlier in the year, like I would have just taken Hasan just sitting there at his computer and talking about each state primary, you know, once a week, right? That would have been good enough for me. But he's out there, I mean, he's doing more than that. These guys want to complain about organic energy because it's, you know, because it's not being driven by them or corporate, you know, big dollar donations.
What?
He has said repeatedly that he doesn't want to apologize for anything he says. He doesn't take it back. It's all taken out of context. We've heard him say that many times. So again, same thing. I could go through all these quotes. Well, I gave you the one on Miley.
Yep, we'll ask about that one.
Okay, how about this one?
That's the only one he's got.
There is nothing more annoying to me than fucking...
Do you see what I mean? He's like, wait, did I give you the one on Miley? And the guy's like, yep. He's like, okay, let me see. But I got one left. You see what I'm saying? Like, if Hasan is this massive bigot and misogynist and anti-Semite, he should have a fucking book of them. Why is he asking about this Miley Cyrus quote again?
First generation, second generation, third generation Asian motherfuckers who are dogs to white people. You are literally barking for white people. My question to Hasan Piker is he ever going to apologize sincerely and profusely and go on an actual apology tour for the dozens and dozens and dozens of bigoted, offensive, misogynistic things he said, or is he just going to keep standing by all of them?
Mm-hmm. I think it's totally fair to ask about apology, about regret, about whether he stands by it.
All right, well, let's go to the Hasan apology tour, I guess. I guess Hasan's he's about to tell us that everything he's ever said was wrong.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Hasan Piker, thank you for joining America Actually.
Thank you for having me.
I wanted to talk to you because, as you know, we talked to the president of Third Way, the centrist Democratic group that has argued that Democrats are too cozy with you. And we dug into their argument, and it seemed both substantive and personal. They say that your brand of politics is bad for the Democratic Party, which we'll dig into later. But they also argued that just the scope of things that you have said are too offensive and that you have not apologized for them. Racist things, anti-Semitic things, sexist things. I wanted to start with some of those statements that get quoted a lot. I know that some of which they quoted were not taken in context, but a couple others seemed as if there were some merit to them. So I'm going to play the first one.
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus.
Oh my God.
At the VMAs the other night, I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it.
Okay,
No.
so that was one of them. I want to say, how should we think about these past statements? Do you stand by them? Will you apologize?
Oh my God. It's so cringe.
Oh my God, I'm looking through more of this guy's background. Apparently Jonathan Cohen was part of he and a guy by the name of Rob Nelson created an organization back in the early 90s called Lead or Leave. It was a deficit hawk. It was like a center. It's like a centrist, center left. I mean, it's kind of like a it's almost like neoconservative obsession with the deficit. Oh, Lead or Leave, focus on reducing the deficit and fighting for generational equity. You won't have your Social Security, America. You have to cut all of this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know for sure. I can't speak to the specifics in this, but I can almost guarantee it was like, oh, we got to cut all these entitlement programs. You're never gonna get a retirement when you're older. This guy thinks he's the lead of the party because he's already retired, right? That's the thing. He's living the dream. He's got to be in his 60s. How old is this asshole? I don't know. It doesn't say his fucking age on here. He's got to be in like his 60s at the least. Right? Like mid 60s. He's like in retirement age. Just doing like basically, I mean, practically no work. All right, I take it back. It's probably a lot of work to have to craft these fucking trash narratives all the time. Try and defend these ridiculous talking points.
That is an unearthed attempt at a satirical, like, pop culture / like dating advice show that I was trying to do that was like bro focused. Mm-hmm. And of course I've apologized for it. I mean, it's nasty. Mm-hmm. It obviously doesn't reflect my current values, and it hasn't reflected my values since, like, I was 2014.
Mm-hmm. What would you ascribe that to? Like, what was the shift in values? Is that just growing up, or is that like something happened that make you think, made me pivot away from this kind of
nonsense? No, it was a desperate attempt to try to be funny, and I was.
It's even older than I recall him saying in 2014. That's pre-TYT days.
I was much younger back then too, and I definitely played fast and loose with the satirical element of it becoming like it was far too misogynistic, which is why we deleted it almost on release. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But then nothing gets
immediately,
deleted on the internet,
not
of
sooner.
course.
Yeah, I mean, but Third Way's argument was that you have not apologized. You're saying you have.
Oh, of course. Uh-huh. And not only that, but also a big part of my politics and a big part of my worldview revolves around rehabilitation, both in the criminal justice system, but also the draconian attitude that I think a lot of Americans have towards rehabilitation in the social crimes division. Mm. And I use examples such as that one that you just showed as a way to say, look, like, I had misogynistic opinions in the past, I've had transphobic opinions in the past, and I've worked through them, understanding that it causes harm to others, and it also is not reflective of who I am as a person.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's one of the statements, but there's a couple others, and I do want to play another that is more recent. Now, this comes from the question that Third Way was raising about anti-Semitism, which seems central to the reasons that the UK recently barred you from entry. You have said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state and doubled down on it later, saying that you would vote for them over Israel every time. You once referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, but the one that they focused on most specifically was a time on stream when you were arguing with the Jewish man and said this statement.
You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets so that you can build another fucking theme park in Gaza. You fucking baying pig. You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
Now, I wanted to ask about that because they brought up that specific slur as something that you also have not apologized for. In the aggregate, how does this not add up to someone who has trafficked in anti-Semitic tropes?
Yeah,
I would like to point out that I have never heard the term pig dog used I have never heard that it was at all. Like, I've heard a lot of anti-Semitic terms over the years. And like I grew up learning about the Holocaust, and at no point did I ever hear that slur used. And I'm not disputing that it might be a slur. I'm just suggesting that I think it's somewhat neat. Not, I don't know, niche is the wrong fucking word, but uh, relatively uncommon. I don't think Hasan knew that when he said it.
I didn't even know that this is like in any way, shape, or form anti-Semitic. The term, the utilization of the term "pig dog" is what is in contention, right? Yeah, I didn't realize that. I don't even think anyone else realizes that this was actually an anti-Semitic statement. I've only heard about it being referred to as like "capitalist pig dog" and "red alert" as a common thing that socialists have deployed against capitalists and
But
fascists
that common
alike.
thing could be based in a history that has anti-Semitic ties
I
to
didn't,
it, right?
I didn't know
like,
that.
And so the same question becomes the same. They were asking specifically about
Yeah.
apology. Is there one for this statement?
Oh, for the
using
utilization of
for
the
pig
term,
dog.
utilization of the term pig dog. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's look, I don't think they're being sincere when they say this
We'll
stuff.
get
But and you know, we can talk further about that. But yeah, of course, I'm not. I never want to offend entire swaths of the population unless they're fascist.
The third statement they talked about that we want to ask about, again, before we get to the kind of broader questions, is that you had advocated for violence. Now, I pushed back against some of their claims specific to anti-Semitism because I don't think that really added up. But there was a moment in a 2025 live stream when you said, quote, if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. That comment got you temporarily pulled from Twitch, but you've since said it was a figure of speech. I still wanted to ask, though, based on their argument, in a country with real political violence, is that irresponsible?
Yeah, that also was directly clipped out of context. I was actually referencing Mike Johnson talking to Caitlin Collins on CNN. He was bringing up the fact that they were not actually taking people off of Medicare or not trying to erode Medicare expenditure, but instead combating Medicare fraud. And I said, if you, Mike Johnson, actually cared about Medicare fraud, you would. And I used hyperbolic language there, and I shouldn't have. But no, the whole point of that was, and I followed it up in the longer conversation. It's pretty obvious. I'm talking about Rick Scott committing at the time award-winning amounts of Medicare fraud. More.
Yeah, and I mean, he also, let's not forget that Hasan owns a home. Right? Like, he's a homeowner, quite famously. Everybody refuses to shut up about the fact that he owns a home. So, I mean, what do you think? He's calling for his own murder?
About the point that, like, Republicans love to present an argument as though they care about Medicare fraud, but in reality, they're actually just trying to gut Medicare in its entirety.
I asked because I think they were trying to make a larger argument about the responsibility or lack of responsibility to your audience, which is a big one. As that has grown over the years, how have you thought about the balance between filling the hours of day that streaming requires and not leaning in to the most controversial or most bombastic version of yourself? Do you think about that?
I do, absolutely. I mean, I think the fact that over the course of 10,000 hours, the only choice quotes that they can find are from like 2013 that are actually embarrassing and not even like remotely out of context or something that, like, I don't think anybody knew was an anti-Semitic slur at all. And I still don't even understand fully what that, like, where the pig dog thing comes from.
Rick Scott was 2025, you know?
But Rick Scott is a more recent example. And I think, like, that, once again, it's pretty obvious what I'm saying. I'm not, like, talking about, like, advocating to assassinate an American politician.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's wild the fact that they want to only talk about the words in the crop clipped quotes, right? They're like nobody wants to talk about the context of anything that Hasan says. They're like, the words though, you can't intuit anything beyond the words, right? Like, that's basically what everybody, or at least who is making this argument, is trying to say. basically, oh, okay, like, look, you can only interpret things literally. Like, you're not allowed. Like, and what's what's interesting is like the art, the walls are covered with art, right? And oftentimes we don't. I mean, granted, it's pop art, so a lot more literal interpretations going on there. But do you know what I'm saying here? Like, people seem to have a problem with interpreting Hasan's comments in any other way other than verbatim, literally. And it's only of the very specific quotes of him, even if it cuts off like in the middle of a sentence. Like it's wild. I just find it very strange because in a lot of other contexts, those same people will be like, "Let's be nuanced about this, not this, but you know what I mean, like about like other shit, right? Like the third way guys." Would want to be way more nuanced if the shoe was on the other foot, right? If we were talking about fucking Andrew Cuomo or Bill Clinton or like any other, anybody else over there, Reid Hoffman, I don't know, like I'm just coming up with just a few examples, right? Like, I know there's like a lot of people that they would like to take a ton of nuance with. But when it comes to Hasan, a guy who has not done or been accused of any, nearly, in comparison to the guys I just named, right? Hasan's a fucking saint, right? But he gets no grace, while Andrew gets millions of dollars in donations for his fucking mayoral run. I mean, it's an interesting dynamic, and third way people were over there, the fucking Long Island fundraisers for that D-bag.
Statement that they would ever hear in polite society, and that's kind of the purpose of it.
It's intentionally provocative.
It is intentionally provocative, but I don't think it's inappropriate.
I mean, if the point of the statement is to underscore the violent atrocities that the Israeli government has committed, particularly over the last 3 years, I think that people understand that. But
That's
doesn't that flatten? I mean, I think the argument is that it flattens the atrocities Hamas has committed on some of the same people.
I think that that flattening actually does a disservice to the Palestinian resistance fronts in its entirety, because there is no flattening. When I say Israel's 1,000 times worse, I mean it, because the reality of the matter is, in the Western world, once any non-state actor is designated as a terrorist organization, there is a good deal of racialized animosity demonstrated towards these sorts of groups as well. And I think that it's important for people to understand that these are normal human beings at the end of the day that have suffered tremendous loss over the course of...
I guess people maybe not care about the discrimination Hamas faces.
No, but it's very important to understand that,
I think that's
because it's not Hamas. Hamas is not an alien.
That's literally what Hasan is saying. Like, he is demonstrating. I forget this fucking guy's name, but this Vox interviewer is literally demonstrating the very inherent racism that goes along with the designation of terrorists, especially when it comes to like Middle Eastern people, right? Like, it is something that's been used by the government like as a narrative tool. And is that sort of indifference that he's displaying? He's like, I don't really care what happens to them. I don't really care about the historical context of what's happened to those people, because I've been told that they're terrorists, and therefore there is no justification for what they do. There's like no context to even discuss. Essentially, there's no, like, and it's that level of difference that you've seen in societies that have allowed for fucking mass atrocities to happen. We can go down the list. It's going to be all bad examples, right? A lot of bad stuff has happened when societies have decided there's like a group of people whose rights mean less than everybody else's.
entity. These are Palestinians, right? And of course, it's important to understand how they arrived at militant resistance, why they're doing it, and how their methods have also evolved, and how such heinous acts of violence even take place. A lot of people want to assume, sorry to cut you off, but a lot of people want to just believe that Hamas did this because they're violent, barbaric anti-Semites. I don't think that's the case. Actually, I know that that's not the case. This is like, are there anti-Semitic people in
I'm about to say there's certainly.
Of course,
I'm like, we're not about to say that Hamas is moving with some anti-Semitism baked into.
Of course. Now, of course, there's anti-Semitic people within the Palestinian resistance. There's anti-Semitic people in America. There's anti-Semitic people everywhere. But the anger or the goals of Hamas is to make the occupation as costly as possible, while also simultaneously trying to negotiate with Israel at a time when Palestinians had been completely written off from the conversation, and that it was all but over. That the ethnic cleansing was an inevitability.
I guess I just want to say, like, and I do want to move on from this, but I also think it's important to underscore that I don't think people who are maybe more good faith upset by.
Yeah, you notice that, I mean, this is the thing. Nobody, even I think, I'm just making a guess here about this guy, but guys like this, right, reporters don't know the history before October 7th, right? Like, they don't know, like, October 6th, like, they don't know very much about any of the history of this. And like, they don't want to talk about it, right? Because that context is the thing that makes the entire argument around this crumble, right? And I think a lot of people are uncomfortable discussing it, right? And it's the same people who are like, I don't care about the rights of Palestinians, right? They're like, if you don't know that, if you don't care about the rights, why would you care about their history, right? Like, if you've accepted that there's some sort of like biblical, like, if you're the sort of weird ass fucking person who thinks there's like a biblical justification for a Jewish state where Israel currently exists, right? That somehow the Bible, whichever one we want to go by. I mean, we're going by the Old Testament here.
Do you know what we're here for?
But like, if that's how you perceive the world, then like you're starting from this warped perception of things. What was that? That's a follow, Gust X Broadcast. Thank you for the raid as well. Welcome in, Gust Broadcasters. Gusties. We'll call you Gusties. I'm just coming up with random names for people.
Would not be upset by the statement of we need to understand the conditions that have led Hamas to resistance.
Mm-hmm.
But that seems distinct from saying I would vote for them, right? Like,
yeah.
And that also seems like, at minimum, it underscores why there is a website set up, like, or why there is something that tries to link you to a group that you're linking yourself to, in terms of at least trying to understand that perspective. So I guess I'm saying, like, I don't think the kind of argument you're making here, saying we should learn the structural conditions that have led to this moment,
that's
is
the
exactly the same as folks being upset at I will vote for Hamas over the Israeli government.
I am, at the end of the day, someone who is engaging in, and this is a Marxist term that a lot of people get mad at because they don't understand that propaganda is supposed to be a neutral term in its inception, but this is agitative propaganda. The entire point I'm making there is to cause you to second.
Exactly. And this is the exact argument that I've made. I think I made recently. Someone didn't use that term, but like, Hasan is engaging. He's sitting there. He's talking for 8 hours a day. Like, he's going through the history. He's talking about all of these, actual, like, reasons, like quantifiable evidence, historical perspective, context, and all these other sorts of things for hours. And then I feel like when he runs out of shit to say, or when he feels like he needs to, he says things for shock value, to grab people's attention, to drive the message home, even if it's exaggerating or if it's vaguely sarcastic and people don't read it that way. And it's kind of his job, and it's kind of the job of everybody who does, even vaguely editorial journalism, right? Like, for anybody who is discussing the current events of the day the way that Hasan does, right? Like, you got to do something. You got to punch it up a little bit. You're telling me that other outlets don't do the same thing? You're telling me Fox News doesn't punch it up? You're telling me fucking New York Post doesn't punch it up? GB News, I'm thinking of, CNN, all sorts, just look at the thumbnails and titles from any mainstream outlets. They're trying the same thing. They're just worse at it than Hasan is, right? That's the only difference. They're just worse at it. They're trying to catch up to Hasan, right? They're doing their they're spending millions of dollars trying to catch up to him. And that's the thing about it. That's why they're pissed off, because people like Hasan now control the fucking narrative. That's all it is. That's what's happening here.
Yes, when we have this back and forth conversation, as I'm sure many people who will be tuning in to listen to this conversation will maybe think about this perspective differently than they ever have.
I think that, well, maybe that's a good place to leave it, because I feel like that kind of agitation is clear and folks can think about that argument. I want to talk about.
Okay, is there more of this that I want? I'm trying to think. I think that's probably good. We spent an hour on this topic. Honestly, Hasan, oh, actually, damn. Let's get a little bit of this. Honestly, this was a good conversation to some degree. Like, I even though I had some real criticisms, this was a good conversation. You should watch it. Honestly, this did not get a lot of views. It's got like 20,000 views. I think it's an important conversation. This is the exact conversation I want us to be having. I appreciate Vox for doing this, because this is the conversation we need. This is why I'm thrilled about the fact that you got them versus them, outcomes in the California jungle primary now going to the general election, where during the midterms, when everybody will be more focused on this than they are right now, right? We'll be able to have, hopefully, conversations like this with people similar to Hasan's sort of beliefs about the direction the Democratic Party needs to go, going up against basically third wayers.
Conscious decision over the last year or so to say, hey, I'm going to become a more active force in lifting up these midterms candidates. I'm going to use this stream as a fundraising tool for some of these people. Yeah. It doesn't seem like that's where you always were.
It's not.
Okay.
I wasn't there at all, as a matter of fact. I've always collaborated with politicians that I like, Ilhan Omar, AOC, and Bernie Sanders and stuff, but never this hands-on. And I think the reason for that is I didn't change necessarily, but the environment did. Americans are far more receptive to my kind of politics, to our worldview on the left, and they're just simply not getting that representation.
Do you think that's driven by the shift in sentiment around Israel post October 7th,
yes.
Or are we talking about larger economic populism?
Both.
Okay.
I think that was a seismic shift that gave a lot of confidence to the left, that as long as they stood by their positions and they were steadfast in their advocacy, that people would actually see the truth. And that's precisely what happened with Israel, and that's why there was such a seismic shift. And it certainly gave a lot of confidence, I think, to many left figures to not only run, but also it gave them confidence to be more bold about American militarism, because that's not something that you usually hear.
Certainly.
And that's always been my perspective. I'm an anti-imperialist. I believe American imperialism is a force for not good things around the world, and it's just not good for the average American either. And they kind of understand that. We're staring at the failures of the global war on terror. $8 trillion, 12,000, 14,000 American service members killed. 22 veterans killing themselves every single
But
day.
you're right. We don't really see that kind of anti-war, anti-imperialism worldview among the elected class more than I do hear it increasingly as a unifier among a base.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. We're going to wrap it there. We're going to wrap it there. And by the way, I noticed people asking if it's my birthday. It's my birthday week. And in lieu of... since it's Trump's birthday, we're celebrating my birthday. And we'll be celebrating me and everyone else all week for their birthdays. Anybody you think we should be celebrating whose birthday happens this week? Let me know in the Discord. I'll add him. I think that's what Trump would want, right? He's not selfish. He's not a selfish, narcissist megalomaniac. He would want us to celebrate ourselves, right? Not him. On his stupid birthday. He wouldn't, host like a massive multi-million-dollar broadcasted, sort of extravaganza. No, he's a simple guy. He's probably just, enjoying a nice quiet evening with his wife, Melania. And his two beautiful sons, Eric and Andre. I can't finish that. I got pretty far through that sentence. I'm actually shocked I got that far. But no, we're gonna celebrate everybody else. And yes, it is my birthday. That's why I'm wearing this hat. Sweet, sweet hat. Is Flag Day the flag's birthday? I actually don't know. Not one time have I ever thought about what Flag Day even is. I have no idea. I can't tell you. Why do we have Flag Day? No, there's no real reason. We just do. We have it. Why should we question these sorts of things? It's just a random day. An extra day of nationalism for the United States. We don't have enough. Okay? Okay. What's next? Now, we could watch the UFC White House live. We could check in on that. But I feel like we got to get through this first. We gotta. And we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Just a reminder, everybody, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of fantastic ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. The links for all of those things are, of course, in my YouTube description, Twitch bio. Unfortunately, demonetized still on YouTube. Still no longer getting any ad money. No super chats, no super stickers, no memberships. Or gifted. Oh, it's making me very sad here on my birthday week. But it's fine. We also happen to have a giant galactic deficit still that we have to take care of. So, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, those are going to be the best ways to contribute. Just going to point that out for everybody. Now, while the third way people are claiming that progressives are unelectable, anybody who associates with the horrible Hasan Piker,
Hasan Parker,
well, they're going to lose. I don't think that's true. We already know that. But generally, progressives are winning big in the primaries right now. Number of people have been noticing it. Everybody's saying it.
I'm proud to have the support of Bernie Sanders.
That's why I'm excited that I have Senator Sanders' support.
Ana Lilia Mejia is endorsed by Bernie Sanders and AOC.
One of the less discussed stories over this election cycle has been how Bernie Sanders-backed candidates keep winning their primaries despite often being behind in the money race in those very primaries. Because, of course...
Fascinating. Fascinating information, David. You're telling me the Democrats, progressive Democrats, while raising less money, are somehow doing better than deep pocket dino Dems?
This is ridiculous.
Candidates are often running against pro-corporate, pro-APAC candidates, yet they are still winning. So in this video, I'm going to go over a few of those victories, including the latest one with Graham Plattner winning in Maine, which was expected because Janet Mills, the governor there, had dropped out of the race because of how badly she had been losing up to that point. So she didn't want to lose outright in the actual vote. But before I even get to any specific candidates or anything else, I do want to first discuss why this is happening. This gets to what voters actually care about and what's motivating them from, you know, we're talking about states like Maine, New Jersey, Ohio, California. It's all over the place. It isn't just one place. And it's a universal issue. The problem, of course, being cost of living. So you look at any poll, this is data for progress, but poll after poll will show you that by far the economy, jobs, and cost of living.
Yeah, I found this graph to be quite illustrative of the situation because we've been talking a lot about how important the economy is to people in the polls. Harry Emden, he's had a lot of numbers. They've all been saying it. But when you look at it like this, you're like, oh, wow. Okay. So by leaps and bounds, people care about the economy more than fucking anything else. And actually, they don't give a shit about and at one point this year, they didn't give a shit about immigration. I mean,
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. Fancy hat, party face emoji,
yes.
Party face emoji.
Yes, indeed, Omega fancy hat. Yeah! Gotta wear a fancy hat. Birthday week. Birthday week. Starting now. Yep. Replace the tinfoil with the birthday hat. More festive. But what's fascinating is immigration went from being the second issue down here to being like the fifth issue. Looks like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the fifth issue on the list, now behind programs like Social Security and Medicare, threats to democracy, healthcare, abortion, and I can't quite make out. There's like 15 colors that are all way too similar. Everything from taxes and government spending to artificial intelligence. Well, actually, swapping out education but like, you see what I mean here? There's like way too many very similarly colored. Like, these are all within like the mauve to maroon sort of, maybe like a lavender in there. But like you put them on top of each other. It's impossible to know which one you're fucking looking at. I can't tell. I cannot tell. I'm looking so hard. Point is people have they've decided immigration is not important and everything else is. All the stuff that progressives want to fix have actual solutions to, not just giving corporate handouts.
Is the most important issue facing Americans. And that combined with the fact that both under traditional Democrats and of course Republicans, this has only gotten worse. Through neoliberalism, their pro-corporate agenda of privatization, of investing into the very wealthy and hoping it trickles down to everyone else, that has completely failed. So people, traditional Democratic Party voters who maybe in the past would have voted for a Hillary Clinton over a Bernie Sanders are now looking to the alternative, are now actually looking at the Bernie-backed candidates with a different solution to the problem than what they've been shown before by traditional Democrats.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I keep saying it, everybody. I'm going to keep saying it all freaking year until we're done.
Another poll here I just want to share.
With the primaries.
Feel free to pause this on the screen.
You know, until we're done with the primaries. I'm going to keep saying it. These goddamn primaries are incredibly important right now. Okay? We all need to band together and get as much done as we can before they're over. The primaries are a huge opportunity for leftists, progressives, and like, if you just look, I mean, we could go through more of David's video here. Love David, by the way. Everybody go subscribe to him on the YouTube. National. But if you just look here, I mean, sure, have there been some losses? Yes, technically, at least of galactically endorsed candidates, right? There's been some losses, some ones that I made me sad, but in some of those cases, other progressives have won. So you can't even get super sad about the red on the map. But if you just look around, right, there's, I mean, so many candidates that if even half of the new leftist and or progressive candidates go to Congress, it will be a fucking, it'll be a goddamn title shift. It will be a massive undoing of so much power that the incumbent do-nothings have held for too long, right? We go down the list of all the Democrats in office still. Some of them are leaving because they know their time is up. Nancy Pelosi has already figured that out, right? She's gone. That's why she's not running in the primary this year. Sadly, we did not get, our preferred candidate in there. But the point is that a lot of these guys are reading the tea leaves, right? They understand that they're incredibly unpopular, that they are historically unpopular, and that the money is drying up. And that, in my opinion, that's why a lot of them are still there. Right, the money is going to be drying up because as you have more and more people like rejecting those candidates, there'll be less and less reason to be giving that money. Right, like the writing's on the wall. Right, if you get enough people in Congress who no longer want money in Congress, in our government, right, they can legislate it away. And you honestly don't even need that many people when you really think about it, right? You just have to have enough people to pressure the rest of the Democratic Party and probably a few Republicans in there too when it comes down to it, right? Like, because nobody likes money in politics. Like, no, voters don't, right? Sure, politicians love it, but like it's a pretty bipartisan issue. People kind of hate money in politics. And, small dollar donations are going more and more away from these massive PACs and directly to candidates because of the ability of people like Hasan to drive interest toward those candidates. Not just Hasan, of course. It's a bunch of people. Hasan is just one of many. Majority Report's been doing a bunch of work in New York lately. I have noticed. I mean, if you just go back, I was going to count these, but like 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Louisiana. Oh, we got an update on the Louisiana election, by the way. 10, 11, 13, 14... 17, 21, 20, not counting incumbents, 23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I lost track. Was that 40? I hit a 10 and I fucking restarted my count. What was I at? 30. There must have been like 36 I just named just now, if not more. And we still got half of the primaries left. So if you got to double that, if you had like 72 new progressive faces, you have that down to 36, right? If you say 50% of them lose in the general, and that's just being conservative because I just want to make the point. Like if only half of those people make it, and a lot of them are in Democratic districts that are probably gonna go blue in the general, right? In some cases, you definitely have a Democrat going, and it's just a fight between the progressive and the liberal. In other cases, it's almost a guarantee that they go right to Congress, right? Because it's them against some fucking Republican in New Jersey, with Republicans and Trump at like near historical low popularity. In an off-year election, right? Like it's just, I mean, the writing's on the goddamn wall. If you got 36 new progressives in there, it's not all of a sudden. It's not like, oh, can the 6 fucking people in the squad prevent this thing from happening and get concessions on it? It's like, oh no, they can definitely block a vote, no question, and they're gonna get concessions. In fact, they might have enough fucking, depending on how many we get in there, it might have enough momentum to force votes. Because, like, in the case of, like, money in politics, like, I think it's so unpopular that people will be shamed into getting on board with it. If, you know, like, if it's not just, like, 6 people who are being vilified by Fox News because they're all, you know, women of color, right? And it's like a diverse array, dozens and dozens of fucking people all saying it. That's the dynamic shifts to some degree. Like they can't use the same tactics that they have used in the past to, to quash the agendas that we wanted. France just exposes. There's I've heard about this story. We're gonna talk about that probably like later this week, tomorrow maybe, because that is very interesting for sure. It's not necessarily Sunday Fun Day. Kenny J. Payne, thank you for the follow. If I recall, it wasn't just U.S. interference, it's more broadly speaking. The article I was reading. Not just, it's actually like international. Well, but before we get to talking about the primaries happening in 2 days, let's talk about the primaries that just happened in California.
Do you want to check out the PBD guys reacting to the California election stuff?
Oh, are they back together? I thought that they were all
the whole crews and Stu
banished.
Yeah, no. PBD is taking a little bit of a backseat here, but the other guys are really upset about how they're just stealing elections in front of our face. Right?
Now, wait a second. Why would you steal just a mayoral election but not the governorship? Like, why is Hilton in this race?
Maybe they have a theory. I don't know.
Yes.
No,
well,
I don't
I'm
think
sure.
they thought about that.
Here's my theory, right? You don't want to be too obvious. If you steal too many elections, that would be suspicious. Just one.
Sure. Agencies can shape.
PBD went solo, realized he needed the band. About.
Agencies could shape the future, and I'm tired of hearing, Pat, democracy. We're not a democracy, but we have lost the republic. If this is how it happens in front of our face, we can't do nothing about it. The government can't do.
We've lost the republic. These dudes are constantly hyperventilating over here. Vinny, look at Vinny's neck. Like the level of stress that Vinny holds in his neck is, just my guess, it's problematic. I'm not a doctor, but I think he needs to settle down. The Republic is not lost.
Think about it, and that's the front runner. That's the front runner of the Democratic Party, and if they win, Pat, and they come back and I'm not stupid. I know the pendulum swings. You let them in power. This SAVE Act didn't go through because they have.
Do I love most about this rant from Vinny is that while he's ranting about the Republic being lost, he's wearing a hat that says "Faith over Fear." So while he is muttering this paranoia into the airwaves, he's wearing a hat that says "Faith over Fear." No reason to get worked up. Just keep calm and carry on. No reason to be fearful of anything. The Republic is lost, guys.
Or Rhino, I'm not going to say the word, Republicans that they want to have power. And again, if I keep hearing this word democracy, it's our republic. And
first off, pause it for 1 second. Let's be clear here. LA is an overwhelmingly democratic city.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out it's a democratic republic. It's not just a republic. It's not just a democracy. It's both. We can disagree with parts of the system, but that is the word. He's like, don't say the word democracy. It's like, well, you have to if you want to properly identify our system of government, Vinny. I know you're getting worked up, but faith over fear. Don't forget, faith over fear. I think we might need to get out the old chart. The old chart. Well, the chart of what's it called? Success. Like your mental state. I forget. I think we need the chart for Vinny.
Like the idea that first, and if it wasn't for like the jungle primary, then we wouldn't even be talking about this.
Right. Is he claiming Hilton is a rhino? And that
we need the map of consciousness. See, because right now, Vinny, his hat says faith over fear, but he's down here hopeless. Republic lost. He's miserable. He's basically, his level is shame. He's a shameful level. With a low 20, I mean a measly 20 points. I don't know what that means. I think it's sort of, it's like Dianetics or something. But he is in a state of, he's in an emotional state of humiliation. Oh, in a process of elimination, he's pooping. He is pooping. It's that much. I think you're right.
Poop.
I think you're right. Vinny needs help.
Part of the
no, he's talking about in the Senate that people didn't want to have the SAVE Act, which would have just essentially just allowed Trump to shut down the voting, essentially. But go ahead.
The 99.999% are going to finally say, Pat, enough is enough. And I'm not saying we're complaining. No, we're trying to point out the obvious. They're cheating. You are cheating. In India, they have how many? 1 billion people. They know in one day. What the hell? We're America.
We spoke to David Dayen about this, and Democrats the fact of the matter is, in California, they don't finish counting until 7 days after the vote because you can mail in your ballots, and as long as it's postmarked.
Yeah, and I mean. But the other reason is not just that. That's one of the reasons. But the other reason is because California also goes through a very serious process of verification of signatures to ensure vote validity. Right? They're trying to prevent the terrible voter fraud. The scourge we all know Republicans hate. Of course, there's very, very insignificant amounts of voter fraud. Some of the instances in which people's ballots have been returned are somewhat hilarious. But it's, California is very serious about election integrity. No matter how worked up Vinny is.
In this country, we don't want that level of
hire more people to...
Yeah. All right. We're going to move on from these guys hyperventilating over at the PBD podcast. Let's get talking about the elections. Because they're coming. Oh, they are coming. Yeah, let's take a look. Wait, where did I put this? Right. I just realized I put this in the wrong order, didn't I? Yup. Yeah, I did. Now, there is an election, a primary election on Tuesday, the 16th, in Oklahoma. 5 seats there, and then 3 more elections on next Tuesday, the 23rd, in Maryland, New York, and Utah. But we are only going to talk about 3 of them fairly quickly here today. Starting with New York. I'm going to try and blast through these things. Start with New York's 1st District. Lucas Venturas. Oh, actually, before that, let's get a pep talk. Did you know early voting is already open in the state of New York? Whoops. What's happening?
New York, it's early. Early voting. Starting today, New Yorkers can begin voting in primary elections. And if you haven't registered to vote yet, there's no time to waste. The deadline to register is June 13th. Yes, that's today. And while that may sound stressful, I've got good news. It only takes a minute. Go to vote.nyc and click the button that says register or check status. And if you're looking for your early voting poll site, you can also find that at vote.nyc. It's not always the same place as your regular voting location, so be sure to double check the location and hours before you go vote. It's all right there. I know some New Yorkers move here and don't change their voter registration. But you know what J-Lo says. If you live in New York, you should vote in New York. Maybe she didn't say that, but this city is our home.
Maybe she
and we all
didn't say
need
that.
to take care of it. To recap, register, vote early. Let's build the future of the city together.
Yeah! Zohran Mamdani.
All right, let's go to New York's 1st District. Currently represented by Nick LaLota, Republican. It's in a little place called Suffolk County, Long Island. Also including the towns of Huntington, Smithtown, Riverhead. It's voted for Republicans sort of 50-50 over the last couple decades. Switching between Obama then to Trump, voting for Chuck Schumer. Ow. That is not what I meant to do. Just smashed my arm on the microphone. I'm fine. Everything's fine. All right, first person, Lucas. Go.
Suffolk County, Washington has failed you. Billionaires and special interests have taken over our government, and the working class has been forgotten. But the working class must have the power returned to them, and that's why I'm in this race. You have nearly a third of Suffolk County residents that are in danger or living at or near the poverty line. Saying affordability is just a stand-in for actual policy. Think affordable health care, paid leave, universal child care. I'm in this fight to get money out of politics. The power of the special interests and the billionaires has clouded the ability of Congress to effectively legislate for us, and this must end now. Very oftentimes, Republicans and Democrats take money from special interests, corporations, lobbies. They'll say, oh, there's actually no way we can pay for universal health care, or there's no way we can pay for these subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. And it's just bullshit, quite frankly, because they know that if we implement universal health care, the rapacious middleman that is, these health insurance agencies and companies, they will cease to exist.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Part of why I'm running this campaign is because I feel like the American dream, the dream that was there and attainable for my grandfather, who was a refugee of a civil war in Greece, I feel like that dream is no longer attainable for the people I know and love and grew up around in Suffolk County. And I think for some people, the American dream is really big. It's, they want to become an actor, a businessman, or a basketball player. And for some people, the American dream is, can I afford to live with dignity? Whatever the American dream is for the people in Suffolk County, I want to be able to have it facilitated by having the government work for the people.
There you have it. Lucas Venturis running for New York's 1st District. Yes, indeed. And we got a bunch of good candidates running in New York here. We're gonna skip the 2nd district. We got Patrick Halpin, who's running unchallenged there in the Democratic primary, so he's going straight to the general. But we will now go to the 3rd district of New York with Danielle Welch. Hoping to take out incumbent Tom Swazi. I think Tom is also part of Long Island too, isn't he? Hold on. Yeah. North Shore. Okay. Glen Cove, Oyster Bay, the wealthiest congressional district in all of the state of New York.
Tonight in America, millions of kids will go to bed hungry because their parents earn poverty wages. Thousands of veterans will sleep on the streets of the country they risked their lives serving. Our parents cannot afford to retire. Our grandparents are rationing medicine because Social Security isn't enough to survive on. We can't afford to raise our children, and medical bills are the #1 cause of bankruptcy in the United States. Roe has fallen, and pregnant people die preventable deaths in hospitals because their health care is now a crime.
Illegal.
People are arrested for having miscarriages. Masked federal agents are murdering people in our streets with no accountability and disappearing our immigrant neighbors in a nation of immigrants, locking them away in concentration camps, including children and infants. Around the world, millions will die because humanitarian aid was cut with no warning and no plan, all to save 1% of the federal budget. And the US continues to spend billions enabling and committing war crimes. This Congress of cowards is doing nothing, while every value America claims to stand for is destroyed.
Yes, indeed. Now this is Danielle. Her website, votewelch.com. Where is the fucked up. Hold on. She's got I lost it. I thought it was on the right one. Hold on. Please hold. Where are the issues? I know she's got there it is. I found it. I'm an idiot. Yeah. Let's see. Affordability. Affordability might be a popular buzzword for the people in power. There are currently more millionaires than moms in Congress. That's a fucked up statistic. More millionaires than moms. Oh, God.
Follow the rich white man.
Why not send a representative of Congress who knows what the affordability crisis feels like? Working people should not be struggling to survive. They should be able to thrive. I'll fight for an economy that works for all of us, not just the elite. Universal single-payer health care. Universal child care. Expand and protect Social Security. Living wage. Guaranteed paid family leave. Expand union membership. Protect workers. How we pay for it. Taxes. Tax the billionaires. That's how we do it. End the wars. We cannot bomb our way to peace. Military force should be reserved for defense. Even in war, human rights must always be protected. My heart breaks for every child who has inherited generational trauma, violence, and fear instead of knowing the safety that every child deserves. Diplomacy, aid, and respect for international law and international institutions must be the future for U.S. foreign policy. Suffice to say, she's on it. Great candidate. It would be fantastic to see somebody take out Tom Swazi. He's been in there for a while now. Like, Jesus. Like more than 10 years, I think. He's made like I think at least 5 election cycles, right? Yeah. Since 2017. He has been in the representative for the 3rd district. I was as on as I could possibly be on that. Okay, I don't know why I remember that. What do I have next on my list? All right, we got to skip New York's 4th. Laura Gillen has no freaking challenger, I'm afraid. She is an incumbent. Dino Dem. Same thing for Gregory frickin' Meeks. We failed on a few important people, I'm afraid. Look, listen. I can't do everything. I already see you preparing to blame me. It's not my fault. I didn't do this. But actually, yeah, in New York's 4th and 5th districts, we have no challengers for those incumbent Democrats. They will most likely be reelected in the general. In the 6th district, which is entirely within Queens, I believe, represented by Grace Meng, incumbent Democrat, now being challenged by progressive candidate Chuck Park. Here's Chuck Park for Queens from 6 months ago.
Queens runs this city. Just look in the back of any restaurant, in front of any taxi. We open the gates in the morning, close the registers at night. And there's an unspoken promise here that no matter where you come from, how much you've got in your pocket, work hard, and the world is yours. But that promise is under attack.
The number of warrantless arrests just in the streets of New York City.
Had nothing to do with Project 2025.
Overhaul of the federal There's an America I believe in, and I came home to fight for it. My name is Chuck Park, and I'm running for Congress. Because I know how hard we work, how big we dream, how much we love our home. My story is our story. My story is Queens. And it's time to bring the power back where it belongs, to the people. For our families, for universal health care, universal child care, for working people, safe streets, good transit, for that promise. Queens is the future. And I'm running for Congress to fight for it.
Okay, well, that's Chuck Park running for New York's 6th District in Queens. I think you got most of it in there, but the things he stands for: abolishing ICE, universal health care, funding families, not war, housing we deserve, making utilities work for us, universal child care income, taxing billionaires, saying no to the Queens Casino, and overturning Citizens United. I think a great candidate here in the 6th District. Good to see some change in that seat. Now on to the 7th Congressional District of New York, where candidate Claire Valdez is looking to unseat Nydia Velasquez in Brooklyn. I think a lot of people are probably familiar with her. She's made the rounds on the online podcast scene.
My name is Phil. I'm a truck driver for UPS.
What did I just do?
My name is Helen. I work in reproductive rights.
It's been hard to save money.
Todo lo que es herramientas, maletas, todo lo que hacemos.
My rent went up $500 a month overnight.
I've talked about it myself, about whether you could have kids at all, purely in terms of how much money it would cost.
Workers deserve it all. Not scraps, not promises, not someday, but now. The housing crisis, the healthcare crisis, the crisis of workers' rights. It isn't a personal failure by any individual. It's the success of a system designed to extract from working people while protecting the wealth and power of the billionaire class. It's a system that blankets the country in AI data centers instead of creating good-paying jobs. A system that ushered in union-busting Reaganism to pave the way for Donald Trump's fascism. A system that's collapsed democracy to usher in oligarchy. I'm Assemblymember Claire Valdez, and I'm running for Congress. Because deserving it all means fighting for it all. Housing for all, because in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, one job should be more than enough to make rent. Medicare for all, because insurance and big pharma cartels should not control our economy. Unions for all, because as a union organizer, I believe you should be defined for the life you're meant to live and not the rights you're being stripped of. We will usher in a golden age of organized labor to battle back the new gilded age that is upon us. Our solidarity doesn't stop at the shop floor or a border. It means standing with Puerto Rico against colonial exploitation. It means opposing apartheid and genocide in Palestine. It means rejecting violent regime change in Venezuela while elites mine for oil. This year, Democrats across the country will take on MAGA fascists to win back the majority. But it is this district that will decide what that majority fights for. Everywhere, it's the same fight. Workers against a rigged system, protecting the wealth and power of the billionaire class. Those being pushed to the margins versus a belief that no one should be left behind. This campaign is about building power together. No worker, no organizer, no mayor can do it all alone. This campaign is a child of a movement. We will fight and campaign and grow and govern together. When workers organize, we don't just ask for justice. We demand it, and we win it. I'm Assembly Member Claire Valdez, a union organizer and democratic socialist running for Congress.
There you go. I think we don't even need to look at Claire's website. Not only do I think people are more familiar with her, but that was a very informative campaign ad. I think we get it. I think we have a very clear picture of what Claire represents and what you'd be putting, what kind of person you'd be putting in Congress if you happen to live in Brooklyn. Now, moving just a little bit south. To New York's 9th district, which I believe is Flatbush, Kensington, Sheep's Head Bay, and a number of other regions in the Brooklyn area south of the district. Claire hopes to represent, unfortunately, I couldn't imagine a more unfortunate sentence, something I'm about to say. Unfortunately, if you haven't figured it out yet, I intentionally skipped over it because I don't want to say it. But we are skipping past the Bed-Stuy East Flatbush district, New York's 8th. Represented by Hakeem Jeffries, current minority leader. Because he has no goddamn challenger in the primary. This is another one of the failures that I was referring to earlier. One I, once again, cannot change. Unfortunately. And have only so much ability to, make things happen over here on my end. And sadly, there was, I think, one challenger to Hakeem who dropped out very early on in the primary, and nobody else took up the mantle. Maybe one of the most disappointing non-primaries of the season. If I had to pick one, this has got to be it. This has got to be like the number one most disappointing, the 8th district of New York, maybe the most disappointing non-primary. We've got a bunch of them, but this one takes the cake. Boy, oh boy, would I like to see Hakeem gone. That guy sucks. That guy sucks. I don't know why he sucks so bad, but he does. I mean, I could list reasons. I'm just saying, like, internally. I don't know what's going on with him personally. It does suck. I don't know what led him to this place, why he's so sucky. Yeah, what was I saying? Right. The 9th district. Joshua Bristol. Looking to be the next congressman here.
Hey everyone, so my campaign has relaunched in a new district, New York 9. I'm at the Shirley Chisholm residence. In this historic spot, let us be inspired by those who challenged power and do it again. Anyways, here I was trying to take down a gold man, and come to find out my congressperson is covered in gold right here at home. Yvette Clarke has been seated for nearly 20 years in our house, and what do we have to show for it? She has enriched herself on corporate dollars, and money from AIPAC, she has towed the party line when given the chance to rebel, and she's become very wealthy while people here continue to struggle. We can't have leadership like that. We simply can't afford it any longer, especially now with everything that's been going on. We are being torn apart from every angle, and the people in Palestine continue to die every day. I am Joshua Bristol. I'm a philosopher, an activist, and a worker. I have been an advocate for immigrants, provided customer service, and tutored high schoolers in life skills. I offer a clear vision of the future that divorces us from the billionaires who have seized our nation. I will bring common sense, socialist economic policies to New York City and beyond. We must have a 4-day work week, mass unionization, and Medicare.
Okay, the sound kind of goes out here at the end, so I'm going to switch over to Joshua's page here. This is his campaign website, joshuabristol.com. You can donate and volunteer, get into the Discord, all sorts of other stuff. But some of his issues, tackling wealth inequality, tenant protections and affordable housing, working people for workers' rights and unions, Medicare for all, environmental justice, safety and dignity for immigrants, foreign policy. Foreign policy. I mean, you already heard him, but the enduring will and dignity of Palestinians, indigenous Americans, and oppressed peoples everywhere must be protected. We must boycott, divest, and sanction. And, I mean, there'd be as you can see here, sort of foreign policy we could only dream of getting to Congress. But you don't have to dream, you can vote. You can vote in New York's 9th. Looking to take out incumbent Democrat Yvette Clarke, who, as he mentioned, has been taking a ton of AIPAC and other corporate big dollar donations and doing nothing for New Yorkers. Now, one man who's been trying to do things for New Yorkers, we've seen him out there, the former comptroller of the city of New York, now running to represent New York's 10th, Brad Lander. Whoops, don't, no, god damn it, why did I click that? You idiot.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There we go. Fixed it.
Brad the Mayor, Brad the Mayor, Brad the Mayor, Brad the Mayor.
Zohran Mamdani.
Received. Mayor Zohran Mamdani here.
You're coming in loud and clear. Zohran, how have you been?
I've been well. How are you?
Well, you know, my election is coming up on June 23rd. I was wondering if I could ask for your help.
Yeah, what's happening?
I'm wondering if you'll help remind voters that Election Day is right around the corner and early voting starts as soon as June 13th.
Early voting starts as soon as June 13th? That's so soon.
That is so soon. That's why I need your help.
Can you meet me in the middle?
Sure, right away. Hey, thanks for meeting me.
No problem. So where is everybody?
They're right here.
Oh, right. You ready?
Here we go.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Dear neighbors in New York 10, please vote for Brad Lander for Congress on June 23rd, with early voting starting on June 13th.
Yes, indeed. Now, I think a lot of people are very, very familiar with Brad Lander at this point. We've seen him out there fighting at the Federal Detention Center for the rights of immigrants to due process, things like that. Been fairly visible individual. And he's challenging grade A dickbag Dan Goldman, who has been raking in big dollar donations, trying to keep his seat, which is an interesting district. It's like Lower Manhattan and like the eastern portion of Brooklyn, like like Dumbo and Prospect Heights. I think the studio of these guys right here, I think it's in this district. The Majority Report.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
This Dan Goldman race is fantastic because Dan Goldman is, I think he's going to get blown out, but he's going to get beaten. It really does. I think it's not going to be close. And he's the first, like, he's the only, right now, the only incumbent who looks to be losing because.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab something. Forgot I left my phone on my charger.
Despite the fact there's no scandal associated, it's because it's a very, very progressive district. And the only reason why he won last time was because there were 3 progressives who split the vote. This is a clip from the Democratic primary debate. I've seen Dan Goldman ads where they're doing the Dan Goldman is a radical progressive who is for, universal health care.
Planned Parenthood.
And Planned Parenthood, yes, I saw that. It was that maybe the basketball game or something like that. Here is Lander and Goldman talking about their respective records on Israel. And this by Goldman, it's really something.
National human rights law. They are called the Leahy laws.
Go back a little further so we can hear that, because the Leahy laws are laws that say the State Department is obligated to assess whether the weapons that we have been giving to a country or aid we have been giving to a country, if their military has been breaking laws, the rule of law of laws of war, illegal. If they have been breaking humanitarian laws, if they have been violating human rights, and we know that the State Department found that they had, and they buried the reports and did not implicate the Leahy law, because if they had, that would have meant cutting off all of this stuff. And here's Goldman. Man, I wouldn't want to brag that you worked with the Biden administration on the Leahy law, because guess what? You failed.
Seriously, that's like the worst thing you could come out with. Anybody who's been at all tuned into this, like, knows that they claimed to do a Leahy law investigation, and then they were like, actually, it's fine. Actually, they're not doing war crimes. That's a complete failure. By the way, just want to say, well, my camera's off first off, but I just want to say thank you. Somebody just donated on PayPal. A New York voter, Glitchmaster, who apparently shared a bunch of campaigns for the primaries in the New York Discord channel. Yes, we have state-specific channels in the Discord server for people to share information with each other and discuss candidates in their local elections. It's a good resource.
Food Co-op, quite a few of whom are Jewish, who are looking for some way to express their anger and frustration.
Well, look, I agree with that.
If they had a congressman who would stop voting for unconditional military aid, who could call it genocide, who could say the word occupation, who didn't march with war criminals,
the problem, though,
focus on
the problem is that I know you like to accuse, me personally of doing all this, but the reality is we have laws on the books that require any country that we give military or security assistance to follow international human rights law. They are called the Leahy laws. I work closely with the Biden administration to implement the Leahy laws in the West Bank and to withhold 2,000-pound bombs to Gaza. We don't need new laws. We need Donald Trump to enforce the laws that we have as President Biden did.
Do you really think that President Biden was enforcing international law and upholding
I actually know he was, because I was there at the time having conversations with the administration where they were holding back 2,000.
This is an area where we have a significant
let me just to clear up something before we move on. We're going to move on to a different topic, but there were a couple of pieces of legislation. There was the Block the Bombs Act, the Ceasefire Compliance Act. I know that was a point of difference between you. You've said on those and other issues, Mr. Lander, that you support a full-scale restriction, if not an outright halt, on the sale of arms to Israel, as a way, I guess, to put pressure on them to comply with international law and do some other things policy-wise.
And U.S. complicity.
And you feel differently about that. I wanted to invite Mr. Goldman to explain what you think is the right path to put pressure on the Israeli government.
Well, I can tell you what I think is not the right path.
When
you are...
Hey, hold on, wait a second. Let me see if I can answer this one, too.
so fucking stupid. I can't tell you what I would do, but I can tell you what I wouldn't do. I would not put arsenic into my pasta. I would not go swimming in a shark-infested pool. I would not. I mean, it's just, what a dumb exercise. Why are you gonna tell us what you're not gonna do? That's not, and nobody's interested in that. You fucking nitwit.
Not the right path is to make doodles on my paper. That's not a right path.
Yeah, you silly person doodling. They only delayed those 2,000 pom-poms. But the delay, though, think about the delay. Oh my God, it was... think about how many people didn't die because Israel only had 1,000 pound bombs and 500 pound bombs. And the leftover 2,000 pound bombs that they hadn't used. Right? So they were like replenishing, but like one would assume they don't get down to zero. Right? They probably have like a little cushion, you know? You would think Democrats are probably, and Congress in general is probably very proactive about that. So you gotta assume they still had a few 2,000 pound bombs. Well, think about like the lack of destruction by that delay, though. That's the problem. That's what you see. You're not being pragmatic enough. Okay? Think. There's only hundreds and hundreds of people died during that time. It could have been hundreds more than the hundreds. I mean, you're not thinking about that. It's very ungenerous of you, I gotta say.
Hi, Brad.
Good morning. Great to see you. This community means everything to me. It's where Meg and I raised Marek and Rosa, and where we've worked together for years to make life better for our neighbors.
Brad rooted out waste and corruption.
Divested billions in fossil fuels. Built housing New Yorkers can afford.
Saved 50,000 families from being kicked out of their homes.
When Donald Trump and Elon Musk tried to steal $80 million from New York City,
Brad caught it.
And when ICE agents started kidnapping our neighbors, I fought back. You're fighting, Brad.
Take a look at this video. It's Brad Lander being arrested by ICE.
I've always believed that you fight for the things you love. And I love this city. I love the streets where I walked my kids to school, the public schools that nurtured their curiosity, the fields in Prospect Park where I coached their Little League games. But most of all, I love the people who make this city what it is. So, I'm running for Congress because the challenges we face can't be solved with strongly worded letters or high-dollar fundraisers. And not by doing apex bidding. In a district that knows our safety, our freedom, our thriving is bound up together. Our mayor can have an ally in Washington instead of an adversary in his own backyard. At a moment of dark oppression, we can shine by fighting back together. While the oligarchy drives an affordability crisis, they shouldn't be able to buy a seat in Congress. While our neighbors are being demonized and attacked, we can put our bodies on the line to protect them. New York is for everyone. In the words of a man who knew a thing or two about loving their neighbors, love isn't a state of perfect caring, it's an active now. I know it's corny, but I love the idea that democracy is just neighbors working together to make our lives in common better. And okay, I'm biased, but I think we do it here better than anywhere else.
Well, there you go. That's it on Brad Lander. That's it on Brad Lander for the day. I think it would be fantastic if he could beat out Dan Goldman. I think he's got a real shot. He's got a real shot of doing just that. He's certainly been very much in the limelight, and in fact, I considered putting a clip of him. He was indicted by the federal government for supposedly impeding ICE agents. He was actually acquitted yesterday. So, good news there. Okay. Now, let's go a little bit southwest. Staten Island. A teeny tiny bit of Brooklyn. The district represented by Republican ghoul Nicole Malliotakis, who's being challenged in the general by at least one other challenger, and whomever wins the Democratic primary for New York's 11th. I think the best individual here, two remaining candidates, Michael DeSillis. Do I have a clip for Michael? Yeah.
Yeah, ready.
I'm feeling good about it. Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, members of the press, and everybody who came out today to our press conference. For those who don't know me, my name is Mike DeSillis. I'm a fourth-generation Staten Islander, third-generation union member with 35 years in public service. I am a proud Democrat, and I will be the Democratic nominee who will challenge Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis in November. I'm here today to give a brief campaign update, since there's been a lot of drama in the past month regarding the New York 11 congressional race. 3 weeks into the petitioning season, in March, the Democratic Party of Richmond County endorsed Allison Ziogas, who at the time was my primary opponent in the Democratic primary. In April, all candidates, regardless of party affiliations, who were running for elected office submitted petitions to the Board of Elections to qualify for the ballot. Ziogas' campaign manager submitted challenges to my petitions. Now, let me be clear, petition challenges are not something new, and they're usually used as a tactic by opposing campaigns to knock their competitors off the ballot. My team and I were not worried about these challenges. Our strategy when collecting signatures was to collect the majority of our signatures door to door and relied on grassroots team of volunteers, many longtime members of the Democratic County Committee of Richmond County. These volunteers reached out to triple prime Democrats in Staten Island and South Brooklyn to sign my petitions. It was a targeted strategy. We were confident that our clean signatures of registered Democrats would help us prevail and allow us to qualify to be on the ballot, despite a challenge which was meant to waste time and resources. During this time, Zioga
Yes, despite all of that, Mike is on the ballot in the primary here for next Tuesday. Got a number of different good policies, although he uses what I think is coded language, from what I can tell. But he believes in health care for all and single-payer health care, right? One that eliminates all copays and deductibles and lowering the overall cost of care, right? It's a Republican district. Nicole Malliotakis has held this seat for multiple elections now, I think. Republicans certainly have. Staten Island is the most red of all of the boroughs. But he's got good policies. Reproductive freedom. Continue to be a strong advocate for women's rights, including supporting women's right to choose, right? Improving public transportation. Staten Island and South Brooklyn lack adequate transportation options that are reliable and fully accessible. Our infrastructure needs a vast overhaul. Mike will work on both sides of the water to make sure people get to where they need to go. Yeah. We got the ferry. Unfortunately, he didn't go so far as to say he wants to abolish ICE. He wants ICE reform. As I've said on numerous occasions, there is no perfect candidate, or at least there is no, there are some people who get close perhaps, but there really are no perfect candidates. And we have to just look for the best of the best, right? In each one of these races, I am trying to go through the candidates, assessing a number of different factors, especially their ideology. But it's not the only factor I take into account. If, for instance, if somebody doesn't have a fucking campaign website, it's almost immediately discounting. Unless they have a really strong social media presence for some reason, and I don't think I've even seen that happen, where somebody has a really strong social media presence and then no website. But stuff like that will get you discounted pretty quickly for me, because it shows just a lack of effort that makes me worried that I'm just supporting somebody who's not even gonna put in the hard work that's needed for this. Doesn't have the dedication needed. But I'm mostly trying to base these decisions on ideology and nothing else, So that's really the most important thing in the primary. It shouldn't be about electability, general or whatever else. I get another dono over here on Cash App this time from Cthulhu. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for the dono, Cthulhu. That gets us, what is that, 60%. We're 2/3 of the way to the Galactic content goal. And it's all gone to financing the Galactic deficit as well. 2 goals, same time. Smart thinking. We might have to just do New York today. It's taking me too long. Let's go to the 12th district. Fuck. Was it Laura Dunn? Yeah, Laura Dunn. New York's 12th. She went on to New York 1 Spectrum News a couple months ago. Here is that appearance.
Laura Dunn is running in the crowded race to replace Representative Jerry Nadler, who is retiring at the end of the year. Several Democratic candidates are vying to succeed him in New York's 12th congressional district, which covers Manhattan's Upper East and Upper West Sides and Midtown, stretching all the way down to about 14th Street. Union Square and Stuytown are also included. And while she may have less experience and name recognition than some of her rivals, last year's mayoral race shows you don't have to be a veteran politician to make a big splash in a high-profile campaign. And joining me now to make her case for Congress is attorney Laura Dunn. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me on. I am going to say I do have more experience than most of the candidates. I've actually drafted and passed federal laws. I've worked on federal rulemaking committees, advised White House task forces, and even served on the Senate Judiciary Committee. So
now you'll be shocked to hear that Jerry Nadler's former district, very high income district.
no one else in the race has that experience.
Yeah, so talk about that a little bit. I mean, we can start there with your time in D.C. What was your role that you were helping to work on some of this legislation?
So I actually founded a national nonprofit straight out of law school called Serve Justice, and it represented victims in campus hearings all across the country for civil rights and victims' rights cases. And through that work, I was able to draft and pass what became Section 304 of the Violence Against Women Act of 2013.
Yeah, Laura has the experience, the chops. She's been out there doing the hard work, getting legislation passed. I certainly think she'd be a breath of fresh air to replace old Jerry Nadler. And I do mean old. That guy is fucking ancient. Born in 1947. That Jerry Nadler. Good God.
I'm staying in the race.
But it is a tight primary. I mean, perhaps you will be shocked, but probably not. There is 8 different candidates running to replace Jerry, including Jack Schlossberg, who I think is like a Kennedy, technically. He just, whatever. And George Conway. Yeah, George Conway, too. I forgot. Isn't Disney like Lincoln, the Lincoln Project? I always forget. Fucking George Conway. Democrat. I mean, that's just, he's Democrat in name only. Like, he truly, like, he starts off as a, he goes into it as a dino. Like, what does he support? What issue does he support? Besides just being anti-Trump. He's just the definitively anti-Trump neoconservative. Like, just basically Hillary Clinton. Oh, okay. One more clip from Laura.
I'm fearlessly for the people. Whether it's immigration rights, workers' rights, or human rights, I stand for what I believe in. I've been a civil and victims' rights attorney serving on the front line for over a decade now. Before that, I was a public school teacher. I've served in full inclusion classrooms, so I know the needs of special education students. I've gone into my pocket to buy school supplies because education is drastically underfunded. And I've even had to stand at the classroom door to protect against an active shooter. And no, that wasn't for a drill. By serving on the front line, I know that things are getting worse, not better. I'm stepping up for our city, for our nation. We deserve better than Democratic leaders who've been profiting off their position while you and I struggle to make ends meet. We deserve better than wishy-washy centrists who are allowing the rollback of our rights and liberties, because these attacks are not going to stop. We deserve better than inexperienced candidates without proven track records of success, because experience takes time. We deserve much better than the wealthy elite who are only seeking the limelight and who have never had to work a day in their life to afford a city like this. What New Yorkers deserve is someone who can get the job done, and that's me. I'm Laura Dunn. I'm running for Congress in NY12.
There you go. That is Laura Dunn. Running for Jerry Nadler's old seat in Midtown Manhattan. A very hotly contested race. Hopefully she can pull it out here. She's definitely got the best list of policies that I've seen. And experience. Just a whole bunch of things, right? She seems very competent. She gives off big time vibes of great competence. The very best. Everybody's saying it. Gotta keep moving. Yes, the New York's 13th. Let's go. Not going too far. We're just going north to the much less economically privileged portion of Manhattan. Upper Manhattan, the Bronx. The woman looking to unseat Adriano Espaillat, incumbent Dino Dem, is one Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. She had a little appearance on New York One as well 2 weeks ago.
Are continuing to track a handful of competitive congressional primaries. That includes New York's 13th congressional district, which includes parts of Upper Manhattan from Harlem to Inwood and captures some neighborhoods in the Bronx, including Kingsbridge Heights. The seat has been held by Representative Adriano Espaillat since 2017. But last night, Mayor Mamdani shook up the primary contest by going on national TV to endorse Espaillat's challenger, Democrat Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, who has also been endorsed by the New York City chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America.
She is the daughter of a single mom caseworker, and she grew up with a commitment to the very people that politics have left behind. And what I see in her is that commitment fulfilled. This is a New Yorker who has not only secured the release of our neighbors from undue ICE custody, also someone who has been on the front lines of that fight for affordability. And I can't wait for her to be introduced to so many across this city and across this country as we fight for that affordability agenda from New York City to D.C.
That was last night on MSN Now and
Zohran Mamdani. I mean, does anybody need more than the endorsement of the mayor, the most popular politician in the city? I mean, please, anybody, please let me know. Well, if the Zohran endorsement isn't good enough for you, Twitch, YouTube, if that's not somehow enough, and you feel like, oh, but StreamLord, I want more. Well, how about the endorsement of the one and only Hasan Piker?
Hasan Parker.
That's right. He introduced.
Make some noise.
Both Daria Lisa and the one we just got done talking about a little while ago, Claire Valdez. at the DSA New York rally, which happened on Friday, I think. It was Thursday or Friday. I can't remember. Don't expect. Look, do I have to remember everything all the time? Yeah. Do this here.
Make some noise for Hasan Piker! All right, all right.
So what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch, YouTube, on Hasan Piker, or other kind of promoters of hate.
Okay, I had to mute that. It feels like it's gonna be copyrighted for sure. Did that not sound like Turkish techno? Was that or was that not Turkish techno? Just asking for a friend.
Wow. New York City. Can I get a Knicks in 5? Yeah, I got to pander to the room a little bit. God damn, the energy in here is amazing tonight. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I am a little hot on this. You're right. I had to show up. I had to show up and dress up a little bit. I've been under a lot of attack as of late. So I decided every time someone's grandmother is watching me on TV, they see me say, you know, things like, oh, we need health care. Instead of thinking that I'm a dirty radical, they'll say, oh, he looks like a handsome young man.
He's a nice young boy. I like his tie.
And apparently it's been working. Yeah. But it's not working because of what I'm doing on Twitch. It's working because of all of you. Because New York is the tip of the spear in terms of revolutionary politics that will change the dynamic in the entire country in a better trajectory. And I'm really excited to be here with some wonderful candidates that are running in the New York City DSA slate, and I'm really glad that you guys are also out here to show up, to go out and door knock, and to make sure that we continue this agenda, just like you did with Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Because the agenda is not about electing one charismatic guy with a beautiful smile that somehow is so popular that you have the abundance running around being like, that's our candidate, actually. We loved him from the start. It's about all of us. It's about all of you. It's to make sure that we have enough power, enough asses and seats at the state level, at the local level, to ensure that this agenda continues. Because let's be real, Kathy Hochul is not going to accomplish taxing the rich all on her own.
No, she's not.
We got to make sure that she taxes the rich. We got to make sure that that happens.
Exactly.
And tax the rich.
This is what I've been saying. Like, we need to drag them along, right? We need to get so many people in office that it becomes very uncomfortable. Because you saw, because they know, here's the thing, they know. Kathy knows. Chuck Schumer knows. Hakeem Jeffries knows. All of these fuckers know how unpopular and popular certain things are. They know these things, regardless of whether or not they do them, right? But, like, if you have a bunch of other elected officials in office, like, you saw it with Zohran Mamdani when he brought her out, like, he's, like, dragging her along. Like, you can see it, like, on her face at some of these fucking press conferences. Like, she knows that, like, it's good for her numbers to appear to be on the side of the things that Zohran supports, but she doesn't personally support them. But as long as we can just get them out there and start publicly supporting them, then all of a sudden that pressure it becomes accountability, right? Because right, it goes from just complaining about it to them putting their name behind something. That's the sort of thing, if you don't come through on, people tend to vote you out of office for. Or at least that's the system we should have. I'm not sure that happens enough, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud. But that's the sort of thing people should vote you out of office for.
Maybe not too much, because I want to buy a home here. Just kidding, just kidding. I would gladly pay the pied-à-terre tax. I don't know what these guys are worried about. But yeah, I'm very excited, and I'm really glad that you guys are here. And I'm really honored to also introduce 2 congressional races that are coming up with Claire Valdez and Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. Because we're gonna make sure that we are undeniable as a force in not only New York politics, but politics across the entire country. All right. Is that enough?
Is that enough?
Is that good?
Is that good?
I have a
Is that
speech
good
too
for you?
later. Don't
Is that
worry.
good for you?
I wrote one. Yeah.
One social.
Hold on.
Excited to be able to bring democratic socialism to the halls of Congress. And you all do this work every single day because you.
I can't get enough of this hosting thing. My God. All right. So we have another very special guest who unfortunately could not make it here in person tonight because she is tirelessly working to make sure that she knocks on every door in her district. But, of course, yes, you got it. You get nothing for that. I'm talking about Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and I'm running for Congress here in New York 13, Uptown, and the Bronx. And I'm so excited to run with such an incredible slate of DSA candidates, and so excited to be able to bring democratic socialism to the halls of Congress. And you all do this work every single day because you love New York. And like so many New Yorkers here, we are tired of a politic that seems to only look at us as statistics, a politic that has consistently put profit over people. And because we love the city, because we love the New Yorkers who live here, we have fought for something drastically different, something that continues to fight for New Yorkers to make sure that we can stay in New York and to make sure that the lives of working class people are reflected in the halls of power. And
yes, indeed. Okay, we're not going to spend too much more time on this one because of the fact that we, already have a great deal, spent a great deal of time on this, the 13th district here in Harlem. What was I going to say? I was going to respond to something. Oh, that's what I was actually wasn't going to respond. I was going to ask a question. The people know, is Chevalier a word in Spanish? Because I'm saying it with a French accent, because it's a word in French. It means night. Not like nighttime, but like a night. A guy wears like a helmet. Like a weird guy wears like a helmet that runs around with a sword. Because she said it with like a Spanish, like a rolled R at the end, and it broke my brain just now. I didn't notice it in the first listen, and I was just like, wait, what did she say? I listened to it like 2x. Then she said like Chevalier, and I was like, wait, what now? I can't say it right. But that one really threw me off. Anyway. Annalisa, Daria Lisa. Why did I say Annalisa? Daria Lisa Avia Chevalier. I can't say her name right. She's Dominican. Makes sense. Here, while I get us ready for the next district, I'll let Hasan say some words and stuff.
This is the critical piece of the disciplined organizing that brings us all here together today. I believe that DSA New York slate is a group of people so talented, so dynamic, that this group will do even more than Zoran can. I hope that although Zoran was the first in New York City, by the end of these midterms, Zoran will seem unremarkable. Because by then, we will have elected so many brilliant fighters into legislative offices throughout the New York City and the state. Claire Valdez, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, Aber Kawas, Christian Celeste Tate, Conrad Blackburn, Ian Huntley, Diana Marino, David Orkin, Iapa Sairi Tupac, and Samantha Catan. These are your comrades. These are your fighters. And you've been out in the front lines with them at protests. You've been out in the front lines with them canvassing for other candidates. So you don't have to take my word on it. You know them better than even I do. Universal child care, Medicare for all, cutting off funds for Israeli apartheid and genocide. That's the platform. The platform and our ambitions are very clear. Take it from the New York Knicks. What's next? It's all about execution through adversity.
Indeed. Now, one woman who's been trying to execute in Congress but could use a little bit of help. Might be familiar with her. She was there at Zoran Mamdani's swearing-in inauguration. I think both. Actually, maybe not. No. No. Maybe just the inauguration. I can't remember swearing. It was two different ceremonies, now that I think about it. I'm of course talking about the woman who represents half of the Bronx, half of Queens, East and West, respectively. You might know her as AOC.
My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and it is my deep honor and privilege to welcome you to the inauguration of our new mayor of New York City, Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Together, this ascent marks a new era for New York City, led by a historic new mayor in Zohran Mamdani, guided by his dedication to a working class that makes our beautiful city run. Importantly, I also ask that we consider today an inauguration for each one of us, too, the nearly 8.5 million New Yorkers who make up the greatest city on earth.
Yes, indeed. I think we all know AOC so well. We don't need to listen to this whole thing, but we'll just... Here's a quick clip Remember this? This was from earlier this year.
Republicans saying that Virginia, you guys getting Democrats
wow. Listen, Democrats have attempted and asked Republicans for 10 years to ban partisan gerrymandering. And for 10 years, Republicans have said no. Republicans have fought for partisan gerrymanders across the United States of America, and these are the rules that they have set. And so if the Republican Party wanted to start this, they did this in North Carolina. They drew out 3 Democratic members of Congress in North Carolina. They drew out in Texas. They redid Texas. What they're just mad at is that they have been accustomed to a Democratic Party that rolls over, doesn't fight, and takes everything sitting down. And what they're mad at right now is that we are here in a new day. And we have been asking the Democratic Party to stand up and fight, and now they did, and now the Republican Party doesn't like the fact that they are fighting.
Yeah, well. Eloquently put. Well, indeed. Okay. Whoopsies. They did not mean to click that. Moving it along now to another primary. Not very far away. Slightly west. To a man looking to unseat the terrible Richie Torres. Oh, he's been talking about this, working on this now for months. This could be your next congressman. If you live in the Bronx. Michael Blake.
Beto-san just subscribed for 2 months.
Beto-san Jr. with the resub. Thank you very much, Beto.
Sam Cedar on the Majority Report. Emma Vigeland out today. Joining us now, Michael Blake. He is, among other things, a candidate for the 15th District of New York in the primary. And that this is a second go-round for you. Is that right, Michael?
It is. In 2020, we made this run. We came a close second, and we're continuing to see that there's more that's needed in the district around cost of living, around affordability, and just desperate change. And that's why we're running, because we deserve better in the Bronx.
Let's talk about what we have right now in the Bronx. And that is Congressman Richie Torres.
Awful.
The Democratic establishment, I have to say, has been trying to push this guy as the future of the Democratic Party. And he seems to only have traction amongst sort of the establishment in some ways. Like where do you see him falling down the most? And I have to say also, one of the things that he seems to have been has decided to be his pet project is defending the ongoing genocide in Gaza, or I should say the one that took place that we now, new reporting has shown.
You can't forget the crypto industry. Richie Torres loves crypto. I don't know exactly how much money he's taken from crypto lobbyists, but it's a lot. And he has been so vehemently pro-crypto in Congress, it is wild. Some of the speeches I've heard him give on crypto, you think that he is personally heavily invested in Bitcoin or something.
The Biden administration knew contemporaneously. What is your sense of all of that in terms of Richie Torres?
I think when you look at what the energy is in New York, I was someone who cross-endorsed Zohran Mamdani.
Sorry, did I not say which fucking hell. I'm sorry. It's the 15th. It's the 15th district. I assumed, I made an assumption. Why would people know this? Michael Blake, 15th district. Current representative of this district, Richie Torres, who is terrible.
Elect Richie Torres refused to endorse me, actually endorsed Andrew Cuomo. When we talk about the energy of how I've helped mobilize Democrats across New York and across the country, Richie Torres has not only attacked the members of the squad, he's called the DSA a Mickey Mouse party, and has literally told people to go F off when he didn't agree with them. There is a new vision of what's happening right now, in which people are saying enough is enough and that we're sick and tired of it. And so in the district, Sam, the poorest congressional district in the country, a district where just recently an explosion happened at one of our public housing developments, a district where you have a community in New York City where 1 out of 4 people are in poverty and wondering how they're going to pay their bills, a district that we still are wondering what will happen if and when ICE rolls up in the Bronx, because we saw what they did in Canal Street. As someone who is a son of Jamaican immigrants, I'm saying very clearly, there is a new vision of what we can and deserve to have in this district in the Bronx.
Yes, and it would seem Michael Blake here has that vision. The fact that he made an appearance on the Majority Report says a lot. And as was mentioned, this is his second go-around. He does have a fairly strong platform. Hopefully he can unseat Richie Torres. That would be lovely. And I mean, the fact is Richie, I don't think he's all that popular right now. I don't know how much it would take for a candidate like Michael to get over the finish line this year. It would be great to see. But I think it's going to be tough. Not for any, like, deficiency of Michael, but Richie he is getting so much fucking money from his crypto and APAC backers, among others. And he's an incumbent. It'll be tough. I do hope for the best here on Michael. I got another dono over PayPal. Hey, does that get us? Where does that leave us? I think that does it. Yes, indeed. Another generous dono. This time from Rumor. The club gave me the meatloaf special for free last Friday night, so more dono money. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, wait, we have no confetti. How can we... There we go. Confetti time. Confetti time, everybody. Bask in the glory. Thanks to your donations, space fans like you, we can be sure that we're going to get the whole Sunday Funday show that I have planned for us tonight. And boy, oh boy, do I have a lot to cover. So we're going to have to end this confetti party quickly. Get right back to it. And just the reminder, you know, for no reason at all. It is my galactic birthday week. Hence the hat. I don't know if anybody noticed the hat. So, you know, if you're thinking you want to, like, send me, like, a physical space birthday present, you can do just that. On Throne. I have reloaded a bunch of random stuff on here for my galactic birthday week. Drinks, snacks, other little things, candles, undershirts, bike maintenance stuff, including this on-air sign we've been talking about for a while. The little button to let me know when I'm muted and not muted. This is my solution. It's like a physical sign, a light that will tell me when I've muted myself and when I haven't muted myself. And this will hopefully be enough for me to solve it. I also need a new, like I've been using the same garbage setup. You wouldn't believe just how inconvenient the way my mic is currently set up to make it work. So I also added something like that. I mean, this was random stuff. I decided to add in here if people are more interested in doing something like that. I think I kept most of the items to like under $20 or less. The confetti was delayed? Yes, the confetti, you're right, it was delayed. Yes, it's true. I am sorry for that. I wish I was better. Getting swole. I've been working out this year. I've been trying to, you know, get in there once or twice a week if I can. Started an actual gym membership because working out in my tiny earth apartment wasn't quite doing it. Considering like the health scare I had earlier, felt like it was important for me to get a hold of things physically. Put Adam Bojack on the list. What the hell is Adam Bojack? Oh, he's a candidate. I see. Oh, he's running for assembly. We haven't been talking about the assemblyman. I'm sorry, I just don't have time. I just don't have time. But if you're in the District 159, it looks like, vote for Adam Bojack, I guess, according to one chatter. From the ceiling to the ballroom. I'm sorry. That made me sad because I wish that I had the energy. Hopefully next election I will be able to get on top of these things, since I already have worked out some of the kinks on this stuff, right? Like we're like putting together, like to some degree was like much of the effort was like trying to like put together the spreadsheet and stuff like that. Oh God, we really, really need this next lady to win. Oh wait, no, it's not that one. This is a different one. For a second, I almost forgot. Oh God. Oh, I'm afraid we have to skip New York's 16th district, which is currently run or represented by Dino Democrat George Latimer, who beat out Jamal Bowman with massive amounts of fucking APAC funding. We're gonna leave the city now. All right, that's not fair. That's not fair. I think this technically counts as the city. Right? We had a debate about this earlier, didn't we? About whether or not Westchester was part of the city. Let's go to the district of a man I'm fairly certain many here are familiar with. One Republican by the name of Mike Lawler. Got a challenger here on our hands. Primary going on in the 17th district. of New York. The Hudson Valley. Effie Phillips Staley. This is her congressional run announcement from a whole year ago.
In my 20s, I escorted women at abortion clinics, walking them through the mob. I was so angry. These people were screaming at women, threatening them for making choices about their own bodies. So I stepped up. And yes, it was scary. But those women needed help. So I suited up and I got in the fight. Now all of our rights are under attack. And we know bullies like Donald Trump and Mike Lawler won't stop.
I assume you're a citizen?
This is America. It all starts here, it all starts with you, and it all starts with voting out Mike Lawler.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Yeah. Oh, before we go through more of this, just want to remind, since you said we got to get rid of Mike Lawler, I want to remind everybody of who Mike is. Mike Lawler is a douchebag who said all sorts of very stupid things in the past. I mean, we're talking recent past. Just look it up. But this is his Michael Jackson impression. Apparently Mike is not only a Republican who wants to take away, Social Security, Medicare, and give as much funding to Israel as possible. He's also a Michael Jackson super fan who did a Michael Jackson impression, including unnecessary blackface. Because at the point that this photo was taken, Michael Jackson was already white. And yeah, I know he was trying to do Thriller, but can you not see? We all see the problem here, right? Like, this is like the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. I don't know exactly how long ago. This is like 20 years ago. Like, there's no way. Like, you should be a Michael Jackson super. He's still, by the way, it's not a former situation. He is still an avowed Michael Jackson super fan. That is the level to which his love of MJ goes.
Well, my name's Effie Phillips Staley, and I'm ready to fight. My mother immigrated to the United States from El Salvador and became a teacher in public schools. My dad, a combat veteran, believed his country would always have his back. Back then, middle-class families like mine could afford to buy a home. Going to college or the doctor wouldn't bankrupt a family. Today, that promise has slipped away. Instead, corporations are making record profits, but not paying their fair share in taxes.
I'm glad you're as indignant as I feel. Yes, Christy. Still, not formerly. In 2026, in 2020, in the good year 2026, Mike Lawler is still a Michael Jackson super fan. It's a weird life choice. That's Mike, elected representative of New York's 17th Congressional District.
And Trump and Lawler are targeting the VA, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, while their chaos tanks our economy. That's not the America my parents believed in. That's not the America I want to leave for my kids. So it's time to stand up to the bullies. Time to put it all on the line. Time to fight. My name is Effie Phillips Staley, and I'm running for Congress to fight for you.
Now, we got back-to-back candidates who made majority report appearances here. Effie Phillips, last month, speaking with, I believe, Sam himself.
We are back, and we are joined now by Effie Phillips Staley, running in the Democratic primary for New.
Nope, the last one was a Sam only. This one's Emma only. I take it all back.
We are back, and we are joined now by Effie Phillips Staley, running in the Democratic primary for New York's 17th congressional district. That's in the Hudson Valley, just a little north of here. Thank you so much for coming on the show, Effie.
Thanks so much for having me.
Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, ending U.S. weapons to Israel. I'll start off with kind of the big question here. Do you support and agree with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez that Israel can fund its own Iron Dome?
I mean, look, what I agree with is that we should not be funding any government that violates human rights, that commits human rights abuses. This is the leverage that we have as a nation to influence other nations to put people's lives first and to put human rights first. So I would argue that as long as Israel is continuing to violate human rights in the West Bank, we've obviously seen the most atrocious sort of genocide in Gaza, that we should not be enabling this with our tax dollars, full stop.
That is a very sharp difference than the current representative in New York 17, and I think we will get to him in just a bit.
Stark difference. I mean, she's the polar opposite of Mike Lawler. Mike Lawler is trash. This woman is a reasonable and seemingly lovely human being with good ideas.
Website is effieforcongress.com. You can go there and donate. Any other kind of calls to action for our audience if they want to support your campaign?
Yes, thanks. Please, we are a people-powered campaign. We are, again, the DCCC isn't pouring money on this campaign. The billionaires are not funding this campaign. It's funded by ordinary people with $20, $30 contributions. And our ground game is how we're going to win it. So if you're able to volunteer, if you're able to make phone calls, we're going to show everyone, how to win against the billionaires with people power. So I hope.
Okay. Well, there you go. Effie Phillips getting the majority report bump last month. Emma Vigeland. And hopefully she can make it, not only make it to the general, but unseat Republican fuckbag Mike Lawler. We're going to have to skip a few districts, 18th, 19th, and 20th districts, as the incumbent Dino Dems that are in those places, they have no challengers. Look, I don't know if anybody had, the expectations of us having good candidates in every single primary, but we just can't. I mean, it's gonna take time for us to get to a place where we can be even close to that. Honestly, from what I'm seeing, like the number of good candidates that we have this year is kind of crazy. So we should just, to some degree, we should just be thankful. Although there's a few that I still can't let this slide that I'm like real pissed off about. Like, why are we not running a candidate against George Latimer and Hakeem Jeffries? Those two, Hakeem is higher on my list just because of the importance of the job that he fucking has, and nobody's rushing to give it to anybody else right now. I would like that little shake-up. I think that's the best way to do it. I mean, he's no worse than any other Dino Dem, really. Just as bad. But it's the fact that he's part of the leadership that causes me to want him gone more, because he's ineffective. He's doing nothing. Him and Chuck Schumer, if anything, are helping Republicans. What did I say? We're going to 21st District next? Yes. This is upstate. This is like almost the Adirondacks or something. Hold on. Stewart Memorial. Yeah, Stewart Memorial, upstate. Yeah, the Adirondacks is on the the Canada Vermont border.
It seems like every time we turn on the TV, we're flooded with new challenges facing our country. And while these challenges are important and they have to be addressed, it cannot cause us to lose focus of the #1 crisis facing the North Country, and that is affordability. Northern New York is feeling the squeeze. Every trip to the grocery store costs more. Rent, heating, healthcare, childcare, all cost more while our paychecks are staying the same. It isn't fair and it isn't sustainable, and it's why I'm running for Congress. We work hard, we do our part, and it's time for Washington to work hard and to start doing its part, helping Northern New York. The challenges we face are significant, and the solutions aren't easy, but if we work together, we can do it. If you'd like to learn more, I'd invite you to visit us at MRL.com or our Facebook page. In addition, we'll be posting shorts all week long about our specific solutions to how we can attack the affordability crisis for Northern New York.
Well, I guess we'll do just that. Memorial.com. You decide. Isn't it about? Yeah, here it is. Policy roadmap to improving the quality of life for Northern New York. The North Country is defined by resilience, independence, community pride, and unmatched natural beauty. Yet for too long, families across Northern New York have faced rising housing costs, stagnant wages, and shrinking access to health care. Higher utility prices, a declining workforce, and a growing sense that opportunity is slipping away. In short, our quality of life is declining. May Day is a reminder that all the rights that workers have today had to be fought for. Fair wages, safe working conditions, and dignity on the job aren't luxuries. They're the foundation of a just society and should be non-negotiable. Statement on Iran. The world stands at a crossroads today, brought there by the United States and the decisions of the administration. While Iran posed a threat to a peaceful global order, it was not an imminent threat that justified plunging us into another war in the Middle East. That threat could have been contained and neutralized through cooperation with our allies and the broader international community rather than by alienating them, and it could have been done without costing the American people billions of dollars each day, or the lives of so many, including our service members. Those who know me well know that I have deep and lasting friendship with the Venezuelan community. Through those relationships, I have come to understand personally and painfully the brutality of life under Nicolas Maduro in the aftermath of the recent U.S. military action inside Venezuela to arrest Maduro. I spoke first with the trusted Venezuelan friends to hear their perspectives before finalizing my own. President Trump has made it well known that acquiring Greenland... Today, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt issued the following statement. President Trump has made it well known that acquiring Greenland is a national security priority of the United States, and it's vital to deter our adversaries in the Arctic region. The president and his team are discussing a range of options to pursue this important foreign goal. It's not fake news or propaganda. I recognize and respect the people in our North Country communities hold differing views on how to best secure our nation. In that spirit, I'm addressing this statement not only to the Democratic voters involved in the upcoming primary election, but to all Americans, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents alike. As Americans, we share far more in common than we often acknowledge in today's political climate. Few people believe Nicolas Maduro was a legitimate leader. He was a brutal dictator who enriched himself at the expense of people and oppressed the Venezuelan nation. However, many Americans have raised serious concerns about the manner and legitimacy of his removal. Not out of concern for Maduro himself, but out of concern for upholding American ideals and protecting our long-term national security interests. That concern is straightforward. Violating national sovereignty through military force rather than pursuing alternative means can ultimately weaken our own national security. Now, I know that this guy probably differs politically from a lot of people here, and you probably know from myself to some degree. We probably disagree on a number of things. However, this guy also supports universal child care. Restoring the Affordable Care Act at the bare minimum, and I believe he wants a single payer. I think at some point he said he wants a single payer, that he would vote for a single payer healthcare system, right? And the fact is he is in a red ass district. And you know the woman who represents this district. She is, of course, Elise Stefanik.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Elise Stefanik, the woman who Donald Trump first gave the job of UN ambassador to and then took it away, only to spike her ability to run for governor. And is now, I believe, I mean, technically, like, she already was. See, look, she look, here it is. So she withdrew, right, from the race to run for governor, and then Donald Trump ruined her ability to run for governor in New York by basically, like, tacitly endorsing Zohran Mamdani. And we honestly just need to get a D in this fucking seat. This is a big time red. See, this is like the Hills Have Eyes up here, okay? Like, imagine the Hills Have Eyes, the New York version, okay? That's what this district is. There's like 30 people that live here. All right, there's like slightly more than that, but it's huge. It's like a third of the state of New York. But it's like one congressional district. That should give you an idea of just how few people live there per square mile. It includes a national park that most people do not live in. Right? Like the Adirondacks. It's mostly log cabins that are second homes there. Right?
I've had the opportunity to meet many of you before. For those that I haven't, my name is Stuart Emerell. I'm running for Congress here. That election is 286 days from today. 286 days until we reclaim the seat from Elise Stefanik. 286 days until we take back Congress. And during many of those days, our campaign will be out there trying to mobilize the community for this important goal. But that's not what today is about. And that's not what tonight is about. Tonight is about a different type and a different expression of democracy. And that is about citizens coming together to fight for those causes that are important to us. Fighting for the marginalized. Fighting for the fearful. Fighting for those that are afraid for their children. Fighting for those standing up for their rights. Fighting for immigrants that are being deported and treated so unfairly and unjustly. Fighting for racial and gender equality. Fighting to stop gender identity discrimination. Fighting for just a more affordable future. We're not looking for government to make it too easy for us. We understand that life is hard, but still, it should be a little easier. We need things to be a little bit more affordable. We need to have a better healthcare system. So that is what today is about. And if nothing else, I want to say thank you. Thank you for all the organizers who put this together. This is not easy.
You see what I mean? Like, and this guy is organizing fairly well, it would seem. You can get a guy like this who can get this animated about things like gender equality and immigrant rights in a seat that was formerly occupied by fucking Elise Stefanik, I mean, that would be pretty great. I think that'd be a win. Win, win, win. All right. Let's go to New York's 22nd district. A little further west. Syracuse, Rome, Utica. Parts of the Finger Lakes. District currently represented by John Mannion.
WSNT_me just cheered 300 bits.
Wasn't me. Thank you for the biddies. Much appreciated. I think it was you. Oh, wait. No, I take it back. I forgot. I don't have John. God damn you, John. No, John has no goddamn challenger. He and the Republican in this race are already going straight to the general. All the candidates who were running dropped out. Fucking hell. All right, we're moving to the 23rd district, I think. Yeah. Okay, 23rd. Aaron Gies. At least I think that's how you say this. This is like western west. This is like as western New York as it gets. Further west than Buffalo, partly.
WSNT_me gifted 10 subscriptions to the community.
Jesus Christ, wasn't me. What in the heck? Gifting a ridiculous number of galactic subs. Holy shnikes. Teevil. Destroy Ice. Space Monkey. Hairy Potato. Retatusk the Silent. Appy Joy Joy. Kelder. And Mittelgeek. Good lord. Thank you, wasn't me. Incredibly generous of you. Oh, and Stoicite. Getting in there. That's crazy. It's almost like it's my birthday week. What was I doing? All right. We are going, I mean, this is like south of the Finger Lakes. It's basically like Ohio. Pennsylvania. It's like one of the two. Or Indiana, whatever it is right there. What did I say? His name was Aaron Gies.
Running for Congress in a rural, Republican-leaning district isn't the obvious path for a college professor. But Aaron Gies says the moment and the district call for something different.
Our district is roughly 1/3 Democrats, 1/3 Republicans, and 1/3 independents / blank. But the key to the district is those independents and blanks. Which way do they go? We know that they usually do swing right. However, I believe we're going to be able to make a case to them this time around.
Aaron Gies is challenging Congressman Nick Langworthy in New York's 23rd district, where voters haven't seen a serious Democratic challenge since redistricting.
I am in a position to put my constituents in this district first. Langworthy is not. He has remained a Trump loyalist.
If elected, Gies says, unlike Congressman Langworthy, who holds telephone town halls, he will host regular in-person town halls to hear directly from voters.
The people...
Yeah. Now this is Aaron's website, whose priorities include universal health care, improving housing availability, getting public schools funded, creating work opportunities, and saving family farms, which in this area, very important. Very important. Very rural area. South of Buffalo and of the Finger Lakes. It kind of extends, I think, like sort of like all the way along. Yeah. Okay. So if you look here, like it curls around Buffalo, goes south to the border, which I think is actually all Pennsylvania, right? Isn't that all Pennsylvania? Whatever it is. I always forget about whatever is right here, because it's so rural, and there's like I don't even know what's here. Like I literally could not tell you what the hell is here. But it's like south of the Finger Lakes, you can see here, and just sort of extends along nearly half of the southern border of New York. Very red district. Voted for Chuck Schumer one time. Back in 2016. He looks like Don Jr. if he gave up the car. I kind of see what you're saying. I kind of see. They have like similar beards. But very different sort of policy prescriptions. Moving to, I think this next one's Buffalo, isn't it? Where is this one? Oh, right. This is the weird shaped one. This is the horseshoe. I forgot about this. This is the horseshoe, right? Okay, yeah. All right. Okay, so you got this weird ass fucking district here, New York's 24th, currently represented by Claudia Tenney, Republican. If you see here, it does this weird horseshoe shape. It basically goes around Buffalo, around the 23rd district portion over here that goes underneath it, goes beneath Rochester, New York here, and through the Finger Lakes, then back up to what is over here? What is this? Ontario County, I think. And skips, but like misses Syracuse. Like it goes, it's like North Syracuse. And like I think part of Watertown too, maybe. Oh yeah. West of the Watertown. Oh, okay, right, okay. But like it's just like it goes all the way up to the Canadian border and the St. Lawrence River. Like it is such a weird shape. Like that is a result of gerrymandering. We can't lie. That was the attempt to see how many of the Republicans can we fit into one district as possible. That was the attempt. It was like, all right, let's skip the blue areas and get as many Republicans into one district without being accused of packing. The woman looking to represent the horseshoe is a woman by the name of Eliza.
And could be our next congresswoman. And I want to say this. The only way we win this race is if we catch lightning in a bottle. That's how we win this race. I introduce you to lightning in a bottle.
Thank you so much for coming today, and for anyone here who doesn't know who I am, my name is Alyssa Ellman. I've been a Western New Yorker my whole life. I was a small town girl. I was raised in Allegheny County in the lush foothills of the Genesee Valley, where most summers I was barefoot. I'm really humbled to be standing here today and throwing my hat in the ring for this chance to represent all of you. Having traveled to every corner of the globe, one thing that you should know about me is that I am incredibly proud to be an American. I love this country. I love it so much.
Woo!
That's why, before I could legally vote, I took an oath and I signed my name on a dotted line for this country. And before I could legally drink a beer, I had melted my boots on the tarmac of the Bagram airfield. And there, I worked 12-hour days in the sunshine and 120-degree heat, outdoors. You know, I was really just dreaming about coming home with my life and all of my limbs. When Claudia Tenney was a young adult, though, she was, you know, studying art in Europe and dreaming of becoming an Olympic equestrian. And she and I, we are not the same. We are not the same. I was exposed to burn pits during my service, and as a result, I developed a rare cancer. That experience taught me how important healthcare and government services are to regular people like me. I realized how rich I was to have my cancer treated by the VA for free, and I want that for every person. When I was finally able to go back to work, I did. I relished the opportunity to help veterans and their families at the VA. The dignity of earning a paycheck and being able to help people like me was such an honor. Claudia Tenney was handed this incredible lake region, this beautiful district, this place we call home. Yet she has complained about the size and the tremendous needs of our communities. We will never be the same. I never thought I would be involved in politics beyond voting in a voting booth, until I was fired by Elon Musk's Doge and I decided to speak out. When the VA offered me my job back, if I would just stop talking, I immediately resigned my position because
This is ridiculous.
my character, it's not for sale.
Woo!
Claudia Tenney, spineless Claudia Tenney has already been bought and paid for, and she and I, we will never be the same.
I like this lady, Alyssa Ellman. A veteran, a woman who gave her part of her early adult life serving the country in Iraq. I think that's where Bagram is. Is it Afghanistan? I can't remember now. Oh, it is Afghanistan. Yeah, okay, right. I knew I was like, I had to like Google that. I was like, wait a second, am I wrong about this? Had a sneaking suspicion. In Afghanistan, apparently, got fucking cancer from the burn pits. Got free healthcare from the VA. Worked for the VA. Lost her job because Elon Musk decided to slash the VA. Then quit when they told her that she had to stop making mean, nasty comments on social media about Elon Musk and or Donald Trump or whatever. She said, "Fuck you, I'm quitting. Fuck you, you're cool. Fuck you, I'm out." Sounded like the vibes. One last clip from Alyssa. The audio on that first one's a little rough. If I recall, this one's slightly better.
They're Mary Antoinetting their way through life. What really pisses me off about it, honestly, that there even exist, is that all of the infrastructure that they use to build their billion-dollar companies was built by middle-class tax dollars on the backs of our men. And
when I heard that, I like fell out of my chair. Like, at least I was prepared this time for it. Hopefully you were all. I should have given you warning for that one. They're Mary Antoinetting their way through life. This is her talking about billionaires, by the way. This is a clip entitled "Billionaires Shouldn't Exist." Plain and simple.
yet they don't want to pay the
Whoopsies.
same tax on a dollar that you or I pay, or that Joe Smith down the street pays on his money that he earns by getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning and going outside and working a 10-hour day. They don't even want them to have health insurance that's reasonable. They would rather save themselves a few extra dollars than to provide their workforce with basic human rights. Disgusting.
So true.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
That's kind of the whole premise behind the Maha movement, right? It's like, oh, you don't need health care. You just need to be a healthier person. You gotta stop drinking soda. You just need to be able to buy enough elk meat or whatever. And I don't know. Like elk meat and like ocean spray from off the bow of a $1 million sailboat. Like a sailboat, I mean. Right? That'll solve it. It's just, rugged individualism. Not healthcare. It's gonna solve your problems, people. All right, we got one last candidate to talk about here. New York's 25th. Yeah. How is it taking us this long? I'm just like looking at the clock right now. How is it taking 3 hours and 45 minutes to get through this? It's just, it's ridiculous. 'Tis ridiculous, I say. All right, now the current incumbent 25th district here in Rochester, New York, is a guy by the name of Joseph Morelli. Our preferred candidate in this race is a woman by the name of Robin Wilt. Here's a quick clip of Robin from a few days ago on a channel called Glen Advantage.
So if
Right.
we are lucky enough to see the
Right.
Democrats return to power in the House.
Good point. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. It's not elk meat and ocean spray off the bow of a $1 million sailboat. You're right. I'm behind on it now. What did you say it was again? Bison liver, right? Bison liver, peptides, and what's it called? Colloidal silver or something like that. As long as you can jam enough of that into your body.
So if
you look like this guy,
we are lucky enough to see the
Liver
Democrats
King.
return to power.
All
in
I
the
can think
House.
of now, like now that we're
If
talking
that
about
is the
this,
case, what steps do you see as a priority for the party
Why have you done
to
this?
take up the fight against what's happening in this regime now?
Why have you done this to me? You can be like Liver King, you can be like this weirdo. Wait. How are there not images of this? What are you talking about, dude? Oh, screw it. I can't find the one of him with the colloidal silver where it was like where he was when he was going after Joe Rogan. This guy. And he was like chugging colloidal silver and running around through the fucking like the swamp like Florida or like Texas. I can't remember exactly where he was, but like he was like armed to the teeth running around just like chugging colloidal silver. yelling on live Instagram. Dude, seriously, we need mental health. We need universal mental health care access in this goddamn country. I swear to God.
So if we are lucky enough to see the Democrats return to power in the House, if that is the case, what steps do you see as a priority for the party to take up the fight against the what's happening?
I keep doing this. I'm mixing up colloidal silver with ultramethylene blue. Every single week they come up with a new fucking ridiculous product. Oh, this one's gonna make you more of a man. I'm telling you right now, you're gonna be more of a man than any man you've ever lived.
If that is the case, what steps do you see as a priority for the party to take up the fight against the what's happening in this regime now?
Well, again, I think that we're long past due implementing universal health care. I think that one of the areas in which we've seen the predations of this administration impact our residents is from, denying them access to health care. And healthcare is a basic human right, except at least from my standpoint. And so I think it's very important that we secure universal healthcare. That would be one of my priorities. And obviously, the the current circumstances with immigration is utterly untenable. Utterly untenable. Here we have ICE that has been funded to the tune of $170 billion. And what have they done?
Okay. I think that's the last candidate we have here. Unfortunately, for those in Buffalo, New York's 26th district, incumbent Democrat with no challenger there in the primary. We did it, though. We did get through all of the election stuff that I wanted to get through, I think, today. We're going to skip Maryland and Oklahoma and Utah, which are the three other primaries going on over the next 2 weeks. And we'll finally get to doing some of the some more Sunday Funday stuff. For me, this is just, I don't know. It's very important that we actually got through some of this today. We'll do more tomorrow on the elections, I think. And there's some good candidates there. But I just want to get us to the other shit that we have today. Check out what the hell is going on with this stupid Trump birthday extravaganza. I wonder if it's still going on. I mean, there were supposed to be like 6 or 7 fights that were supposed to happen, starting at like 8:30. I mean, that could take quite a while. Well, I'm not seeing a live stream anymore. There was a live stream going. Is it Douche Fest? Douche fest. Two more fights? Is there 2 more fights? The Associated Press live stream went down. Is there another live stream still going? Of the festivities? I'll look for it. Go directly to that, no. Yeah, I guess we'll start it back up here. Yeah, let's go to this guy. Big time racist douchebag. Although, wait a second, it's 4 hours in. I should probably take a break. Probably a good time for a quick galactic intermission, I'm afraid. Seeing as we're a full 4 hours into this puppy. Don't worry though, we'll be right back. We still got a lot left to discuss. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of fantastic ways out there, as it turns out, for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. You got Throne if you want. Help fund actual physical items that would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. Good way to send a galactic birthday present if you want. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, Patreon. Where for $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Alright, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. The break is over. And the second half of the stream is about to begin, so hopefully you're in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Second half about to begin. It's gonna be more fun. Slightly more fun. The rest of the stream, hopefully. Let's see. Oh, did I add that? I can't remember. Did I fucking add that shit? It's a new live stream. The live stream that I had went down from the AP, and now there's a new one. UFC Freedom 250 Live. Apparently people are still there. And actually, maybe we should just skip to that. I'm just trying to think time-wise. How much do I have here? Sorry, give me 2 seconds, everyone. I guess I could skip this. Jesus, I had a long fucking list today. Yeah, I think I gotta skip ahead to the fucking UFC 250. I had a whole plan. But fact is sometimes life rains on our plans.
Without objection, the chair may declare recess at any time. I now recognize myself for the purposes of...
I now recognize myself, says douchebag Brandon Gillis. Who we're not gonna listen to. For a number of reasons. Mostly the fact that I'm way behind right now. I had big dreams today. And maybe to some degree overthinking this, but I have 140 clips. Only 50 videos, and less than 50, and actually, we're going to skip ahead to 50, and so I gotta move slightly ahead. Let's talk about this stupid fucking birthday party for Trump / America's 250th birthday, which seemed to have been melded in a deeply disturbing political way here. Now, if you hate Donald Trump and you don't like that we're celebrating his birthday, just remember we're not celebrating his birthday. We're celebrating my birthday and everybody else's birthday, whose birthday is this week. We're making fun of his birthday because he's being such a fucking narcissistic quit this weekend. I mean, it's truly incredible that he has his... We're having basically his good friend, campaign donor, and supporter, Dana White, host an event, live streamed, live streamed exclusively by a major Trump donor and douchebag billionaire Larry Ellison, right? The guy who's been buying up all of the media for Trump. This is like exclusively live streaming at the Paramount Plus. It is just a web of corruption happening in broad daylight. Well, it's the nighttime now, but you get what I'm saying. Whoa, why don't we have sound? Oh, I know why.
Sign a deal today. Mr. Trump saying that. Good Sunday morning. After more than 100 days of war, this weekend, President Trump said the U.S. and Iran would sign a deal today. Mr. Trump saying that deal would reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It would also set a timeline to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, according to the president. But no final agreement is final until President Trump and Iranian leadership sign on the dotted line. Against that backdrop, today, President Trump celebrates his 80th birthday, marking the milestone with an elaborate UFC fight on the White House South Lawn. Meanwhile, inflation rocketed above 4% this week, marking a new 3-year high. With the midterms less than 5 months away, our chief data analyst Steve Kornacki joins me now with the results of our latest NBC News poll. So we are within 5 months of the...
I mean, this is loosely the plot of Gladiator, isn't it?
Are you not entertained?
Right? Am I wrong? Oh, disapproval of the Senate is at an all-time low. How do we fix it? I know. We'll do a gladiatorial spectacle in Rome. Perhaps that'll solve it. Now, Trump's disapproval rating is at an all-time high right now. That's the highest approval rating, actually, I've seen. The ones I've been seeing are in the 30s lately. Most of them have been in the 30s. People not that proud of being an American, as it turns out. 45% of people only moderately to not at all proud of being an American. And boy, oh boy, Democrats are less and less proud to be Americans right now under Donald Trump.
Holy Toledo!
Yes, and unfortunately for Trump, people don't approve of this stupid fucking spectacle that he is putting on at the White House. Quite specifically. We saw a poll earlier this week, I think, where most people thought this was very dumb to extremely dumb. Somewhere between those two. And on Monday, a lawsuit was filed attempting to stop this despicable display. And my Twitch froze. I gotta refresh.
A federal lawsuit has been filed to stop the upcoming UFC fight card at the White House. The Mixed Martial Arts Show is in honor of the nation's 250th anniversary and is scheduled for President Donald Trump's 80th birthday, June 14th. The lawsuit was filed Saturday by the Public Integrity Project on behalf of 2 Virginia residents. They argue the Trump administration's authorization of the event was unlawful, as it violates National Park Service regulations prohibiting sporting events on federal parklands. A lawyer for the plaintiffs said, quote, "This is fundamentally a private, commercial, corrupt use of our most sacred national monuments for private gain." The White House said in a statement that the legal challenge was obstructionist, baseless, and dilatory. It also said that the event was no different than various other White House-hosted events on the South Lawn. Crews are erecting an octagon-shaped cage, and Trump said the finished project will feature a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front door of the White House. Additional large screens broadcasting the fights will be set up in a park nearby. The UFC said it plans to issue as many as 85,000 tickets for free to accommodate spectators at both locations.
Yep. Unfortunately, that did not stop the president from holding this event.
The UFC spectacle at the White House this weekend on President Trump's 80th birthday. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. And this is going to be quite the spectacle. This morning, they are putting the finishing touches on the massive arena that they have built here on the White House grounds, this towering claw on the South Lawn. Overnight, they were testing the lights, the sky over the White House ablaze as they get ready to host 7 fights here on Sunday. 4,000 spectators are expected to watch in the arena, with 120,000 watching from the ellipse nearby. The event is intended to celebrate the nation's 250th anniversary, as well as the president's 80th birthday. It is the first time a professional sporting event has been held.
Except it's not. We're a month away from the United States' 250th anniversary. This is clearly just a fucking Trump-fueled extravaganza that they're attempting to turn into somehow, because they're trying. Trump and his allies know that this is what Trump wants. He wants to be infused into American lore. He's old. He's getting older and older. He turned 80 years old today. He's old as fuck. And he's got He's a man who's always been obsessed with his legacy. He's always wanted to put his name all over fucking everything. And so him and his acolytes have been doing just that for absolutely everything. They want to put his face and his name and his signature on the fucking $250 bill. Do a 250-year celebration on his birthday, which makes no sense. But, you know what I mean? Like, it's just one of many things. It's just one of many things. Now, of course, unfortunately, on Trump's birthday today, they did take down the Kennedy Center sign. I'm sure that was very sad for him on his birthday to have his name removed from a government building. Oh, God, I can't imagine. It's got to be rough. That has got to be rough. Now, yesterday, they held a press conference at the White House. Or was it the Lincoln Memorial? I think it might have been it was the Lincoln fucking Memorial. Of course. Because why wouldn't you hold a business, a corporate event It is really disturbing how they are intermingling business and government in such a blatant way. A blatantly corrupt way, I would add. Anyway, all these fucking idiots came walking down these fucking stairs paid for by U.S. taxpayer dollars. And then they proceeded to say a bunch of real stupid things to each other for like a good 20 minutes. With Dana White here hanging out. The dude with a girl's name.
Yeah, that's cool. Pereira is a great athlete. He's a great champion. I think he's a...
You figure that's why Dana does this? Because he's got to prove to everybody he's not a girl, even though he's got a girl's name. Like, do you think that's what drives him to be the kind of dude that he is? Just like to prove his masculinity, like at all times.
Guys, dangerous guys, many guys, Francis Ngannou, Derrick Lewis, Jairzinho, Chivaza, so...
Anyway, these fucking dunderheads said a bunch of stupid things to one another for, like I said, like a good 20 minutes until the event was over.
Questions. I have a real dangerous opponent in front of me, that's all I'm worried about.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah.
I think Topuria is so mad because he's so short he can't see himself in the bathroom mirror, and he married a stripper from Miami. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Incredible Hoagie, he just be getting me in trouble. I'm sorry. Taporia, I'm a real big fan, though. You're still my favorite. You have a tough task ahead of you. And Gaethje's real hungry, and he's American.
Wow, this is real stupid. That our taxpayer dollars were used to put this event on. Now, through the last day or so, final preparations have been going into. There's no expense spared to make Donald Trump's birthday extra special.
To the White House tonight, where a giant arena is now set up for an ultimate fighting event on the president's birthday. Sunday night, the UFC says they are footing the bill, but some are raising questions about how much it will cost taxpayers and who stands to profit. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce.
Tonight, the White House putting finishing touches on the towering arena for Sunday's big UFC fight on President Trump's 80th birthday. Overnight, testing the lights, the sky above the White House ablaze. 4,000 spectators expected to attend, with 120,000 watching from the nearby ellipse. As you can see, this structure is just massive. It dwarfs the White House, and they've been working on this for weeks. President Trump says the event is meant to celebrate America's 250th anniversary.
We're having a big fight. It's never going to happen again. Never happened before.
The UFC insists they're footing the bill, which already tops $60 million. But this is a massive marketing opportunity. Corporate sponsorships prominently displayed around the cage. And taxpayer money will be spent on Super Bowl level security handled.
The White House brought to you by Corona and Bud Light.
By the Secret Service. Trump has a long friendship with USC Chief Dana White. The administration now launching new partners.
When you think about it, it's just sort of illustrative of the actual situation that we currently have. Right? Like, I mean, it's actually, yeah, the White House brought to you by Corona and Bud Light and by corporate money. Billionaires funded Donald Trump's campaign to the point that the richest man on the planet was handing out $1 million checks on stage. You thought they were boycotting Bud Light? No, they forgot all about that. They've forgotten all about Dylan Mulvaney. They've moved on to something else. They still hate trans people, but they've moved on. They got to keep... I mean, they can't stop drinking Bud Light. Right? That's part of the problem. Like, it was performative. Right? Because there's no way that these fuckers could ever give up the lifeblood of the repressed white man. I mean, Bud Light, I mean, that's life juice. So it's the fountain of youth or something. I mean, right. Never known anybody who drank a lot of Bud Light to look all that youthful, but you get what I'm saying. Mother's milk. All right, let's see what the French think about all of this.
Now, happy birthday, America, and happy birthday, Donald Trump. Today kicks off weeks of celebrations in the run-up to the 250th anniversary of US independence, and today itself is the president's 80th birthday. Now, the first of the big set-piece spectacles to honour the occasion is, to put it politely, rather unorthodox, and in the eyes of many Americans, unpresidential as well. Donald Trump is hosting a cage fight on the White House lawn, a UFC mixed martial arts extravaganza where fighters sealed inside a wire mesh octagon will try to punch and kick each other into submission. Well, let's talk about this then with Ellen Kuntz. She's with me here in the studio. She's the Dean of the Finance Department at Insect Business School here in Paris. She's also the author of Portraits of Vice Presidents, The Incredible Story of Kamala Harris. Hello to you.
Hi, thanks for your invitation.
Thank you for speaking to us. We appreciate it. First of all, are you a fan then of wrestling and UFC?
Not at all, but that's it. Nevertheless, it remains very American. So the choice of sports is not where I have beef. It's more the fact that it's not classy or respectable, but nor is the country, the United States, right now.
Under this particular US president. Why do you think, then, you say this isn't a particularly classy sport? It's certainly, it's brash, it's gaudy. Why has Donald Trump decided to have one of these fights on the White House lawn?
Yeah, I don't know why that is her objection to this. I find that actually really annoying. I don't give a shit that it's not classy. It's fucking corrupt. He has his friend putting it on, and his other friend live streaming it on his on the fucking consolidated media platform that Trump literally consolidated for him. It is blatant corruption. Who gives a shit if it's not classy? That's nothing new with Donald Trump. We've been getting that for fucking ever. For fucking ever. I just don't care. Tell me something new. You know? Like, who cares if Trump is not being classy? He's being flagrantly corrupt in broad daylight. That should be everybody's fucking objection to the situation. It's nonsense. It's fucking... But look at how stupid big this thing is. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
I mean, it really is bigger than the White House. It's completely fucked. This was the live view from earlier this morning. It should be more horse dancing, you're right. We need more horse dancing. Last UFC, that would solve it. If we just had some steeplechase and dressage, yes. Some lawn bowls and what other sorts of tomfoolery. Classier things we could do than the UFC. I mean, what kind of stupid argument is that? It's very dumb. Very dumb and also annoying. We just have like the world championship ship bottling competition, you know? Or offhanded snobbish comments about wait staff competition, or, you know, something more classy. It's just not, this is, to her, this does not reach the level of class that we need. He doesn't even look excited. Why doesn't he have a birthday hat? Look at it. Look at him. He looks sad. Comes out of the gilded office. The golden oval. And he looks sad. He's like downtrodden. Look, he's looking down at the ground. Doesn't even look at the cameras. No fist pumps. No fist bumps. No thumbs up. No salutes. Sort of a sad, downtrodden walk. I mean, it's his birthday. It's about to go, and there's thousands of people out here. He just looks bored.
How could I have seen it? Literally, how could I have seen
God, this is fucking stupid. How long is it gonna take him to walk, by the way? They are walking so goddamn slow. Jesus Christ, they got the military out here. Why? This is a UFC event. Why do we need the whole... Why do we need the military band? This is so dumb. Look at it. Oh, they got the Navy out here. Oh, great.
I'm already sick of here.
By the way, you can't even hear... Look at this guy. This guy looks so fucking bored. You can't hear anything. Somebody's singing somewhere, but you can't hear it.
Doesn't matter. Whatever works.
They got the fucking Blue Angels too? I mean, really? Really, dude? This is ridiculous. They are making it like it's July 4th, but it's not July 4th. It's Trump's fucking birthday. Everything about this screams July 4th, but instead it's Trump's birthday.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
This is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
What is third way? Is it like a three-way? No, nothing like that. Much worse. A lot less fun. A lot less inclusive, actually. This is all around worse. No. No. Sorry. By getting fucking hit by copyrighted music. Is this live right now? It is live. This is live right now. I'm gonna have to watch it without sound, but Trump just looks bored as fuck. So he's just playing a bunch of copyrighted music the whole time. I take it.
29 wins, 13 losses, 1 no contest. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 200.
Oh, then they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to fucking film the fight. Of course not. Of course they aren't, because it's exclusively. They have exclusive rights. Because Paramount, a major Trump donor, aka Larry Ellison, the guy who owns CBS Paramount and now is going to own CNN.
Something to prove it. Because in this country,
they have exclusive rights to broadcast the fights. No one else can do it. Trump looks so tired. Look at him.
Tiptoe onto the world stage? Hell no. We were born loud. Liberty is loud, baby. Something to say?
Like, I just want everybody to think about that for a second. Think about how fucking corrupt it is that you can have a pay-per-view event at the White House, a place paid for by taxpayers. Who cares if they're paying for it themselves? It's on public property. You have to, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's insane. It is insane. All just to butter up the fucking president and to enrich themselves, right? Like, it's simultaneous. They're like, oh, we can enrich ourselves and butter up the president by doing this on his birthday. I'll be like, sir, your birthday is the same thing as 250 years of America.
Say it. Something to prove? Prove it. Because in this country, in loud we trust.
Oh, okay, good to meet you. Yes. We got this guy. Who's he even
For
talking
250 years, this country has been defended by warriors.
Is that Melania? Is Melania there? I can't tell who the blonde is. It could be literally anybody.
Men and women willing to go first, willing to take the risk, willing to do what others won't. We honor the warriors of the past, the pioneers who pushed into the unknown, who changed the way wars were fought, and helped shape the strength of a nation. We recognize the warriors of the present, the ones who carry that legacy right now. The people who show up every day, put in the work.
This is so fucking idiotic. I cannot believe that this is what we're doing. That this is what the country has decided to do. Honestly, Trump looks fucking bored. Look at him. Yep, it's Melania. And look, Barron. Who, as usual, looks freakishly tall. I just want to celebrate another day of life. And they're back to playing copyrighted music. Oh, now he's napping. Look, look, the president's napping. Oh boy. Oh, he's dozing. Oh god, the president's going down. People look at people looking down on him. Is he sleeping? No, I'm awake. What? Huh? No, I'm totally awake. This is not past my bedtime. Totally normal. It was great. Great. It was a great time. Good hug. Thank you. Thank you. Great job. Great job with the hug. I don't know who you are. I'm gonna stand up. I said, oh, another hug. Okay. It's not weird. Why are we doing this? All right, back sitting down. Okay. Oh, thank God. My diaper's very poopy. I'm so full of it and jealous. Oh, is that right? Angelica? Angelic Army? Oh, I'm jealous. Yes, I'm jealous that I wish I could be falling asleep at this ridiculous, corrupt event. Oh, yeah. I wish I could just be a corrupt douchebag. Yes, that's right. I just wish I could, completely usurp democracy and just do whatever I want. Yes, it's just jealousy. It's not out of concern for the country. No. Melania's the prize for the heavyweight fight. Is that true? Oh, God.
Illegal.
I think that's illegal. But I guess that's sticking with the Epstein files vibes of this presidency. Might as well. Maybe that'll, does that, if Trump can manage to auction her off in some way like that, does that, what's the word? Does it, it's like discharge him of duty on the prenup? Or the post-nup? Like, because I know there's been multiple nups. There's like a prenup and a post-nup and like a post-nup. That's why Melania's still around. He looks like he's having a great time on his birthday. He looks lonely. He looks lonely. He's only there with Melania, and he looks bored as fuck. Trying to stay awake. So he just doesn't give a shit about it. You know what would really improve this whole show for me, in my opinion, is if Trump would just get in there. He is the strong man. He loves strong men. He's the strongest of men. He should get in there and fight. I would love to see it. I would love to see the great strong president. Am I wrong? I feel like that would be truly taking the valuetainment to the next level, right? Get the president in here, the octagon, him and Melania, I guess, can go at it. There'd be a fight. My God. I certainly wouldn't start a Paramount membership for anything I've seen so far, but if we can make that happen, that might do it.
America, to me, is a land of opportunity. We are the land of promise, and hope. To have an opportunity to choose your path, that is the American dream. Getting a chance to fight on the lawn of the White House, such an honor, something that I could have never dreamed.
We are too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. We have every right to dream heroic dreams.
3, 2, 1.
As you can see, they're deeply politicizing this. They're doing like Reagan fucking montage over here.
Liftoff.
Former BMF champion, two-time interim lightweight champion, future Hall of Famer. Oh! Justin Gaethje!
The most violent man in the most violent sport. Oh, he hurt him. He hurt him bad.
Everything everything I've ever sacrificed is leading up to this moment. Beating Ilya for the undisputed lightweight title would mean everything to me. It would be legendary.
There are paths in your life that you choose it, and there are paths that choose you.
This is so fucking dumb. I genuinely cannot believe what I'm seeing here. No president has ever been as fucking pathetic as Donald Trump is showing himself to be. The fact that he needs to put on this fucking display for his own fucking birthday. He could do anything he wants on his own. He's a billionaire and the president of the United States. He could literally go and do whatever he wants to do. And he's got to do this. You know, something that I'm fairly certain is enriching him somehow. I don't know how. But it's certainly enriching his friends. Like, it is in a very, very blatantly corrupt way that only Trump can do. I'm beside myself over what we are witnessing here. Like, I'm just trying to imagine what the response would have been like if Barack Obama had done something like this. You know? Like, if on his birthday, I'm trying to think of another comparison. If Ted Turner got fucking exclusive broadcasting rights to like an NBA game played at the White House or something. I'm just like, I'm trying to think of a one-to-one comparison here. It's hard. Because of course, you know, Ted Turner wasn't like, I don't know, literally consolidating the media on behalf of the president, but that's what Larry Ellison is doing right now. It's not quite one-to-one, but I think you see what I'm getting at. And of course, I don't think Obama's best friend is like, or not, like, I don't think he's close or was close friends with the NBA owners. I think a lot of NBA owners voted for Bush, or well, not actually, like Romney, I guess, back then.
Since the first day I stepped into the gym, I felt something special. I was destined to become a UFC world champion.
Nobody ascended to the top of the sport as one of the absolute best quicker than this young man. He's already reaching legendary status. Oh! He got it! Crowd smoking up. That's it! That'll do it! The belt is headed to Spain!
Oh my fucking God. I mean, this is crass. Oh my God. How did we get here? One thing I'd like the answer to, which I can't get from this angle, I wish the AP would zoom out a little bit. I'd love to see just how full the stands actually are. There's some conflicting reports about how expensive the fucking tickets were. They were supposedly like packages, like $1.5 million ticket packages that will allow you to get close to the president. But they also claimed they were giving out free tickets. So some douchebags could just come for free. I don't know if that is true. But it's just, it's unbelievable. They're selling access at this fucking event. I mean, what should we expect? Alright, I can't watch this anymore. Fuck this guy. Go fuck yourself, Mr. President. Have a terrible birthday. Now, of course, one great way to stick it to the president is to donate to the Galactic News Network. Oh, so many great ways for you to do that. I don't think I have to remind everybody. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon. I say it so many times. But we are truly independent media. As a result, depend on viewers like you. And times are tough right now. We are super far behind on the galactic deficit. I mean, I'm starting to genuinely worry if we will even complete it. Oh, all right. On other sporting news this week, we had the NBA Finals going on. Very exciting, very emotional moment for a lot of people.
It has been 27 years since the New York Knicks have been in the NBA Finals.
Let's go Knicks! 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 Let's go Knicks!
What is it about the Knicks?
It's basketball.
Like debating about the Knicks. I mean, it's in his heart, and so like what
she crowed. She crowed. We crowed. Everyone say thank you right
Father
now.
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom.
I forgot I added the wrong one. God damn it.
This is shit that you tell your children about, okay? What a night. What a night, dude. And yeah, I got a towel as well, and I gave the towel to Emma earlier. And she cried.
A piece of that greatness that I brought for you.
Are you for real?
From the actual finals. Is it upside down?
I like legit might cry.
Oh my God, you're crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're crazy.
I like how she
say might cry as you're crying.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, I'm with Brian. I like how she says I legit might cry while she is like already clearly crying. We can all see her crying, and she's like, "I'm going to cry." It's like, wait, what are you talking about? You're not fooling anybody.
It hasn't come out yet, but you know, like I burst into tears last night. Like I just couldn't believe what it means to the city. And my husband is like, was calling into WFAN as a 12 and 13-year-old boy, like debating about the Knicks. I mean, it's in his heart. And so, like, what
She crowed. She crowed. We crowed. We crowed. Okay? She cried. I cried. We crowed.
You didn't cry. Except you didn't cry, Hasan. Hasan didn't cry. He didn't show his emotions.
Crowed.
But New Yorkers were showing their emotions. Oh, yeah.
NBA.
They
Isn't
were
that
out
crazy?
there.
First and last. I mean, it's
What the
over.
fuck?
You can't top this.
There we go. Leading into Game 5. Everybody was getting psyched up for the big game.
The New York Knicks are on the precipice of immortality, one win away from their first NBA championship in over 50 years. They remember losing in the finals, Game 7 to the Rockets in 94. They remember losing in the finals to the Spurs in 99. So generations of fans have been waiting for this moment, like legendary actor and star of the upcoming film, The Only Living Pickpocket in New York, John Turturro. We sat down one-on-one for a pulse check on his nerves ahead of the big game. Place your nerves right now. Wedding day, big audition,
right?
First audition,
Right.
chance at a Knicks championship.
Yeah, I guess they're all very comparable. You know, I mean, I've gone on stage and been really nervous too. The thing is, when you go on stage, you can control it a little bit. You're doing it.
Yeah.
As a fan, you're watching it.
Yeah.
You're giving your support, but you're watching it. And that's, it's not as, when you can actually do something about it, that's actually helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Turturro, big time Knicks fan. Healthy take here from John. There are some Knicks fans and just general sports fans who do not see it that way. You know, I think we all know the guy. And yes, it's almost always a guy. Like 99 out of 100 times it's a dude who thinks that they play on the team. You know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm not done. I meant to go back. Go back. We all know the guy who talks about every game as if he was on the floor, making the shots, making the blocks, making the big time decisions and plays. And we all know he didn't leave the couch the whole night.
Last two games at New York's Madison Square Garden brought out the usual celebrity superfans. Diehards like Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, Tracy Morgan, and Adam Sandler were all seen courtside. Also among them, Grammy-nominated rapper Fat Joe, who joins us now. He is also the host of the Joe and Jada podcast with friend and fellow MC Jada Kiss. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, look who's there. Howard freaking Ludnick. Of course he is. Of course Howard's there. Because, of course, he doesn't have, like, a job to do. You know, it's not like he should be back in Washington, D.C. right now as the Secretary of Commerce. No.
Host of the Joe and Jada podcast with friend and fellow MC Jada Kiss. Thanks for coming on. Great to have you here on the Situation Room. So you have built a career using your words to paint pictures and tell stories. For those of us who aren't New Yorkers or big Knicks fans, describe what it feels like right now.
Lifetime of suffering, of letdowns, and it's finally, it's still a dream till we finish it.
Yes, everybody afraid of jinxing the Knicks ahead of Game 5. Fat Joe tried to avoid any key phrases or words All right, that's good enough. We don't need more of that. Now let's go to the highlights from Game 5, where, as I'm sure you already know, the Knicks took it down. Winning a championship for the first time in half a century.
Time for both teams to go to work here in Game 4. All about the response.
OG Anunoby is the guy that can dial up his offense in these moments.
Wemby coming off a great Game 3. Ducks up and under her. Rolls around and drops in. Wembanyama against Robinson. Pulls back out. His handle for his size is just hard to believe. Spins, falling away, flips it up and banks it home. Here comes the double team, kicks it back out. Harper swings it, good ball movement. Alvarado trying to front and doing a good job. He falls down. Fox has to shoot and knocks it down. Everything going in for San Antonio. The Spurs, though, gotta love to see. That's what Johnson does best. He has not had a great playoff series. Anunoby with the flush. And
by the way, just look at they were down 27 points in the third quarter. That's too, Actually, wait, this is the... I'm just realizing this is the first game, isn't it? Yeah, this is the first game. Isn't it? Yeah, this is from the first game. Why is this in the... Why? Right, because it says 2-1. Am I losing my mind? I think this was the... Yeah, this had to have been the Thursday game. Somehow I got confused. I was only listening to it. I wasn't watching it. But this, look, that's not on me. NBC New York uploaded that clip saying highlights Knicks win first NBA championship in 53 years. Okay, I didn't watch it. I was just listening. They're the ones who screwed up. At least I noticed.
Cell trying to come off the screen. Castle the inbound. Lots of cross court to Wemby. Johns pumped up the three-pointer. From Castle with a slam.
Look at this guy with the Knicks stick.
That's his first field goal of the night. That is a 2-point game with 16.3 remaining. What a play from Stephon Castle.
You figure that sticker's scratch and stiff? Like you scratch it, it smells like Jalen Brunson.
And if there was ever a time for your first bucket, Castle staying relentless, keeping the Spurs within 2.
Okay, because I know they're gonna keep playing music a lot. I'm just gonna skip ahead. For the moment. This guy's got a belt.
One of the most dominant championship runs ever. And for the 8th straight season.
Where in the hell did this guy get this belt? Jesus Christ, look at this thing.
The NBA is different champion. June 13th, so 6/13. That's the number of games that happened. Madison Square Garden and leading the Knicks to 2 championships. New York! And imagine the emotions of Jalen Brunson sharing this moment with his father. The 2 of them able to be there together. Number one, congratulations to you. Back in January, you were saying, you know what? I think we should get to the finals, and I think we
By the way, you'll notice that the game's over, but no one's leaving. Everybody's still standing here watching this all together.
Should win the finals. What did you see in this team in January that thought that you're going to be standing here on this night? I saw it. Satisfaction do you get out of seeing a team you pieced together bring it to this point?
It's really,
Can you express this with half of the city of New York here?
No.
It's an amazing feeling, man. First and foremost,
okay. There you go. There was the moment. The New York Knicks took down the NBA championship at a watch party in New York. I think that's Manhattan, but I can't quite tell where that is. But everybody was celebrating, whether they were in the streets or just got done watching the game courtside. Spike Lee, John Turturro, other New York legends.
Hey, take us through what every Knicks fan in the world is thinking right now.
What, you know what I'm thinking? Back to back.
No.
You already look at it. Can't even enjoy this one.
Wow, dude.
This team.
There's a team,
Wow.
You can't kill this team. You can't kill it.
We don't quit.
We come right out of the...
They 30 seconds in, they just got done winning the championship, and Spike Lee is, next year we're winning it again. Why don't you just enjoy the moment for a second, Spike? I feel like you're getting ahead of yourself.
The dream.
We don't quit.
You know?
What about the people that have waited their entire life for this moment?
Well,
we experienced too. We're the same age.
We're old.
This is number 3 for us.
I'm
53 years. Man.
Too long.
You got any word? Is New York burned down yet?
Yeah.
No, not yet. What was your favorite part about this team?
They don't quit.
They don't quit.
Don't quit.
They don't quit.
No lead is
They're a real
safe.
team.
No lead is safe.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson, put into perspective what he's meant to this team and this franchise.
Got a point guard.
Yeah, he's like a...
Yep. Yep. Although it's taking a little while for Jalen Brunson to come to fruition, they needed a little bit of what do you call it? Like a few roster changes. Something I think Knicks fans were originally a bit skeptical of. Clearly, they came to I don't know what you want to attribute it to, but it must have had something to do with it. I can't remember exactly how many seasons he's played for the Knicks, but I think it's at least his 3rd or 4th, isn't it? Yeah, 4th. Yeah, exactly. 22 to present. Let's go back to the streets. For the people who couldn't afford the tens of thousands or whatever it is to sit courtside. I think it was actually more. I saw like $1 million ticket.
They did it for the first time in 53 years. The New York Knicks are NBA champions, and fans across the city are now erupting with cheers after this historic win seconds ago against the Spurs.
Yeah, 5 decades of hope, of heartbreak, and unwavering belief. The wait is now over. The New York Knicks are champions of the basketball world, and the party is just getting started here in New York. Look at all of these people. Newscopter 7 right now over Madison Square Garden, where thousands of fans inside Plaza 33 are going wild with excitement.
The streets surrounding the Garden in New York City packed with the fans. You can see the camera lights rolling as they were trying to figure out which moment would be the one that they would capture. And a good evening to all of you. Alongside Sade Bedaroua, I'm Mike Marza. Let's go to Anthony Carlo in the mix right there outside the Garden. And what was the eruption of cheers moments ago, Anthony, when the Knicks finally took it over the finish line?
These people are the real fans that have been here for hours and hours and years. And we're grateful to.
All right, I'm here, guys. I'm here. The fans are so excited that they couldn't wait to start talking. My friend, come here. What does this Knicks championship mean to you?
There's something about thousands of drunk New Yorkers all singing "We Are the Champions," all singing it in a different key. It's music to my ears. Well, I guess it is. I mean, it is music. You get what I'm saying.
It's everything. We finally did it. We waited so long. And as the Knicks were losing through so much, and from Preston and OG and got to take us home, we did it.
Guys, there are tears. People are absolutely beside themselves at Madison Square Garden, outside of Madison Square Garden. They've got the drums out. They're ready to party. Oh no, he dropped the drums. Party it up. Go ahead, do it.
These tears are tears of joy, and they are well deserved. You feel the weight.
Guys, it's an absolute pandemonium out.
Hype level 12. Turned up. Here outside of the Garden, people losing their frickin' minds after the New York Knicks take it down. Thousands of people in the streets all over New York. Not just in Manhattan. Staying with Eyewitness News, ABC 7.
Look at this scene out here. Check out the atmosphere out here in Fort Greene in Brooklyn. They are singing Frank Sinatra, all kinds of music out here. Fans are celebrating. They have been waiting all night long for this to happen. It's an incredible scene out here in Brooklyn. They have several watch parties taking place right here in this area off of Lafayette Avenue. You hear them right here. Let's go Knicks. They've been waiting, as we said, 53 years for the Knicks to win a championship. A new generation of Knicks fans has been born. Maybe 2 generations, and now they are champions. Out here in Brooklyn, we've had fireworks. We've had people climbing on some of the utility poles. They've been out here having a ball all evening long. Police finally closing this block. It was open until a few minutes ago, but they finally shut it down. Hundreds of people all over this area. Is Brooklyn in the house? Is Brooklyn in the house? Is Brooklyn in the house? Yes, indeed, they are. Knicks fans all around me having a glorious night. This is a celebration. Hold up, young man. Hold up. Go ahead.
ABC 7 angers. Unsafe. Certainly not off limits from crowd crush out here in the streets of Brooklyn. Fans too excited to notice. Reporters. Everyone feeling the emotion. The glow. In the wake of this historic victory.
Everybody who's here outside of Madison Square Garden, they feel like they won something tonight. They feel like they are a part of this Knicks team. You see, to understand Knicks fandom, you have to understand that these fans have been through good and bad, and a lot of them have been through bad for decades. A lot of them were not even alive the last time the Knicks won the championship. including this guy right here, my friend, who you look like you were on the brink of tears.
I'm so happy to be here right now. I've been to 2 watch parties. I'm just so happy to be here, honestly. Throughout the whole season, struggled ups and downs. We're a fourth quarter team, man, and we came back again!
Where is this young man's mother? He's like 13. This kid is out here screaming and sweating outside MSG on the news. The middle of the night. He can't be more than like 15 or something.
Let's go!
What has it been like watching Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, Karl Anthony Towns, and everybody else help this team come back in the fourth quarter over and over again?
It's amazing, man. It's a team. It's a team sport. Congratulations. Teams come together and they win it together. It's a team sport. Let's go. Come on.
So if you take a look at soak it all in. Soak it all in. Take a moment to look around you. This is outside Madison Square Garden. You would think the Knicks were home tonight to lock up this Game 5 and win an NBA championship. That's how many people are out here. Thousands have come here to celebrate on really what is to them sacred ground.
Did he say I walked 5? I missed that part of it. There's a lot of yelling. I'm also trying to I'm trying to multitask over here as I'm always doing. Did he really say I walked 5 minutes? That's effort.
The mecca of basketball. Come on.
I think we should
be careful. Be careful. Be careful. I'm just trying to guide my photographer back to a gentleman I met earlier in the night. And the stark opposite of somebody I just interviewed who's very young. So he's never been alive for a championship. Actually, you're a bit older, but you've also never been alive to see a Knicks championship. So
I'm still amused as I was the first time I heard him say that. I was like, damn, this guy's not that old. I mean, the polar opposite of that. I mean, it's older, but I mean, what is he, 35? Talking about him like he's fucking Joe Biden or something.
I'm staying in the race.
A bit older, but you've also never been alive to see a Knicks championship. So what does this moment mean to you?
It means a lot, man. I've been a fan since Christmas Day '92, Knicks and Bulls. My mom made me a fan. My mom is going to be here with me. So this means something to me. This means something.
Your mother was a big Knicks fan, and you were raised in a family that raised you a Knicks fan. What was it like enduring all the ups and downs throughout these decades in this championship drought?
Man, I was the only one of I have family members that fell off the wagon. Some of them teased me for leaving, but I always stuck it through, man. I always stuck it through, and now that we doing our thing, New York is coming together, my family's coming, everybody is just so excited right now, man. This is big for New York.
This team has had an unbelievable ability to unite people of all races, of all ethnic backgrounds, of all religions. This is the melting pot, obviously, as we know it. But it seems like the mecca of basketball has kind of become the epicenter of it.
Yeah, man. New York, man, big city. A big market. This is huge, man. And the fact that we can talk our smack all off season, it's nice. This is gonna run till October.
This is good to October, he says. He's thinking long term over here. It's like, look, gotta pace ourselves over here because we got a good five-ish months. Continue talking shit till the next season starts. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Now that is some old head talk though, right? No, I'll say that much. Got the young guy, he's screaming the old guy, as ABC put it. He's thinking long term. Patience, Padawan. We have many months with which to talk shit. I just thought his emotional response to the Knicks win worth a watch. He wasn't the only one enjoying this W. There's a guy you might know who's also watching the game.
Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani. As the mayor in the streets, jumping up and down. I just want to watch it one more time. In the Knicks jersey, Zohran Mamdani. Celebrating the W. Big, big W. All right, that's it on the NBA championships. But we're not done with serious competitions. Oh, no, no. We got more stuff to talk about. Multiple international championships happening in the United States. We don't just have the NBA to talk about. And we will get to the World Cup. But did you know that this week the Pokemon International Championships were happening in New Orleans, Louisiana? Bringing thousands to compete to see who could catch them all. Well, I guess technically that's not the actual competition, but you get what I'm saying. It is actually a card game that you can play. What are we doing? What is happening? Why are we doing this? There we go. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot I added this clip in here. That was the last clip. Oh, wait. No. No, actually, two bonus NBA clips here. Not just more reactions on the streets of New York, but also the reaction of the mayor to a viral clip referencing him. A song supporting the New York Knicks.
My mayor's still Muslim. My bagel's still Jewish. Even the Pope's on our side.
He was right. He was right. I haven't met him, but he is a New Yorker whose words have really stayed with all of us. You know, thanks to him, there are a lot of people who have just been running up to me over the last few weeks, just shouting at me, "My mayor's Muslim." I said, "It's true.
I guess it's not technically a song, but it feels like a song. It's like a chant that's just, repeated enough times feels almost like a song, like an anthem. All right, now to the great International Pokemon Championships of New Orleans. WWL-TV from yesterday.
The love for the game of Pokemon is building a community inside the Ernest Morial Convention Center this weekend for the annual Pokemon International Championship.
We've got over 16,000 people here to compete across Pokemon Champions, the classic Pokemon trading card game that everybody knows and loves, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite.
Outside of competing, the tournament offers a wide variety of pop-ups and non-competitive playing tables. But for many, the goal is to earn a spot in the World Championship happening later this year in San Francisco. Chris Large secured his spot for the video game division.
I didn't think that I would be able to make it because I had to get a top 16 performance here, and I ended up just squeezing it in. So it's really cool to be able to see, especially with over 1,000 players competing. So
organizers say,
I'm so sorry to confuse everybody about this incredibly serious situation. This was not the actual international championships. This was merely the last opportunity to qualify for those international championships of great seriousness, where you can match your Pikachus against your opponent's Squirtles. Pika Pika. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the World Cup, which has apparently started this week already. A fact that confused me because last week I thought it was starting next week, or 2 weeks from now. Honestly, I, like most Americans, not paying a ton of attention to this, which is what leads one to wonder why we're the ones hosting this thing. So far, things have not been going super great. To start off that discussion, let's go here to Channel 4 News from Friday.
The USA, they've sucked the joy out of the World Cup.
Everything's like happening as we feared. FIFA, their whole ethos, the remit is to make as much money as possible.
We're seeing people being excluded from this World Cup. We're seeing fans priced out of this World Cup because of the people that are kind of like, pigs in the trough, really getting their hands dirty on what's supposed to be, as I mentioned, our game.
In the long history of FIFA being a farce, we see Infantino now taking it to new levels.
I think the Americans see it as though this is our World Cup. For 6 weeks, we're in charge. It's our thing. You've got to do things our way.
Hello and welcome to the forecast. The World Cup was always used by authoritarian regimes to wash their reputations in a 6-week festival of football, toning down their more repressive tendencies for the period. Think Russia, Qatar, Mussolini's Italy. But Trump's America has little interest in pretending to be anything other than itself. Border controls, immigration crackdowns, hyper-commercialism, eye-watering ticket prices, and a game of 4 quarters as ad breaks are dressed up as hydration breaks. So will security and profit squeeze the joy out of the greatest show on earth, or will we tune it out, focus on the football, and enjoy it all once again? I'm joined by our very own Jordan Jarrett Bryan, superfan Billy the Bee Grant, who's in Mexico right now, and by sports journalist Marcela Mora Irahu. Billy, let's start with you because you're out in Mexico. I mean, there is just a series of disastrous stories about this tournament before it begins. How irritated are you before it starts, as it starts?
Oh, you don't even start me on this. I've been so irritated. I could tell you so much. I mean, this is my 9th World Cup, and I was so looking forward to coming to this World Cup. It should have been my 10th, but when my first World Cup was in Italia 90, but then when England didn't qualify for the 94 World Cup in the USA, I didn't go, despite my family all living out here, so I had a home to stay in. My brother went to World Cup matches, but I was a bit like, oh, England aren't there, I'm not going to go. And I heard that the USA World Cup in '94 was really good, especially as probably your team wasn't there, so you didn't have those kind of those negativities that you might have if your team gets knocked out. So I heard it was great. So I said to myself, next time the World Cup comes to the USA, I'm so looking forward to it. Family, friends, I go and watch a lot of MLS football out here as well. So out in America, so I was really looking forward to it. And I remember with our friends, we decided when we were going to come out, we said, tell you something. We're going to come to this World Cup. We're looking forward to it. But also, I've been to Mexico, and I said to Mexico is a great country, lovely people, and they're really into football. So tell you what we'll do. Let's fly out to Mexico because it's cheaper in Mexico to stay, to live. As you can see, I've got this penthouse apartment here. £30 a night each of us are paying for our room. Things like that. So we thought, let's come out to Mexico. Let's spend a little time here. Then if England are playing in America, we could fly in and out from there. So that was our plans. We booked a year before the actual draw. So we were coming out here anyway. When the draw happened, bang, all of a sudden we found out those ticket prices were ridiculous amounts. And a lot of the people of our crew that were coming, one by one, they just started dropping out. We're not coming. We can't make it. Oh, no. And for me, that was the biggest disappointment because for me, the World Cup, it's not about what FIFA do and all that stuff. It's about the fans and it's about the football. And I've met so many people from around the world going to, Brazil, going to Japan, who have become lifelong friends. And they all go to the matches. We all meet in World Cups together every 4 years.
Yep. The United States ruining the World Cup for everybody by making things wildly expensive. Not just the tickets, but also the transportation. I mean, it's America. People get a taste of what Americans are living through right now. You get dynamic pricing, monopolistic practices without any kind of what do you call it? Like reins with which to slow it down. Not in Donald Trump's America. No. This is a pro-profits America. Anti-consumer America. Go fuck yourself, America. That's basically the vibes. And if you happen to be in America, it's also a go fuck yourself too. Unless you're immensely wealthy, where these sorts of things would never possibly bother you.
There's an awful lot of politics.
There always is, I think, especially in the build-up. A lot of this week I've seen people saying, I'm not feeling anything yet. There's something wrong with this World Cup. Well, the feeling is the result of the game. It's football that makes us feel. Everything else is add-ons. This is a particularly interesting one because, as you said, it's not a government that's trying to sports wash through an image. It's a super transparent government and its horrendous attitude. So we've already seen all the things that people feared playing out. The Somalian referee, journalists from all over the world are posting clips. A Brazilian journalist was saying she was asked to lift her hair, which is apparently a trope they do a lot at the customs for women, black women with big hair. Everything's like happening as we feared. It's not. It's not a fantasy.
And I've just come back from Iran, and obviously there's the extraordinary story of the Iranian team having to base themselves in Mexico and go in for day trips for their matches, and half their technical staff not allowed in.
Exactly, and we've had professionals that are involved with FIFA in a professional capacity not being allowed in.
Yeah, there's been multitudes of these instances of us barring people, or people having trouble getting in, fans, players, that the most respected referee on the African continent, a dude who happens to be from, you'll be shocked to hear, Somalia. But Donald Trump, everything he's doing is fucking shameful. But what's new? And they're being brazen about it. And just assuming that it's going to win them points with the base and fuck everybody else. They just don't care. They don't care. They are trying to will their worldview onto the rest of the planet, right? And Trump he sees this as an opportunity to do that. It's a big business and narrative opportunity.
First, and a host country at war with
like there's dozens of countries on like the travel ban list to the United States. People are having a lot of problems trying to get here from those countries. Most of them happen to be in Africa.
participating nation is also a first. And those are geopolitical firsts that are shocking, actually. And I guess, I mean, it sounds correct to say, well, let's just wait for the football and see how Iran play, because it's horrendous. But Iran-US has always been a World Cup fixture where geopolitics plays in the background. And if you remember, Qatar was super sensitive, and there was the thing of the players not singing the national anthem. Some of the flags, the Iranian flags, didn't have the right kind of insignia because they were protesting. But also something happens, and I think that's the power of football, really, the true power, which is what our friend in Mexico is enjoying. It's football has to do with people's look for joy in life. Not everything is working hours, working conditions, career ladder. The right to have a good time is super important. And football has managed to give us that universally to as broad a range of people as possible. So when the joy kicks in, which is when the ball starts rolling, really, you can't get the feeling without the art. You have to see the piece itself. I do think joy will come from this.
Yeah, I'm sure some people will be still happy with the results, but I think that regardless of whether or not some people find joy, we got a serious problem with this World Cup, where you have the United States just generally making it harder for everybody to enjoy, which should be something for everyone in the world, seeing as it's the World Cup. Preventing people from entering the country for free speech reasons, like their online fucking profiles and or posts. And if you're from the Middle East or Africa, good luck, regardless what you've posted on social media.
Certain presenters. This is a different ballgame, and it's not what we expected when America was awarded the competition. This is kind of something that we might have foreseen over the last few months, but it's not what the America World Cup was supposed to be.
No, it's not. And I think you're right. I compare World Cups and Olympics, and what you said there, leading up to them, there's generally something controversial leading up to it. Often there's always people criticizing, various Olympic Games and World Cups for a variety of reasons. And, often you get to those games, be it a World Cup or Olympics, and normally the football, as Masale was saying, brings the joy, and people for that 5-6 weeks at least can park all the controversies and politics to one side. But this one does feel different. I think it feels different for a couple of reasons. I think, first of all, on a footballing level, I think we're seeing the rise of domestic and European club football at a time where we're seeing the demise, if you like, of international football. If you look at it from an England football fan point of view, the Premier League is at its most competitive. We've just seen the likes of, Brentford, Bournemouth, Brighton, these relatively small clubs competing for, and in some cases, getting into Europe. You want to see the best football. It's not the World Cup or the Euros. It's now the Champions League. So I think we're seeing the ascent of club football at the same time as we're seeing international football on the decline. Italy haven't qualified now for three back-to-back World Cups. They still are a powerhouse international game. There isn't an obvious great international team this World Cup. I know France and Spain are the favourites, But yeah, there's no one there that I think you can like, that's the team I want to see play. They're the team that I'm excited about. But I think it's also on a non-footballing level, to the points that Billy and Marcelo have both said as well. I think politically, I think everybody's seeing the blatant money grab that we're seeing. You know, football and money have always had a difficult relationship, but there's the blatant money grab we're seeing from the people that are supposed to be protecting the game. And it's the people that are the main stakeholders, i.e. the football fans, that are missing out. We're seeing people being excluded from this World Cup. We're seeing fans priced out of this World Cup. So I think when you combine people's club teams are entertaining them more than their national teams, alongside the political and cultural umbrella that's going around this particular World Cup, it's no surprise to me that this one does feel in a kind of different bracket to other controversial World Cups we've seen in the past.
Leave it to the Trump administration to create somewhat unprecedented controversy in, as was mentioned, an event that does not go without controversy, usually, right? FIFA has been riddled with controversy over and over again. You know, before Infantino, there was Sepp Blatter. Before Blatter, there was some other guy. I don't even fucking know his name, but that dude had a bunch of corruption problems. All these people have been corrupt and have been accused of all sorts of different levels of corruption, much of which was, I think, proved. But I'm also not a fucking expert on FIFA, I'm afraid. But yeah, suffice to say, this World Cup is looking to outdo all the rest of them in that particular avenue.
Referee and basically saying, well, you know, that's American immigration rules. We can't, you know, we can't control it and we can't tell them what to do. I mean, you know, where does that leave the standing?
I think there's been a really interesting shift in power away from FIFA. Jordan mentioned...
No, exactly. And actually, I don't think we need the rest of this. The FIFA Peace Prize, exactly. It's ridiculous. Like, what a joke. They're just blatantly cozying up to the man ruining the fucking planet. International, there's... I don't even know what to call it. Like, just the whole... I mean, I want to call it a peace, but that's not quite right. There was already not peace, but really just ruining the rest of what existed of the peace. All right, for a little bit more on the cozying up to the Trump administration by FIFA. Where else but to these two ladies should one go? Exactly. The Bituation Room. Majority Report collab. Francesca. Emma.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
The World Cup, La Copa Mundial, has kicked off. I'm wearing my Argentina jersey. I lived there for many years. The last time the World Cup happened, my daughter had just been born. It was a perfect thing to do when you're stuck at home with a newborn. It's just to watch games, and it's just if you can time that out because it's great. It was great. And so I have a picture of her with this little jersey on, and I remember when Argentina scored like a winning goal, Matt's like running down the stairs with the baby, and the baby's like flap flap flap, and I was like, get down here, watch, and then flap flap flap. So cute. Argentina notoriously pretty bad on Israel, meaning fairly Zionist. So this is the bad side of it. No team is perfect, but no. FIFA is notoriously a corrupt institution. Again, what has been happening in the last week has been insane. They've been denying visa entries for everyone from players to fans, but specifically a referee who is like beloved. And he happens to be Somali. And he's no longer able to like whatever arbitrate to be a ref.
That's insane.
And here is Gianni Infantino, which if you remember the old guy like Sepp Blatter used to own FIFA, and
By the way, since we talked about this earlier and like the other day, he's already back in Somalia. Like, he wasn't allowed into the United States and was forced to fly back. So he's in Africa right now. I don't know how he's going to referee a game from there. Maybe he can zoom in or something.
He was awful.
Awful.
And Gianni Infantino makes Sepp Blatter look like a saint. Like, he's so much worse that Sepp Blatter was like, you know, even Sepp Blatter speaking out about it. Okay, so here it was Gianni Infantino's response to the questions around not just the, you know, players and refs being allowed in, but also the price tag of some of these games. Even in the first stage, which we're in right now, it's like $2,000. It's insane. In Qatar 4 years ago, it was, you know, $600, a little more affordable.
Chill, relax. We work on everything. We try to solve everything.
You say people should chill and relax about these situations, but you've got one of the world's top referees told he can't enter the United States, sent back home, accused of having links with suspected terror organizations. We have Mexico having to change their training, Iran having to change their training base here to Mexico. We have fans and journalists from a number of countries who aren't able to attend this World Cup because of travel bans or visa restrictions. Are you embarrassed, therefore, by what actually has come to pass? And do you have to accept that you've lost some control of your own tournament here?
And when I say to chill, I don't mean to chill and do nothing.
Okay.
I mean to trust us that we are working behind the scenes.
I love how he just comes up with a new way of saying do nothing. He's like, look, I'm not saying do nothing. I'm saying do trust. Trust is a thing. It's an active choice. Trust me, do nothing, do something. Don't do anything but trust. Right? That's basically what he's like, trying to play word games with it. He's like, look, I'm not saying don't do anything. That's crazy. You should do something. Trust me to do my job. And in some way that will be good. That is as much effort as we need from you. Just trust me. It's kind of condescending when you think about it.
We are trying to understand, and there are things we can know, things we cannot know, things we are told, things we are not told. And we always try to make the situation as positive as possible and to find solutions.
Hey, ma vaffanculo. How about that, man? That's Gianni Infantino, the guy who gave Donald Trump the FIFA World Peace Prize, which he just invented on the spot to give to Donald Trump. Trump then
did everything right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love it. And Trump then started a war with Iran that has now, we are now in another, I mean, we're in a ceasefire technically, but has, you know, burgeoned once again. Matt Lieb thankfully was able to get out of Jordan. I just got word he landed in Chicago. was very nervous about.
Oh my God, I didn't know that he was away.
Yeah, he's been away. But all to say, so Infantino is saying, okay, we're working behind the scenes. You might say we're working tirelessly behind the scenes. This is not happening, Emma. He is not working behind the scenes. He is not lobbying Trump to, you know, help players and fans and whomever else get into the country, to not be strip searched, to not be degraded and dehumanized.
No, they're actively trying to do all of those things. Like, I mean, or at least he's not preventing it. While it's quite clear that that's what's happening to everyone. So I guess, what do you call looking the other way and doing nothing? If not actively helping. Because it's FIFA's event. They could be like, you know what, we're not doing the event. Like, fuck it, we're shutting it down or something. But no.
Because they are black or brown or Muslim. Of course he's not doing that.
No, of course he's not doing that. And it's really just agonizing how it's both agonizing and instructive to see institutions and those in our society that are often talked about as like job creators or these esteemed people who are in control of major institutions. It's agonizing to see them bend over backwards to appease the pettiest pedophile, freak ever in office. It should be humiliating to them. I'm not sure how it's not, but it's instructive about the nature of fascism and how even though I believe, what was it, Kamala Harris that said we're going to need like the titans of industry to stand up to Donald Trump. How is that going? The reality is that if faced with a choice of their profits being cut or standing up to fascism, we know how corporations are going to break essentially 100% of the time. And we learn this from history. Obviously FIFA it's a different kind of organization, but FIFA is notoriously corrupt because it exploits and gets handouts from countries that are developing, countries that are places where wealthy Westerners park their money so that it can't be taxed, and ripping off countries that are poorer but maybe have a corrupt leader that will give them some sort of payout. Yeah, they're not going to.
It operates like another little authoritarian nation. FIFA,
it does.
Like FIFA is like another nation. I mean, tons of scandal, tons of corruption, tons of insider dealing. But let's bring Israel into this, because of course there's an Israel angle.
Of course.
Because FIFA is claiming that they don't have any jurisdiction over like what the US does or doesn't do when it comes to their own immigration processes and visas, which, by the way, again, to reiterate, the Iranian team is only allowed inside the United States the day of their match. They are not allowed to spend the night in the US. They have to like flee to the border. They have to go to Tijuana and then come back for it is so degrading, as if we weren't also bombing their country. They are wearing
100%.
pins.
Yeah, and it's gonna impact their ability to prepare for the game. I mean, it should be any like actual administrator over a league like this like should be saying that's completely unfair. You're giving an advantage to their opponent.
Yeah, I want to just remind everyone, though, because people are bringing receipts on this. Back in 2023, Indonesia lost the right to host the Sub-20, the under 20. I don't know why I say like football things in Spanish, but that makes sense. The under 20 World Cup. Why? Because Bali, let's see. The Football Association of Indonesia said FIFA was forced to cancel the draw after Bali's governor, Wayan Koster, refused to host the Israeli team.
Oh, I see. So it's just like everything else. It's just like everything else. You're allowed to criticize any nation on the planet, except for Israel. And you're allowed to ban any nation on the planet from your country, unless it's Israel. And then, if you cross that line, well, bad things happen.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So they were given the rights before, I guess, Israel qualified for the tournament. And then when Indonesia was like, no, so this must have been, so if it was March, the genocide hadn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
But, Bali's like, no thanks. And now they had to find a new place. So in that sense, FIFA stepped in to say, okay, because you're like, just like Trump is doing now, sort of politicizing the fact that this ref is Somali.
Yeah, it's weird how on one hand, totally fine. Trump bans the most respected ref on the entire continent of Africa from coming FIFA, not a peep. We don't let Israel into the country. All of a sudden, that's a problem. It's weird. It's weird how that is.
It's weird.
But some people are still trying to have fun with the FIFA stuff kicking off in full swing.
Football Frenzy has officially taken over South Florida as we take a live look at Miami Stadium, set to host its first match on Monday between Saudi Arabia and Uruguay. We want to take you live right now to the FIFA Fan Festival at Bayfront Park, and you can just see the sheer amount of soccer fans here enjoying all of the fun while also embracing the South Florida heat. This mega party is free and is expected to host around 30,000 people for the World Cup each day of it. And we are now learning that this World Cup is officially the most expensive in tournament history.
Most expensive in tournament history. Wow. Shock of shocks. But people continuing to try and enjoy it to some degree. I don't know what the numbers are going to be like. Something I've been wondering about. I've also been wondering about what the numbers were like at Donald Trump's fucking birthday bash today. I heard conflicting claims. Biggest event ever. And also crickets. So, who knows? Alright, moving from CBS Miami to the woman who runs CBS. Completely unqualified, failed daughter, Barry Weiss, who created a tiny online publication and then was just handed $100 million. And the job of CEO, or whatever you call it, of the CBS franchise and all of its subsidiary media agencies. A woman who had a blog, all of a sudden in charge of an entire media apparatus. But, of course, that apparatus has one goal and one goal only. I guess it's two, technically. To say nice things about the president and to prevent mean things from being said about the president. Oh, and the same thing about Israel. Just the exact same situation. To prevent mean things from being said about Israel and to say nice things about Israel. However, you might want to brace yourself, is because apparently, there was rumorings this week that the deal for the acquisition of Warner Bros. And of CNN, a number of other media properties, was going to be greenlit by the Justice Department. Here's Kyle Kalinske from Wednesday.
So I'm not quite sure if people truly understand the big picture when it comes to U.S. media and what's currently happening. There's a consolidation of U.S. media under the umbrella of pro-MAGA, pro-billionaire, pro-Zionist entities. And what you're going to get as a result of that is quite simply a destruction of our information environment. There's really no other way to describe it. And so Barry Weiss was chosen to run CBS. She's already run it into the ground. You have Scott Pelley sounding the alarm and telling everybody she's literally ordering us to lie. So now he's out at 60 Minutes, and the people who remain are going to be under the microscope of professional liars. And so she's already destroyed CBS, and now she's about to also destroy CNN. Look at this. CBS News boss Barry Weiss poised to oversee CNN editorial operations, according to a report. So this is a woman who failed up her entire life. Let's be clear about that. Before she got the job running CBS, what did she do? She ran her little The Free Press company, which is a YouTube channel. They have a YouTube channel and they get like roughly 5,000 views per video. I could record a video of me sharding and it would get more than 5,000 views. Do you understand that? Like I posted a video.
No, seriously. It's like somebody giving me the job. You know, it's insanity. It's like somebody giving me $100 million to take over the Galactic News Network. It doesn't make any sense. Don't get me wrong, I'm proud of what I've done here. I don't think it's worth $100 million, you know? I don't, hate to say it.
In my bed yesterday morning responding to the Knicks game, literally just woke up, can barely talk. And that one video got more views than like 90% of the videos posted on the fucking Free Press. But she got paid hundreds of millions of dollars for the Free Press and got brought in to basically turn CBS into a propaganda outlet that only does pro-Zionist, pro-MAGA, pro-billionaire propaganda. So she already destroyed CBS. Now her sights are set on CNN. They're going to take it over. The reason why Trump is greenlighting this is because the Ellisons have basically formed a pact with him where they say, yeah, we'll make it more like you want it, right? CNN is already failing in the sense that they're a both sides factory. You give equal time to, you know, the fucking closet case psychopath Scott Jennings and Adam Mockler when Adam Mockler is just correct about shit and Scott Jennings is a lying scumbag. That's already a problem. Because who wants to see the both sides shit? I want to see people just tell the truth. It's supposed to be news. Tell me the truth, right? So it's already not doing great. Well, now it's just going to be, everything's going to be Fox News. Okay, everything's turning into Fox News. So as Micah Irfan says, CNN owned by a right-wing billionaire, CBS owned by a right-wing billionaire, Fox owned by a right-wing billionaire, Washington Post owned by a right-wing billionaire, Wall Street Journal owned by a right-wing billionaire. Yes, tell me more about how the mainstream media is far left. It is not remotely far left. He's 100% right. And now we're looking at a situation where it is genuinely hard to get good information. And you have people coming to new media outlets like this, independent media outlets like this, and great, like I love that. So if anything, these people are helping me out. However, you know, I rely on other people doing original reporting, doing actual like fact finding.
Yeah, this is the same argument I've made in the past. I said, look, no matter how much people like and need independent media, like we still need the mainstream media because of the apparatus that exists, you know, and to have. Yeah, especially because local media has now been subsumed by broader conglomerates, right? Like, I'm not saying it should be that way, and we should honestly be breaking these things up. The fact is that we need them, otherwise we don't have somebody at the White, like, right? If we don't have Reuters at the fucking White House today, or Associated Press at the White House today, we don't get a feed of what the fuck is happening there unless we're watching on Paramount Plus. All right, if you don't, you know, like there's instances of this. You don't have enough status quos and Mercado's media to make up for it, right? No matter how great they are, just in terms of fucking resources and funding, they just don't have it. No, you just have a fully subsumed media apparatus. It's just basically turning into a single media conglomerate run by Larry Ellison, which is pretty disturbing when you think about it. Like, I'm just thinking about it, I'm running out of I'm running out of stations. Like ABC and NBC are left, I guess. They're not my favorite. None of them are my favorite, but you get what I'm saying. Of course, also this week was the apparent firing, forcing out of Scott Pelley, 60 Minutes host, who immediately exposed the bias operating CBS.
Scott Pelley, this interview from the New York Times, I gotta say, if you had ever asked me, like, what do you think about Scott Pelley? My answer would be nothing. I don't think anything about Scott Pelley. He seems like a very stiff dude, and it is hard for me to relate in some way to someone who is this earnest about something. He seems very sincere. He seems very sincere. I mean, I fully acknowledge that is a psychological flaw of mine.
Yeah, me too. I agree. It's our problem.
Exactly. I mean, you don't have to jump on the bandwagon about my psychological flaws. But
yeah, I actually appreciate when people take things earnestly.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't appreciate it. It's just hard for me to relate. particularly when it comes to just sort of like, you know, the institution of just the institutions in general, I'm a little bit more cynical about. But Scott
show with
Pelley,
Andy Rooney.
yeah, exactly. But Scott Pelley takes this very seriously. He was fired from 60 Minutes after basically saying like, "Hey, Barry Weiss, what are you doing?" He seemed to have been open to the whole Barry Weiss thing in a way that I find weird, but also, you know, and strange. But here he is talking about what is going on at CBS News. Incidentally, there's a report that she is primed to take over CNN as the director of their news when if Paramount buys it. That leak smelled exactly like it came from Barry Weiss. I will tell you that right now. But here is this.
You have now accused Weiss of injecting, and I'm quoting here, falsehoods and bias into at least one of your politically sensitive stories. What did you think was going on with Barry Weiss? Why did you think she was asking for these things?
The impression that I had at the moment was that she was representing, let me try, I kind of need to be a little bit careful here because I don't want to be hyperbolic. My impression at the time was that she was putting a thumb on the scale on behalf of the administration. Just constantly looking out for the views of the president. We're reporting those views. There's nothing wrong with reporting those views, but it was never enough.
What I'm wondering to myself is, what is the non-diplomatic, non-measured? What was the word that he chose to use? What was the? What was the phrase that he said? He must be a little.
Kind of need to be a little bit careful here.
A little careful. What's the non-careful version of that statement? Because he's like, he basically is just like, look, we became a propaganda outfit for the president. What's the non-careful version of that? I would just love to know. I don't know what he's trying to avoid. I would just love to know. I wish he wasn't such a stiff, you know, such a, like, you know, buttoned up sort of company man. Like, you don't work at CBS anymore, pal. Like, would you just tell us what the fuck happened here?
We're reporting those views. There's nothing wrong with reporting those views, but it was never enough. Always needed more from the president, from the administration, that sort of thing. The balance was off.
Oh yeah, and he said hyperbolic too, right? Yeah. What's the non-hyper? What is the hyperbolic version of that? I'm desperate to know.
We've been working for balance for decades, and for the first time in my career, the balance was off.
Do you think Barry Weiss needs to be removed?
Oh gosh, yes.
Oh gosh, yes. Oh gosh,
she's
yes.
A lovely person, and her free press organization that she founded has been very successful. She's proven that. Great.
Do you see what I mean? He's like so like diplomatic and political. He doesn't even work there anymore.
Is just anathema. Brings an ideology into CBS News where that is just anathema. It's a terrible fit. She doesn't know television. She doesn't understand how it works. She doesn't have management experience for a large organization like CBS News. So, yes, I do think that we would be far better off without her. Maybe she goes back to the free press and has a sterling career. But this is like somebody walking up to me and saying, there's a 747. There are 400 people on it. We need you to fly it to Paris. I'm going to decline because I don't have a clue.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be
And
prudent
it
at
would have
this
been so
juncture.
much better if Barry Weiss had been offered this job and said, oh, that's not for me. I don't know how to do that.
What a world. I mean, he's got a very interesting view of the world. But that Scott Perry thinks that there's a world in which Barry Weiss says no to that job is hilarious. I wish we were in that timeline, Scott. Scott's still living in this sort of like sensibility timeline, like that liberals tend to occupy, that like nobody else can see. Only they can see it. The rest of us are like, what are you talking about? But like, like you guys know what I'm talking, like the civility politics people. Like, but even Scott is making it fairly clear that this whole situation was just blatantly political.
There's something so awesome about someone so polite.
I know, it's the
saying
squarest
something
drubbing.
so devastating.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yes.
It's very fun to be so thoughtful on the first question. Like, let me take a 10-second pause.
I need to
here
be
think
careful
about
with the
this.
words that I'm using.
Oh
here.
yeah, she should.
Oh, unequivocally, no, she shouldn't be there.
She is
anywhere else.
anathema. I believe the word he used was anathema. That her ideology was anathema to doing the job in CBS News properly, or something to that nature, something to that effect. Yeah, I would agree. Everything we've seen out of CBS, and the fact is, everybody here knows, at least people who've been watching this for a long time. We've been doing it for 2.5 years. Before Barry Weiss ever got in there, I already had plenty of complaints about CBS's journalism. Then she showed up, and the whole place just goes to fucking hell. By the way, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And, of course, do not forget that this here stream is brought to you by space fams like you, viewers. Like yourself, and their contributions are the only thing that allows me to do this stream. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon, all great ways to contribute to GNN. Now, if you didn't figure it out, I was leading up to this video. This is from fucking yesterday. And by yesterday, I mean Friday. I think it was Friday. I think that's when the decision was made. It may have been Saturday, but the decision was made on Friday. But this is Reuters clip here regarding the decision by the U.S. Justice Department. Oh, can you guess what they decided?
The U.S. Justice Department's Antitrust Division said it has cleared Paramount Skydance Corp's planned acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery. It said a $110 billion transaction was unlikely to harm competition or consumers, saying its impact, quote, will be to increase competition across the media and entertainment ecosystem with benefits for American consumers and workers. Paramount thanked the DOJ for its review of the transaction. It said the deal would allow the company to better compete in an industry defined by an intense scramble for audiences, talent, technology, and investment.
Yep. Further media consolidation now almost a guarantee. You know, however long it takes to do the paperwork, transfer the stocks. And we'll probably have CBS, Paramount, Time Warner, CNN, whatever, Pepsi, Viacom, Halliburton. I don't know, I'm just naming random fucking companies. Who knows? Who knows what the fuck they own anymore? It's out of control. Well, while we have Trump-funded media, we are, of course, celebrating Trump's birthday by celebrating everybody else. Did you know that today is music legend Boy George's birthday. That's right, Sunday, Donald Trump. Boy George. They share a birthday. I'm not going to actually do it. It's true, though. It is true. I wouldn't lie to you. I'll show you. I'll bring it up right now. We're going to celebrate Boy George. Born June 14th, 1961. The ripe old age of 65 now. Born in Barnhurst. I don't know where that is. I assume the United Kingdom. Yeah. A British DJ, songwriter, and musician who rose to fame as the lead singer of Culture Club. There we go. We are celebrating Donald Trump's birthday by celebrating literally anybody else. And we'll be doing it all week. Only seems fitting since it's also my birthday week. Feel free to celebrate me in any way you want. Now, moving it along. You know what people aren't celebrating? Inflation. Keeps getting higher and higher. CPI hitting 4.2% last month. Producer, otherwise known as PPI inflation, up 6.4% last month. I'm sure that won't trickle down. Of course, I'm kidding. We all know the costs always trickle down, but the profits, for some reason, get stopped somewhere up at the top of the mountain. It's very strange.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Inflation has topped the 4% mark for the first time in more than 3 years. That's according to data released this morning by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Prices were up 4.2% compared to a year ago and up 0.5% from April. Energy prices accounted for more than 60% of the monthly increase. Housing and food prices were also up last month.
But one man, he loves inflation, and it's not me. Nope.
I will. Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it. The numbers were great.
I love
inflation.
inflation.
You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because
You know why? Because I'm a billionaire and I don't care. I'm a billionaire. Who does inflation? Who cares? That's great for me. As a real estate owner, my assets increase in price. I can charge more at my hotels and at my golf courses. That's why Trump loves inflation. Let's be real. Asset owners love inflation because it just makes what they own worth more money. People they do nothing for that. He doesn't care. He doesn't know what it's like to have to fill up your car to get to work. He doesn't drive himself. Has Trump ever driven anything but a fucking golf cart? Does he have a driver's license? Can he parallel park? I'm genuinely asking. I don't think he can. I think it would be almost as entertaining to watch Trump try and parallel park one of his vehicles as it would have been to watch him and Melania fight at the Octagon tonight. I would have paid for either of those. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to skip some shit. We're 6 hours in. I put together a list that's clearly just... I didn't think it through, okay? I made a mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
140 videos. I was like, look, Sunday Fun Day, we need max fun. This is too much fun. But don't worry, I'm gonna skip the stuff that's not fun. Like, I don't know, talking about AI. And how the climate is still degrading in front of our eyes. That's less fun. We're just gonna skip it. Pretend like everything's fine. Just Just pretend like everything's fine, Space Fams. Don't worry. I'm just trying to keep this puppy to 8 hours, okay? Or at least close to it. It's gonna go over it. I can already tell. That's why I gotta make some editorial decisions here. You're celebrating my birthday by trying not to laugh at the fact that you are wearing 2 hats. I'm wearing one hat. One hat, one helmet. Okay? There's clearly a difference. Thank you very much. One birthday hat, one Space Knight helmet. Get it right.
Come on!
In fact, I am a little offended that you refer to the helmet as a hat. Okay. I know you know full well what it is that is on my head. See, I'm not the only one that wants to watch Melania and Trump take it. It would have been a much... We should have, instead of being a pay-per-view UFC, it should have just been Melania Trump, Donald Trump, front lawn, and just, you know, live stream to every platform for free. Surround sound, like 3D cameras, so you can feel like you're in the situation. Get them both wearing, like GoPros, right? So you can like pick which side you want to be on. I think we all know which side most people would go to. Like, that's the experience we all deserved that we did not get today. I could have made that happen. I mean, if they had just, instead of going to Dana White, asked me for ideas, we all could have had an actually entertaining experience. We saw him drive a Tesla at like 20 feet. Did he drive the Tesla? I don't remember that part of it. Everything's computer. I remember him sitting in a Tesla. I don't remember the Tesla itself actually moving. All right. We'll do a little climate talk by going to talking about NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL. I'm talking specifically about one NASA scientist who was forced to resign from his job for having the wrong opinions about science.
It's science.
The planet is quickly warming, and severe impacts from climate change will continue to accelerate unless action is taken immediately to prevent irreversible changes. That's according to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, calling for urgent action in a video release last week. He cited a new update from the World Meteorological Organization that warns El Niño is expected to arrive in the coming months with 90% certainty.
The science is clear. El Niño is arriving on our doorstep in the coming months with 90% certainty. The world must treat it as the urgent climate warning it is. El Niño conditions will pour fuel on the fire of a warming world. Impacts will hit even harder, travel even further, and cross borders with devastating speed. The only effective response is climate action equal to the crisis. Ending the addiction to fossil fuels, accelerating the shift to renewables, protecting the most vulnerable, and delivering early warning systems for all.
Well, even as the climate news gets more dire, on Monday, climate scientist Peter Kalmus says he was forced to resign from his job at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. His new Substack post is titled, "I was just forced to resign from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. This administration would love for science to just go away." He writes, he started getting concerned about climate change in 2006, and at the time he was sure that by 2020, humanity would be on the same page about climate change and well on its way to solving it for good. "How could I have been so incredibly wrong?" he writes. "I overestimated humanity," he says. For more, we go to Chapel Hill, North Carolina. We are joined by climate scientist and activist Peter Kalmus. For the first time, Peter, not identifying you as a scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. Why did you resign?
Yeah, thanks for having me back. I can speak freely for the first time on your show. Well, the surface reason for my resignation was a mandate to return to in-person work at the laboratory. So I've been fully remote in North Carolina for 4 years. A big part of the reason I left Altadena in 2022 to work remotely was because it was getting so hot there and so fiery. There's a fire that made a smoke cloud that encompassed my entire house and my family for, like, I think it was over a month. It was about a month in 2020, the Bobcat fire. And that got kicked off by a really strong heat wave, like heat that I've never.
Yeah. So a number of years ago, like a lot of people, he decided to move, work remotely, which was an available option for NASA, which continued to be an option for him until earlier this year.
They're not going to stop lying. They're still doing it. Their ads are ridiculous right now, and the greenwashing that they do is absolutely insane.
Can you explain what NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab does, what you did there, and what you're going to do now, Peter?
Yeah, thanks for that. JPL is, in my opinion, well, at least it was, the crown jewel in the NASA system of centers. So it's this beautiful campus in Pasadena, California, nestled in the hills there. And it is responsible for a huge fraction of the Earth observing satellites that monitor climate change and monitor weather around the world. The public doesn't really realize what a huge role JPL has played in monitoring the Earth. But more famously, it's responsible for putting rovers on Mars. It does these spectacular landings on Mars. It explores the planets of the solar system and its moons. So David mentioned the Europa Clipper. That's a JPL mission, which is going to study the ocean under Europa. And he's absolutely right, by the way, that we tend to really take for granted the boisterous, gorgeous life on planet Earth in a way that I think is, we have to stop doing. It's remarkable how we take it for granted.
Yeah, and the other thing that people don't quite, I think, not even take for granted, I think people don't even realize, is that NASA isn't all about like exploring the rest of the solar system or, interstellar or whatever. It's also about studying the Earth. It's it's very much about being able to turn the looking glass back at ourselves, this little marble, and be able to know what's going on. Right? And to be able to communicate with each other, right? Like we have thousands of satellites in the Earth orbit that help convey all the information that makes the things that we do possible, like this fucking stream and whatever else. And predicting weather patterns and other sorts of environmental things, right? Like when we need these things to be focused on that. Meanwhile, the Trump administration is just trying to turn it all into this sort of neo-colonial fucking fever dream, thanks to Elon Musk and Jared Isaacman, two literal space billionaires. I'm not kidding. I mean, there's the current NASA administrator. Look it up, Jared Isaacman. He's also a space billionaire. He literally owns a space company. I forget the fucking name of it. It's not Firefly. I cannot remember it now. But Elon and him are friends. These guys just want to fucking colonize the moon for themselves, not for humanity. And Trump wants to put fucking boots and like Space Force base up there. Like that's all this is about. Like it's not about benefiting the rest of the planet. But our tax dollars are going to it. It's a fucking disaster.
JPL also studies astrophysics, has many astrophysics missions, but it's just, I worked there for 15 years. It was my dream job. I was, one of those space kids. I was just, really nerded out on space from first grade onward. And it was a dream job for me. The colleagues that I worked with were brilliant. Morale, though, over the last couple of years, because mainly of the Trump administration, has been lower than I've ever seen it. And 30% of the workforce at JPL has been laid off or has left because of funding cuts and because of that low morale in the last year and a half.
How were you forced out?
So basically, I was told that I had to return to JPL by October 27th. Obviously, I couldn't do that because I would be leaving my sons and my wife and my life here in North Carolina behind. We moved here 4 years ago. The kids are in school here. So that wasn't an option. I would feel very sad, probably get depressed if I lived in a little apartment alone in Pasadena. Moving my entire family back wasn't an option. So I just fought. I tried to put in for remote exceptions. The process was extremely unfair. I had saved up a lot of vacation days and sick days. I injured my knee earlier this year and had to take a medical leave. Eventually, I was out of options and I just had to leave. But again, the indirect reason, the larger reason here is that Trump is not only attempting to dismantle the United States ocean observing system, they're trying to dismantle all of science in the United States.
Exactly.
US has had my entire life. It's been this sort of island in the world for doing science because of the federal funding system.
Exactly. And this has been what I've been saying. Like, this is what he is saying is what I've been saying. He's saying it better than I've been saying it. But like the fact is the Trump administration is trying to dismantle the scientific apparatus at every single turn. Right? The Trump administration, Project 2025, Stephen Miller, and everybody else over there, this is their main goal. It's why people like Linda McMahon went and said, I'm fine with the dismantling of the department, which I intend to head, when she was asked about, what the limitations were in her mind. If her job as education secretary of the whole goddamn country. She was like, actually, we don't even need the thing that I'm about to be in charge of. Right? Like, they're putting arsonists at the heads of these organizations. Privatizing everything that they can, and whatever they see is not profitable, they just nix it. If it's science, if it's about protecting the planet, if it's about benefiting humanity broadly rather than like a few dudes with massive capital interests and investments, it's meaningless to them. If it doesn't suit some sort of neo-colonial, capitalistic, militaristic, goal, then it's just fucking fodder to them. It's less than that. It really disturbs me as somebody who'd think science is important. It's been one of the main achievements of humanity, and it's the thing that allows us to actually go to space in the first place. So it seems real weird for me, in my opinion, to be doing anything but in space. Right? It's not like we have some sort of interstellar war to fight. Although I'm pretty sure that's the next narrative that they're going to start pushing. I'm pretty sure they're going to start actually pushing the narrative that actually we do have an interstellar war to fight. That we need to go from $1.5 trillion military budget to $5 trillion military budget. We need to start building the fucking USS Enterprise or something. Am I wrong? Do you really think that prediction is so far off base? Does anybody actually think that? I mean, they've been trying to distract everybody from how badly the war in Iran is going by dropping UFO files left and right that nobody cares about. Even like the biggest UFO freaks are like, but what's up with the war in Iran and or Epstein files? Like, that's the fucking incredible thing about this, is that, like, I feel like in a normal world with a normal president and a normal timeline, you'd have videos like this next clip get like millions of views. But no. It's been up for days, not even close. NBC. Go web go. You suck.
The Pentagon today released the third batch of declassified files related to unidentified anomalous phenomena, more commonly known as UFOs. The 72 newly released files date from the 1940s to this year and include materials from the FBI, CIA, Department of Defense, and NASA. They include multiple videos taken by eyewitnesses, like this one you're looking at, showing what appears to be glowing red orb-like objects in the sky. In a statement, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said in part, quote, "These files, hidden behind classifications, have long fueled justified speculation, and it's time the American people see it for themselves." He went on to say the release was part of the Trump administration's commitment to unprecedented transparency.
Commitment to unprecedented transparency. Before we move on from this, I can't help but do one of these. Just another example. Just like a visual example of the unprecedented transparency of the Trump administration. We all know what we're looking at. I don't think I have to even say it. I don't think I have to say what we're looking at.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Unprecedented transparency, folks. All right, moving on from the space news to the Earth news. I'm afraid we still have some stories to cover from yesterday, or that I was going to cover yesterday, that I was actually going to cover Friday, but I didn't do a stream yesterday because my body was like still in pain. I just needed sleep. I feel terrible about this fact, but it was necessary. Can we watch the Kyle Klinsky Trump homoerotic compilation? No, we cannot, but we can watch this video of Kyle Klinsky, who is literally the next video we're going to. How's that sound? That's right. Starting the global news in the Caribbean as we make our way east around the planet. It's going to start in Cuba, where people over the week were panicking with concerns that Trump would be invading immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Secular talk from Tuesday.
So Trump's second term has been nothing short of an absolute catastrophe. It has been genuinely apocalyptic on every single front. You have the economy on the brink of utter destruction. Gas prices are up. Grocery prices are up. People are losing their jobs. We're dealing with inflation. We're dealing with unemployment, where even the market has now started to go down. But we still haven't hit rock bottom because there's going to be a massive crash at some point because there's nothing but a massive AI bubble. This has been a disaster on every front, but perhaps the worst front has been foreign policy. So we're talking about a rogue criminal regime that has relentlessly bombed fishing boats from Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago and Colombia. They did regime change in Venezuela, killing a grandma, kidnapping the president, stealing their gold and oil. Trump now has hundreds of millions of dollars in a private bank account in Qatar that he stole from the people of Venezuela. They've bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Ecuador and Iran. Of course, they've threatened Greenland and Panama and Cuba and Mexico. He said he wants to reinvade Afghanistan. He's doing fake peace agreements, then continuing to bomb stuff. He says he stopped 8 wars when he started 8 wars and stopped 0, okay? It's been a catastrophe. But it's gotten to the point where so much is happening, people can't even keep up. So let me show you this. Clash Report says, Cuba has begun distributing weapons to civilians and urging citizens to prepare for a possible foreign invasion. The government has reportedly activated contingency plans across the country. Holy shit. So there's been a lot of reporting detailing how U.S. troops have been in place for quite a while to do a potential invasion of Cuba. You heard that correctly.
Yeah.
Troops are in place to do a potential invasion.
Now, if you've been a religious watcher of the Galactic Stream, you would also know this because weeks ago now, multiple U.S. carriers. God, how long has it been now since this happened? It was sometime. It was sometime after the ceasefire was declared, right? Amidst all of the shit that's happened, at one point, at least like 3 battleships, I think, or like 2 battleships and like a gunboat or something, all were seen entering the Caribbean Sea off of the coast of Cuba. And I believe they came from the Middle East. I could be mistaken about that last detail, but I could have sworn that those 3 ships were previously stationed in the Middle East, and in the midst of all of this, shifted position. Nothing, of course, as we know, nothing has come to fruition on that, but it's something I've had in my mind this whole goddamn time. It's like, like, as someone who's like played things like Risk in the past, I'm like keeping track of those boats in my head. I'm like, okay, so those boats are there for a reason. They didn't just like leave the Middle East. We're literally at war for, just for shits and gigs. They got a plan, even if it's just a concept of a plan.
The Cuban government is reacting by doing all they can do, which is arming the citizens and saying, hey, if need be, use this, protect yourself, fight back. That's what's happening. Absolutely ludicrous stuff now, especially because the Middle East just erupted again. The hot war is back on between Israel and Iran and the U.S., okay? The world's on fire right now. The world's on fire. We'll do a separate segment on this, but the Atlantic Ocean current is in the midst of collapsing, which could plunge Europe into a fucking ice age. It just totally destroy modern civilization as we know it. And as all this is going on, it's war after war after war. Bombing raid after bombing raid after bombing raid. Just rank imperialism out there in front of the world for the world to see, okay? Now let me show you.
That's all we're going to do from that Kyle clip. Thank you, Kyle. It would have been a real disaster if Crystal had taken his name. KKKK, that would have been bad. I think it randomly, I think it all the time, but like not with consistency, like just from time to time. I think, God, that's a close call. Is that a fa? Is that a fa in chat? I don't have that sound shot. I'm leaving that with Hasan. He's got like 3 sound shots, okay? I'm letting him have that one. We've got so many. Let's not forget just how many great sound shots we got around here. Right?
So we're all going to learn this together.
Is why did she say those things?
Why did she say those things? You know, that needs to be one of the ones on my board. Why did she say those things? That comes up. That probably like, honestly, why did she say those things is a clutch sound shot. I did underutilized.
Why did she say those things?
Why did she say those things?
Holy Toledo.
Yeah, God. So many missed opportunities.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
I want the Michigan fist.
Who wants that Michigan fist? Come on.
I want the Michigan fist. Fist. I want you all to unite. Fist. I want the Michigan fist. Fist. I want you to punch a hole in the wall of resistance. Fist.
Who doesn't want a little Michigan fist? Come on. You're lying.
Come on.
If you say no, you're lying to me. Okay? One's in chat. Majority report. Talking a little bit more about Cuba. And then we're gonna move on to other places south of the border.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. I want to welcome back to the program Jose Luis Granado Sea, journalist at Drop Site News covering Latin America. Jose, thanks so much for joining us. You've written a piece, I guess it was 10 days ago, about the potential for an imminent, I don't know, attack on Cuba. And then I don't know if it was, I guess it was just days before that, that we had this big leak of intelligence from the CIA, just by chance, I guess, that Cuba was planning to invade the United States. Now, I watched Red Dawn, the original, and so I'm very familiar how this would go down. But where would be the Soviet Union in this? Because I think they provided most of the troops.
Good point.
When they, like, who is this for? Who is that information for? Like, who is that going to convince that Cuba is going to invade the United States?
I mean, you'd be amazed at how well this sort of propaganda actually does work. It's interesting because it looks like a pretty concerted effort at this point. If you couple it with the indictment of Raul Castro for the alleged murder of the Brothers to the Rescue pilots who were shot down in Cuban airspace, well, then you see that is an effort to kind of manufacture consent.
Yeah, you know what it comes to mind is like, because Sam brought it up, is like, you look at, you take movies like Red Dawn or whatever, Red October, whatever the fucking money, like all these sort of like, you know, military movies, spy movies, whatever else, right? Stuff that is effectively kind of like normalized a particular narrative, right? Over decades, right? It's gone along with like literal government propaganda, depending on what decade you're in, right? And I think to some degree, I think that's what has made it easy for people to just accept those kinds of narratives. Be like, oh, right, yes, evil Cuba. I don't have time to think about this anymore. I don't really know the history, and therefore I'm just going to accept this narrative because it's too much to think about. Again, it's just easy, right? Because they have, like, you know, even if it's like fictional, right? Even if it's coming from like movies and TV shows, you know, even if everything somebody fucking knows about Cuba is from fucking Burn Notice or something, it doesn't, you know, like something about the human mind, right? Especially, you know, there's like studies that show that, you know, the more that worried you are about like your own life shit, the less likely you are to seek out like secondary sources of information. Essentially, like it makes you less inquisitive if, like, I don't know, you owe money on the electricity bill or the internet bill or fucking your mortgage or something, right?
It seems like the United States government right now is very much intent on regime change in Cuba, one way or another. You know, either by starving the population, conducting this medieval style siege, denying them oil. I mean, just pause for a second, right? No country can function without oil, and none has come in since December, actually, except for the one boat that made it through from Russia. So, you know, this is clearly an effort by the United States to set the stage for some kind of intervention, either a decapitation strike, an actual invasion, right? They're trying to make Cuba into a boogeyman. That's also why you see these Fox News exposés about the solidarity missions, the humanitarian efforts conducted by organizations like the Nuestra America Convoy. They want to paint Cuba as a boogeyman to justify what they intend to do, which is, if in the case of an invasion or an attack, it's going to be a bloodbath, as the Cuban foreign minister has now repeatedly said at many occasions, including at the United Nations.
I've been like dreading the possibility of this. Trump needs to stop making just erratic, idiotic, and dangerous moves to cover up his previous failures and or embarrassments, right? Like the Epstein files. Like, we're going from one failure to the next. And, you know, like we've been calling the Iran war Operation Epstein Fury for the last 3 months because we all know to some degree that when he heard this, he was primed to do literally anything. Because that's the thing about this, right? Like, yeah, did Benjamin Netanyahu, like, and who knows who else, like, nudge Donald Trump or, like, talk him into this? Yeah, but he was primed to do it because he wanted to take everybody's focus off of the Epstein files. That's why this is, you know, the war is called Operation Epstein fucking Fury. And it just failed. That failed, right? And he immediately starts thinking, oh, let's go do Cuba next. Maybe that'll do it. Maybe we can get a big W there. He's just like going from one thing to the next. Like he has to some degree, like, you know, with his life. Failing upwards, hoping to fail upwards. But he's like doing it with the entire U.S. government right now and everybody's goddamn lives. It's oh, God. It is maddening.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, fuck. I haven't checked on this in like a day or so. I keep meaning to check on this every day. Oh, please don't be the thing that it was saying. Oh my God, they still haven't decided. Oh, it's been going for so long. Okay, so we've been covering this election, the presidential election happening in Peru for like months now. A far-right candidate by the name of Fujimori, Keiko Fujimori, I think is her name. Her father was the former president of Peru. Many who called a dictator, was literally convicted of crimes against humanity. Keiko seems to be rather similar to her father, and she's been in a deadlock with Pedro Sanchez, who is the sort of center-left candidate, sort of like a, you know, like a Democrat. Like the best thing to compare Pedro Sanchez to, it would be Democrats, in my opinion, here in the United States, but more like the neo-lib version. But suffice to say, like we were talking about this election this time last week when voting started, They still have not determined a winner. 7 days later, the lead has changed multiple times, and that I've been keeping track of it myself. My my time the last few days. Right now, my best sense of it is that Keiko Fujimori currently sits in the lead. A slim lead from the last report that I saw, but the last report I saw was from 2 days ago. Nobody's been talking about it all weekend. The last thing that I saw wasn't anything regarding lead or who was going to win, but that it might take weeks from now for them to actually declare a winner. I would love to know what the president has to say about that. And maybe, because here's the thing, I would love to bank what the president has to say about that now before whoever wins wins. Because you know for certain Trump will say it was a perfect election if she wins. Because you know he wants her to win. She's like an anti-immigrant hardliner. Think of her like, well, she's got some different ideologies than what's his face in Argentina? I can't think of his fucking name. Trump. Argentina's Trump. Milei. But she's very pro-business, like I said, very anti-immigrant, very sort of like nationalist, isolationist. But the last I saw, that she was leading by like an incredibly slim margin, with a whole bunch of votes left to count and certify. But I'll just play this clip to remind you.
Leftist lawmaker Roberto Sanchez has taken a slim lead against conservative Keiko Fujimori in Peru's presidential race. That's as vote counting stretched into a second day on Monday.
So that's where we were at on Monday. Just wanted to remind you where we were at on Monday. He was in the lead on Monday. She is now supposedly taking the lead going into the weekend. Who knows what's going to happen on Monday? Hard to say. But it's disturbing that it's this close. Oh, good day. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Jerry. It didn't rain. No, it didn't rain. Not hard enough to fuck up the fight, I'm afraid. Yeah, it was supposedly super hot, but we were really hoping. I mean, the forecast suggested that it was going to rain. They probably just used that weather, that government weather machine. Kidding. It rained here. Yeah, it was raining down on Earth before I teleported up to do the fucking show tonight. All right, we are going to move on from South America. Oh, wait, one last story, just to remind people of what happened this week in Bolivia, because we've been covering this story now for weeks. But after like over a month of protests, Bolivia's Congress approved the president's ability to declare martial law and send troops into the street to quell demonstrations. But suffice to say, people are pissed. So, I mean, like, seems pretty fucked up. Seems pretty fucked up. They weren't hurting anybody. Were they preventing certain things from happening? Like business things from happening? Yeah, technically. Yeah, they were blocking roads. They weren't killing anybody, though. You're liking me better by the moment. This is high quality shit. Wow. Well, thank you, Benjamin. I do my best. I do my best. I did not do well this week. I spent a bunch of time putting together this beautiful bed that people crowdfunded on Throne, but it took completely out of all of the energy I had. Somehow, it just completely sapped it out of me. I think because I did it completely on my own. I didn't even ask anybody for help. I just sat there for 8 hours, turning bolts, lifting a queen-size mattress 6 feet into the air, and stuff like that. So I didn't do my normal schedule this week, and once again, I apologize, everybody, for the lack of streams. Usually we do 5 on a good week. We got, what, 3? It's not good. It's bad. Not my best week. Just a reminder, everybody, we're 7 hours into this puppy. We're not done yet. Still actually a lot to talk about. We're probably going to be going at least another couple of hours, if I'm doing my math right. But at least follow and subscribe. Hit that bell icon, like button. Really helps out. You know what else helps out? Actual physical money. Or digital money, really. I mean, nobody can give me physical money, I don't think. But you could contribute money in one way or another. Even pennies, when distributed over the thousands of people who follow us here at the Galactic News Network. It adds up. Tangibly. Really. So many great ways for you to show your support. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. No donation is too small. Especially since we were demonetized on YouTube at the end of April. Loss of ad revenue, super chats, memberships, really kind of thrown us into a financial tailspin. Got like 2/3 of my revenue from YouTube previously. It's been causing us some real problems. But, suffice to say, not giving up. I think we can get through it.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Yes, I think together we can get through it. Now let's go to Europe. Across the Atlantic. Where we have been talking about, well, one big fucking situation this week. That is the pogroms. The race-fueled attacks and violent riots in the streets of Great Britain. Actually, well, technically Northern Ireland, but part of the UK. Images of burning homes and cars and people being violently attacked for their racial identity have been all over the British media. One man, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with, technically from the United Kingdom, but started a US-based media company in recent years. Mehdi Hasan of Zateo made a little appearance on BBC. This wasn't Question Time. What was this? Politics? I forget the name of this fucking show. But he debated with Jeremy Hunt, who, if I recall correctly, I think he's a conservative. right? Yeah. Conservative. I think he's a never Brexit conservative. He's like a, he's like a never Trump Republican.
I think these are fixable problems. I actually think that, we have a great future if we want it.
There's an argument that says that we are not a rich country anymore. We're a poor country with lots of rich people in it.
But it isn't true, is it? This is a low patch for Britain's morale and our economy, and I talk to lots of businesses across the country, and what they have is this enormous frustration. Because, my book is actually very optimistic about Britain. We have, we're about to overtake Japan and become the 5th largest economy in the world. We have the 3rd largest tech sector.
Now, Jeremy here, he goes on and on about all these things that he sees as being good about Britain right now. I think a lot of what he's saying is fluff, bullshit. And it's the sort of thing that confirms to me why conservatives are as unpopular, if not more unpopular, than Labor is right now. Why they lost the election to Labor in the first place. Because these guys have no fucking new ideas. All they got is like, actually, Britain's pretty great when you think about it.
New chancellor this year or not, but economic growth isn't just one of a number of priorities. For any government, it is the one thing you have to get right. Labour, Conservative, it doesn't matter, because if GDP goes up 1%, the Chancellor has an extra £12 billion to spend on public services. And you can argue whether it's tax cuts or the NHS, but you can only have that argument if you have the growth.
Like, before Manny gets in here, like, this is what I mean, though, when I say out of touch. Like, it's like nobody, like, the one thing that I feel like most people in Britain agree on, although we don't talk as much British politics as we do US politics, is that things are actually not great. And that there isn't like too much money. Like, Britain doesn't have too much money, which is basically the argument he's making. He's like, look, actually, we have too much money when you really look at it. Right? I mean, that's basically the argument he's making. And the consensus is like basically the exact opposite of that. He's just living in some like alternate reality where everything is super good.
Both in the first place, and that's what we seem to have forgotten.
You're obviously based in the States. How is the UK viewed when it comes to its economic heft?
Not in the greatest of ways. Jeremy and I were talking earlier about, King Charles's visit to the US was a good moment for the UK. But in general, Americans tend not to think about the UK very often, either in terms of politics or economics. You don't even have the kind of economic debate we have in the UK in the United States. It's very, very superficial. I'm glad we're talking about growth again. I would point out, of course, the two biggest hits to growth in the UK over the last 10, 15 years were both brought about by Conservative governments, austerity and Brexit. Jeremy was on the right side of the Brexit argument, i.e. opposing it, which has hit us badly in terms of growth, but I think wrong side on austerity, which has cost us...
What about COVID? What about the global financial crisis? What about the Ukraine energy shock? I think these are huge...
Those are global issues,
Yeah,
right?
global shocks.
I'm talking about the ones we did to ourselves. I'm talking about the self-inflicted wounds.
But we are
Brexit
affected,
and austerity.
Yeah, but we are affected by global shocks.
But you mentioned £12 billion, right? You had that stat just a moment ago. You said 1% gives you extra £12 billion. Some studies suggest that austerity costs us £100 billion a year in lost GDP.
Not any study that I believe. Hang on, let's just... You mentioned austerity. I mean, it's a quite
according to any
now.
study that I...
But the reality is that Alistair... Yeah.
You can tell he kind of like minces his words in there. Like I feel like he was gonna go in the direction that I've ever heard of, but then I feel like he realized that he has heard this study and then had to change it to that I believe. He's like, oh, it's fake news. It's fake news. Actually, Mehdi, is he saying in a British accent, so it's hard to tell, I feel like, for Americans. But he's basically saying fake news, Mehdi. Mehdi, that's fake news, actually.
Alistair Darling's spending plans that he had penciled in before Labour left office in 2010 were not that different to what George Osborne actually did, because you had a state that was borrowing nearly £1 in every 4 that it spent. Now, you can have a bit of a debate about, were some of the cuts right, some of the cuts wrong. But the bigger picture here was that we had a global financial shock, we had COVID, we had Ukraine, huge shocks. Then we had Brexit, which we decided to do ourselves, about which there's huge debate.
And there's been a huge shift to growth
yeah,
for
that's
Brexit,
true. But we have had a big, but along the same, over that period, by the way, we've grown faster than France, Germany, Italy, and Japan.
Per capita, that's not true.
Per capita, we also...
Per capita, we've done very badly. I mean, there's an argument that says
that
we are not a rich country anymore. We're a poor country with lots of rich people in it.
But it isn't true, is it? If you look at the numbers, we are our position in the global rankings for per capita GDP growth is actually middle of the pack. It's not top, it's not bottom.
I like how he goes from look, we're beating everybody to after Mehdi corrects him, he has he at least know. What I'll give him is like, unlike Republicans and conservatives back in the United States, he at least is willing to accept reality. He at least knows the numbers. He's like, okay, look, Mehdi, okay, technically, yes, all right, so. Did I start off the sentence saying we were doing great? Yes. And after you've said this thing, I now have to agree that, in fact, well, it's not as good as I've tried to paint it. Right? Like, it's sort of the state of play that I feel like we no longer have in the United States. We just have two different sets of facts. Although, technically, that's changing in the United Kingdom, too, of course, now that you guys have got reform. They don't really live in a real fact-based world.
The truth is we've had these shocks and you have to make a decision. Are we going to do the big things we need to put the economy back on its feet, or are we going to put our head in the sand? And my argument is that actually there are things we can sort out, like welfare reform, like bringing down energy prices, like making it easy to...
Like, well, when he says welfare reform, like it's incredible for a conservative to use those words, in my opinion. They just got done saying that for 15 years. Where did it get Britain exactly? Remind me of what 15 years of conservatives doing supposed welfare reform has gotten anybody.
Ill things in this country that we could do that would make a big difference, and I think we need to get on and do it.
But do you accept that GDP in and of itself can never be enough in a country where a lot of that GDP is captured by the top 1%, the top 0.1%, when you've got, what, 150 billionaires controlling 22% of the wealth of this country? That's not sustainable, is it? It's not just enough to say to the public.
I completely disagree with you. If we have a tax system that sends rich people abroad, we will have lower GDP, we'll have less money for public services.
We'll have less money for GDP if the GDP is not going to the public at large.
Well, I do.
And
well,
you get this kind of discontent in the streets.
What's the point?
Migrants are blamed.
What's the point of a low-growth economy?
Oh, Mehdi just dismantled that thinking so fast and just, I mean, decimated. What's the point of having a high GDP if all of that just goes to like 3 guys? How's that helping Britain exactly? And of course the answer is it's not. And this guy has no answer for that. Yeah. Unfortunately, a bunch of right-wing weirdos have been making things much less safe on the streets, as I just mentioned, in Belfast. And another group of right-wing weirdos, not the ones in the streets, well, at least I assume they weren't in the street, have been just actively denying the reality which we've all witnessed on our phones, perhaps TVs. It's most likely a very British-centric thing. I highly doubt many Americans have seen this. But honestly, I haven't actually seen any U.S. outlets covering what's going on in Northern Ireland, which I find fascinating. But places like GB News, for instance, are kind of living in alternate reality. Let's go here to Novara Media from yesterday. Talk about that little alternate reality.
The racist pogroms that took place in Belfast this week were shocking. What we witnessed in Northern Ireland was racists burning down the homes of people they believed to be migrants or just non-white. Lives were put at risk and livelihoods were destroyed. Now, in response, some politicians on the far right have been reluctant to condemn this violent racism. More bizarrely, some high-profile journalists have denied it even happened.
To suggest that these skirmishes that we've seen in Belfast tonight, because they weren't riots. They weren't riots. There weren't people marauding through the streets with pitchforks.
There was a house set on fire, Beverly. There was a house set on fire. We've seen numerous pictures of fires ablaze in Belfast. This is disgraceful, violent behaviour that is not going to get anyone anywhere. It's going to further terrify communities who are already traumatised by the horrific images that were shown.
Yeah, and just for anybody wondering, these are some of the images that have been seen here. That she's like, this is not a house on fire. This is not a riot. It's not even a skirmish. It's like a perfect outing. You know, it's like a tour. It's like a tour group, just sort of enjoying themselves, having a little barbecue. That's all.
Around the world from last night.
And what you have just done is precisely the rage baiting that I am trying to do the opposite of.
What are you talking about?
You are saying, but people's houses are burned down. This is awful. I'm saying, actually, it isn't that dramatic. There aren't people, there aren't bodies piled up in hospitals
Someone's
tonight,
house
Matthew.
being burned down in a riot is not that dramatic. What are you saying, Bev? What words are you allowing out of your mouth?
There was no riot. There was no riot.
There was no riot.
There is not a house that has been burnt down.
There was no riot. There is not a house that has been burned down. So that was Beverly Turner, host at GB News, claiming that the pogroms in Belfast, I suppose, did not in fact happen. And she said very explicitly no houses were burned down. Now, you know some were. We're just going to show you some footage.
I would point out that she went from there are no houses burnt down to there are no bodies piled up in hospitals. Like, she really before even attempting to substantiate her initial claim, she just escalated it dramatically. Sort of depraved. Really makes you kind of sick. Makes you kind of sick to see somebody attempt to diminish that kind of thing, but, you know, kind of gave me Jan 6 denial vibes. It was a perfectly peaceful gathering, like any other day at the Capitol, not a riot. Very peaceful. Now, what was, I suppose, somewhat nice to see is that a lot of people turned out for anti-racist rallies in the wake of these horrifying attacks over the weekend.
Moving on to some other news, thousands of people gathered for an anti-racism rally this Saturday in Belfast after days of unrest triggered by a horrific stabbing Monday night. This is the third summer in a row that Northern Ireland has been gripped by anti-immigration violence. Over the past 2 nights, rioters have burnt houses, smashed windows, hurled bricks at police, and marched down streets saying they were there to, quote, get foreigners out. The violence comes at a time of heightened tensions in Britain over crime and immigration, with populist parties saying the country's asylum policy has allowed dangerous men into the country. Let's cross now to Belfast and bring in our correspondent, Hervé Amaric. Hervé, I understand you're right there in Belfast where the marches occurred. Tell us more about today's protests.
Just outside City Hall, and these streets behind me were black with people just half an hour ago. Many people, thousands, came to protest against racist attacks that took place in the last couple of nights. There were the political leaders of all the main political parties, and you had trade unionists as well. One in particular, I thought, took to the stand and spoke of his anger, and that was the head of the chairman of the Fire Brigade Union. He said, "We had people being burnt out of their houses in the 1960s. This is something we do not want to see again over here." And he was speaking particularly since he knows that his members, the firemen, are being attacked as well.
Yeah, I don't think nearly enough people are being held accountable for any of this. In fact, it's not clear to me that anyone is actually being, like, I think I might have heard about, like, arrest, but I don't remember hearing about, like, anybody actually being charged with anything. And for the first night, the cops basically did nothing. It was 2 different nights in a row.
After nights of riots, disorder and streets set alight, Belfast saw a different scene today. Thousands gathered in an anti-racism rally. Their message: we must stand up against violence and hate and be as loud as the rioters.
This is the real Belfast. Like, we need to work together, both sides of the community, to say that all people are welcome here. And I just want to say that the people who were out rioting do not represent us.
Every single time that fascism wants to breathe, we need to suffocate it. Particularly as a white person, you need to sit in your white privilege and be loud and be at the front and make sure that you're the person carrying the brunt of this.
That's not the Belfast that I know, which is primarily a city of welcome, of love, and people who stand against racism. So that's why I'm here to stand with my neighbours who maybe weren't born here, that they are welcome, that this is their city too, and to call out the politicians who, I'm afraid, with some of their inflammatory rhetoric, have fuelled the violence this week.
And this is what they reject. Masked men taken to the streets, burning buses, throwing petrol bombs and blocking roads.
Yeah, and I would point out it's not just British politicians who have been fueling this violence. It's also been American politicians. J.D. Vance, the fucking State Department, Pete Hegseth, all making fucking unhinged political comments about immigrants in relation to these. It is really disturbing just how Nazified the United States government has become, that we are fueling race riots in Ireland. But literally it's happening. I don't know what else to tell you. These guys have no shame. Tis disgraceful. Do I know what Riverboat Jack channel here? Yeah, I know who Riverboat Jack is. And what's fascinating is while basically seemingly nobody is facing any real consequences for these violent race-based attacks in the same fucking week. I mean, and this is what is truly mind-boggling to me. In the same fucking week, you have a bunch of people basically just walking free, not being accosted by the fucking police, being arrested, put in jail. People just being allowed to burn cars in the middle of the fucking streets by the police. Burn homes. Attack ethnic minorities. They're also jailing multiple Palestine Action activists. At least one of them for nearly a decade. For supposed anti-Semitism. Well, no, I guess it's terrorism, right? It's not anti-Semitism, it's terrorism. Which is even... I'm not sure which one is more ridiculous. I feel like they're both equally ridiculous. But, peace activists are being jailed while literal terrorists roam the streets.
4 Palestine Action activists have been sentenced at Woolwich Crown Court today. Leona Eli Cameo, Charlotte Lottie Head, and Fatima Zainab Rajwani were all convicted of criminal damage in May for destroying property at Elbit Systems Research Centre near Bristol in 2024. Cameo and Head were each sentenced to 6 years in custody. Wow. Rajwani to 5 years and 8 months. So those sentences just in 6 years and 5 years and 8 months. Samuel Corner is the 4th person sentenced. So he was convicted of criminal damage at that same trial earlier this year, also of grievous bodily harm, though without intent. That was for fracturing one of the vertebrae of an attending policewoman. Now, he's been sentenced to 8 years and 8 months in prison. Those are really long sentences. If you think the sentences for criminal damage seem long, that's because they are. Now, as Navarro's Simon Childs reported from court today, the judge decided the activists would be sentenced as terrorists.
Oh, the hypocrisy of Western leaders really knows no bounds. Oh, we're making progress. Jesus, 7.5 hours. Oh, God. This Sunday Fun Day has been up and down and up and down. Good moments and bad moments alike. Let's go to France, where in the coming days, I think next week, I don't know the exact date, don't quote me on that. In the coming days, Donald Trump will be making a visit for the G7 summit. What should we expect? Tell us, CNBC.
We're headed to the G7 summit later this month in Evian, France, where President Trump is expected to meet with 6 of the United States' closest allies. President Trump has long had a difficult relationship with most, if not all, of the G7 leaders. I'd say the 2 that he has the best relationship with are Giorgia Meloni of Italy, as well as the leader of Japan. But when you think of the top European officials as well as Canada that are there, all 4 of those leaders really having a difficult relationship with this US president, increasingly unafraid to stand up to him on issues like tariffs, the war in Ukraine, the war in Iran. And this is a stark contrast from what we've traditionally seen between the US and all of its G7 allies. These are some of the US.
Yep, we're going to the G7, where the majority of the G7 have been at the receiving end of Trump tweets and truths, tariffs and troubles. All the T's. The 5 T's. Trump, truths, tweets, tariffs, and troubles. Everybody knows them. They're the 5 most important T's. And it's great that he's closest with the 2 most fashy of the group. Giorgia Meloni of Italy and Sanae Takaichi of Japan. Takaichi is the most recently elected of the 2, coming to power in Japan last. Is it last year? Or is it this year? It's like within the last 6 months or something like that. And she's got some way outdated views. Just crazy shit. But it's not the United States, not just the United States, who saw rightward shifts in the last elections. You know who's also considering a rightward shift? Switzerland.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Switzerland is considering doing its own Brexit. Swexit. What is the possible impact of Switzerland leaving the EU? And this vote, which I believe literally just happened over Sunday.
At a luxury lakeside hotel near Zurich, manager Martin von Moos is concerned. Switzerland is readying for a pivotal vote, whether to cap its population at 10 million people. Sunday's referendum, which has been likened by some to a Swiss Brexit, has alarmed businesses who fear an economic blow should the proposal succeed. There's concern it could damage relations with the European Union, Switzerland's biggest export market, and limit access to skilled labour.
In Switzerland, for example, over 50% of our hotel staff are foreign nationals. If we no longer have access to these skilled workers, it would be very difficult to continue operating the hotel and restaurant industry in Switzerland.
Oh yeah, doing this would have seriously bad consequences for Switzerland. I mean, I don't know what is driving. I mean, it feels racist. I'm not gonna lie. After looking into this a little bit, it feels vaguely racist. It's just like this anti-immigrant fucking impulse that people are seemingly embracing here in Switzerland. I would just like to remind people in Switzerland that the last time people really embraced that kind of thinking in this region was bad. Remember? You guys remember that? Anybody? It's like 80 years ago. 90, 80, 90, somewhere between 80 and 90 years ago. Ay, ay, ay. All right, back to France for some Sunday Funday stuff. Paris, a must-see event. A rare tournament kicking off. Actually,
They came to see their heroes and watch them wrestle in a sport that is one of Japan's oldest martial art forms. It's only the third time a sumo tournament has been held in Paris.
I heard about it from my grandparents and parents who saw them in the 80s when they came to France. It matters to me because I really love Japanese culture.
I have always loved these outstanding fighters, their mindset.
The last two sumo wrestling tournaments in Paris were in 1986 and 1995. 60 wrestlers are taking part this weekend. These two stand out in particular. They have been elevated to the level of Yokozuna, the highest rank in...
Very highest rank in sumo. Fancy. A rare glimpse for Parisian people to the world of sumo. Some big time names competing. All right. I'm gonna skip these for tomorrow. We don't need this right now. We've done too many stressful. We've done too much stressful shit. For some reason, I feel like we still haven't hit enough valuetainment. Somehow. Don't share my government name. Spewliff. All right. Gonna move it along from France. To Albania. To cover a story we have been talking about now for over a week. How long has it been? I mean, I'm trying to remember now. When we first got wind of the Ivanka, Jared, Epstein Island resort fiasco. I feel like it was a week ago. May have been longer though. I feel like we talked about it twice. May have been weeks ago now. But people, suffice to say, are not getting less upset. You know? Like when we first started talking about this, people were already upset, right? People were already protesting. Well, it just seems that as time transpires, people grow angrier and angrier and more opposed to this project rather than vice versa, right? You know, you got images like this becoming more and more frequent. Here's a live stream from Wednesday. I mean, it's an ocean of people. You cannot see the end of the protest. If you try and focus way down here, right? Like you can't see the end of it, but they keep coming, which kind of tells you how many people you got here. Suffice to say, it's a lot. It is immense. It is immense, the number of people at these protests that you're seeing. I mean, look at it. Don't tell me that this isn't it's a ridiculous crowd. I mean, you can see the Albanian flags all over the place. People wearing their Albanian soccer jerseys, although I guess that could be World Cup related. But there does seem to be a fairly strong nationalist sentiment here. People asserting essentially their territorial sovereignty over this island, telling Jared and Ivanka to get the fuck out. Which, to be fair, I can understand. I want to tell them to get the fuck out too. Believe me. But you guys have more, I mean, but unfortunately, since they're American citizens, it's harder for me, Americans, to get rid of them than I think of Albanians.
Shqipëria më shumë ju takon juve se sa neve që nuk arritëm atë ta mbronim nga hajdutët dhe shfaqsi.
Hey, dono from Carl Gaslight Dockersy. Thank you, Carl. 10 bones, PayPal. Spew Life donating $5 on K-Shape. Thank you, both of you. Appreciate the generous donations. I mean, just look at the crowds here. It's almost hard for me to focus on your incredible generosity when you got like 1 trillion people at this, maybe 2 trillion. Somewhere between 1 and 2 trillion Albanians. I could have sworn the population of Albania was like 30 million. But there's like at least like 2.5 trillion Albanians here in the street.
It's science.
I don't want to hear people say that number keeps getting bigger, StreamLord. Look, I don't need you counting. All right? That's not what this is about. Actually, it's even less than I thought. It's 3 million. It's 3, not 30 million. Why did I think it's 30 mil? It's 3 million. It's much less. Good God, it's tiny. The entire country of Albania. Now they want to come in and steal an island? Good Lord. And what's incredible about it is that it's Ivanka thinks that she and Jared found the island. Like she's fucking Christopher Columbus or something. Yeah, I'd also point out Christopher Columbus didn't find anything either that humanity hadn't seen before, but such is the history of overprivileged Europeans on planet Earth.
Follow the rich white man.
She's been away, and now she's back. She is just as unfeeling. I mean, truly, they have perfected the lobotomy science, and she's here, and she's
on an incredible project with my husband in the Mediterranean. It's massive in scale.
I think that's an understatement. Can you explain?
Yes, it is.
There's no power on this island. You're building everything from scratch. Correct.
Well, it's an unbelievable, beautiful 1,400 hectare private island in the middle of the Mediterranean. We were on a friend's boat and we stopped for a swim. Effectively, that's how we found it. We swam to the islands. We went on a hike, barefoot all the way up to the top, and we were just captivated. And it stayed with us ever since.
Yeah, I would like to remind everybody that when she says private, what she really means is that they kind of just seized on an opportunity, basically hoping that the government of Albania a tiny country would want to curry favor with the Trumps, which, as it turns out, yes, they did want to do that, but they did not bank on the incredible unpopularity of this move to basically build like a, Epstein Island 2.0. To turn what is already there into Epstein Island 2.0.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And over the course of many years, we developed the opportunity to help realize its potential and transform it, but with a lot of restraint and care, because the land is so beautiful that really the architecture has to be fully integrated into it, almost rise from it. You know, it's not even a business for me, despite the scale of it.
It's not? It's not a business. Okay, why are you doing it?
We not only the island, but we have 5 miles of beachfront directly across from the island, this beautiful peninsula with a lagoon on one side, the ocean on the other.
You already have Florida, bitch. You have Florida. You fucking like psycho Stepford wife, never been to therapy, suppressing all the shit that
all the serious, probably a little bit of both daddy and mommy issues over here. Yeah, 100%. No, I mean, Francesca's absolutely right. Why the fuck are you over here like near like in Albania? I almost said Sardinia. Are you over in fucking Albania, like trying to just grabbing islands for yourself to turn into resorts when your father already owns like multiple fucking resort properties and golf courses and homes? Like, why do these people have to own absolutely everything? I just don't understand. Like, their obsession, their obsession with owning everything is what is ruining the planet, right? For everyone else. It's just like this sociopathic desire to continue to just acquire and acquire and acquire with no real purpose, aside from maybe the hope of the accumulation of more wealth and property. And it's just, it's deleterious to society. It is pathological. I agree.
what could become of Gaza. Here was me about, when was this? 6 months ago? Yeah, maybe no, longer than that, a year ago. This was one of the first pieces that I did. It was called Gaza 2035, and this is the Albania part. And while he hasn't said too much more about the future of Gaza, Kushner's company has purchased an island off of Albania? According to reporting from Matthew Broomfield for Jacobin, Kushner bought the island of Sazan in 2024 from the Albanian government, which changed its laws to approve the sale, and Affinity Partners will pay no tax during construction, while the Albanian government will underwrite all infrastructure costs. That's insane. Amazing deal. Here's the other thing. Albania's Prime Minister, Edi Rama, is a staunch supporter of Israel, and this year he won Israel's Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is also known as the Top Civilian Award. And given how the IDF distinguishes between civilians and fighters, feels less like an honor and more like a threat.
Yeah, and one thing that I don't think Francesca brought up during this, but I think is an interesting note, but Albania has also become like Europe's detention center, right? Like it's used a number of its islands like off the coast, and like also like, I mean, I think on the land too. Like Albania's government has been basically creating prisons like similar to like a CCOT for the EU. And so like Georgia Maloney last year, was sending, hundreds of immigrants at a time on like military vessels to just detain, right? To just detain in these like cement barbed wire surrounded fucking buildings where people are just like, you know, like indefinitely held for being immigrants. Just in a random country. Like Albania is just a random country, right? Like that's like none of these people that are being sent there were Albanian. No. There's a fun fact about Albania. And by fun, I mean disturbing. I'm skipping a little bit ahead here.
Ow. But and of course back then we hadn't attacked Iran yet, so they got to keep on building up. But again, it is a privatized city. It's going to be pro-Israel, just like the president. But the Albanians are kind of having a lot to say about that.
This week with a message for their prime minister.
Albania is not for sale.
They're demanding authorities stop the construction of a $1.4 billion luxury coastal resort backed by Jared Kushner's investment firm, Affinity Partners.
It will be basically another city.
Protesters went to the site of the proposed development today, which sits on the country's Adriatic coast and wildlife reserve, home to seals, nesting sea turtles, and flocks of flamingos. In a podcast earlier.
Okay. There we go. I think that almost does it on actually, well, that does it for that Francesca video. By the way, if you aren't already, be subscribed. Be subscribed. Already be subscribed to the Bituation Room. Okay? You should already be. Let's be real. But if not, you should be clicking right now. Subscribe. She's great. Here's a quick look at the lagoon itself, where this island is located. It is, by the way, before this, it was designated as a natural preserve for a number of rare indigenous species of birds. Yep. And of course, let's not forget flamingos are already a species that are somewhat under threat right now as a result of, like, shrimp populations struggling big time, basically planet-wide. But there's also, I think, like 2 other species that are, like, very specific to this location. Indigenous to Albania that I don't think, like I said, I don't think exist anywhere else. Basically, like, this one island is like their one habitat, and so they want to turn it into a fucking PDF island for the Trump Epstein class. And all week, Albania, the shouts of Albanians for the president to step down have been growing louder and louder. This was from Friday at another protest. Protests which are basically becoming
the government is corrupted
occurrences.
The government is corrupted. The opposition is corrupted.
Look at how many people.
It's the first time that we protest. The protest is at this scale. It's the first time that no political party is included. So we are very happy to be here, and we hope we can achieve something.
Yeah. Suffice to say, people not happy with Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Not happy at all. And look at this crowd. This is what I'm saying. They keep getting bigger. Somehow they get bigger. Look at this shit. It just goes into the vanishing point, into the horizon. It's just the crowd just fucking disappears. It's got to be in the tens of thousands, maybe more. I don't know. It's like all of Albania is it feels like all of Albania.
I'm against this project because it risks the life of endangered species that are protected by laws, international laws, and this is our land.
And let's not forget, like, you get 100,000 Albanians out there, with it being less than 3 million people than the entire population of the country. That's like 3%. That's like 3% of the country coming out there. 300,000, that's 10%. It's more than 10%. It's like, I think it's like 2.8 million, right? So, you know, anything over 250,000 people protesting at 10% of the country. Piss the fuck off. Physically in the streets.
Then we do not want to sell it off to outside parties.
Oh my god. All right, now take this with a grain of salt. But the AI overview literally says between 100,000 and 200,000 people. So like somewhere between, if that's true, right? Somewhere between, what is that? My brain just broke on the math. 300,000 would be 10%. Somewhere between what, like 3 and 5% of the entire country. That's wild if true. I don't have time to actually go further into detail on that. I'm sorry. We're already 8 hours into the stream. We're already 8 freaking hours into this thing. Let's talk about Iran. And leading into the stream, things got really interesting. We may have peace in Iran. Does that mean that we're about to start a war in Cuba? Let's hope not. But we literally just got done talking about that, and right before the stream started, announcements were made regarding a deal to end the war. How many of these have we heard now? 45? 50? Just to remind you all of some of the chaos. Let's go. Sorry, I don't actually know where I'm going. Let's just talk about the parameters of the deal that was being touted earlier this week. We, of course, really went all over this on Friday. But, I mean, Trump has claimed, literally, and it's not an exaggeration, dozens of times that the war was, like, over. or was about to be over. And of course, we have not had that yet for over 100 days. And we have, it would seem, achieved nothing so far. Now, this deal presents a potential for success, I suppose, in theory. But very little room for success, since, of course, before the war was started, Iran was already suggesting that it would be willing to compromise on its nuclear program, even more so than it had in the JCPOA, the very one which Obama started and Trump ripped up. And so, you know, with Trump pushing for peace publicly in a rather chaotic and somewhat desperate fashion, people are starting to peruse the deal themselves, parse through the details, and try and figure out what exactly is being achieved by this here deal. And as it turns out, it's absolutely nothing. If anything, it's abject humiliation.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
One whopping indicator has come our way in the form of this, the resignation letter of one John Healey, the Defense Secretary, on a crucial day. This couldn't be worse for the already embattled Prime Minister.
This is, as they used to say in Fleet Street, a marmalade dropper. It's extraordinary that he's finally been brought to this extreme of resignation.
Let's move on to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz.
Maybe Trump can live with this, just sort of burbling on. I mean, certainly that's a better alternative for him than a deal which looks like abject humiliation and worse than the Obama nuclear deal.
Yeah. I mean, we've been saying it over and over again that he had the opportunity to get a deal that was better than the JCPOA since like day one, since pre-day one, actually, because we were talking about the fucking deal before February 28th. We were talking about it. And then, you know, we all know what happened after that. But, I mean, he completely scuttled any and all opportunity to actually, I mean, for a man who is obsessed with beating specifically Barack Obama, I mean, he's not the only one that he has some sort of weird, like, competitive beef with. But, like, for a man who has really focused a lot of energy on former President Obama, for him to basically completely miss the target when presented with perhaps the easiest target shooting opportunity of all time, and now carve out of this multi-$100 billion, 100+ day debacle what is going to be almost certainly, as this gentleman just described, an abject failure worse than the JCPOA. It's truly mystifying. Because once again, he was being handed a deal better than Obama's on a fucking silver platter. Iran was being diplomatic under former Ayatollah Khamenei. And they were like, hey, you know, Trump is being pretty erratic. Let's give him some of what he wants. You know, make him think he's got a real win. Give him more than Obama got. And he just didn't care. Somehow he got sold on this. I mean, and the fact is, if we knew it, there's no way that he didn't know that, or that there's no way he shouldn't have known that. That was on the table. If he didn't know, there's a huge problem, right? Now, here is part of the problem. You have Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff being the guys who were doing the negotiating and the ones who were basically relaying all the information to the president. Who knows what information he actually had and was operating on before this all started? We need answers to these questions, to be perfectly honest. I mean, I don't think this ever should have started in the first place, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it seems like he was just led into this. It's like, it almost seems impossible to think that knowing what we know, knowing what the president should have known, we would have had these events transpire in the way that they have. No matter how big of a distraction they needed for those goddamn Epstein files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Hello and welcome to the Forecast Indicators. I'm Matt Fry.
And I'm Mark Urban, and this is the podcast where we look at the signals that analysts watch most closely, separating the wheat from the chaff. And
yeah, you know, you're right. There is a chance that he's just unwilling to listen to intelligence. You're 1000% correct. Oh, I just realized we don't really need that whole thing. We've gone over enough of this. Sometimes these clips are just in here for titles to really remind me of talking points that I want to go off of. It genuinely helps me. It keeps all my thoughts together. Damn. I skipped some shit, but we made some serious progress. However, I really gotta pee. Let's do 2 quick clips. Donald Trump 2 days ago made the claim that a final deal was going to be signed by the end of the week. Then Iran came out and said within like hours, no deal. We don't know what Trump is talking about.
They want to sign it as much as I do or more.
President Donald Trump on Thursday said the United States and Iran could sign a peace deal as soon as this weekend that would reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran says no final decision has been made. Iranian media reported Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghai as saying that large parts of the text under negotiation have been finalized, though Tehran would not budge on core demands. Speaking at the White House, Trump told reporters,
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran.
A great, perfect settlement.
And we're going to be subject to finalization of documents, which should get done over the next few days. Probably have a signing maybe in Europe.
And has the Supreme Leader approved this deal, sir?
I understand the answer is yes.
The president's announcement came after he called off planned military strikes on Iran.
Yeah, it was going to be Bridge Day and Power Plant Day again. Trump was making all sorts of outlandish and sort of genocidal threats. So I say it's been up and down, just like it has been for the last 100 days. Been pretty hard to know what in the fuck is going on. Especially if you're paying any attention to the things Donald Trump is saying. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Super bad. Oh, okay.
Donald Trump said that there is a deal on the table with the Iranians, that they've accepted it and just got to sign it. He said yesterday, they're like, we're just gonna do a signing. And that's it. We're going to just do a signing. All done. Here's a little reminder from CNN. This is from yesterday on the various times. This is like the Dave Rubin montage on Iran. The various times Donald Trump has claimed that we had a deal to end the Iran war that he started at the behest of the Israelis, or at least according to
Mike Johnson
and
Marco
Rubio. Who knows?
Donald
They're all
Trump.
liars.
And then they were like, just kidding, because that's pretty bad politically.
Yes.
We have major points of agreement. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure when they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal.
They want to make a deal so badly. I do see a deal in Iran. We were very close to a deal.
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over.
It's looking very good that we're going to make a deal with Iran, and it's going to be a good deal. This process should go very quickly. We're going to end that war very quickly. They want to make a deal so badly. We think we're close to a deal, and that's okay. We're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal.
Today makes 39 times that he has said something like that.
There you go.
Well done.
I don't know what to say.
He also called it a war, which you're not supposed to do. Not supposed to say that word, buddy, because you didn't get congressional authorization. Not that anyone cares at all.
Can I get congressional approval to use war as a way to get out of my son's wedding?
Don't need to ask Congress for that.
I don't mean war. I just mean can I say war one time?
But I got to go to the Knicks game.
Now, the weird part about this is one has to ask, why would you need a deal if the Strait of Hormuz has already been open, which apparently, according to number 7, the clip number 7, has been the case for some time. You just didn't realize.
Whoa.
Yes. Shh.
But the straits have been open for a number of months already, and you just didn't know about it. You know, you as reporters weren't able to get it. I just announced yesterday that we brought a lot of ships through, and nobody knew about it. I guess we did a pretty good job, Peter, right? But we brought many ships across, and millions, hundreds of millions of barrels of oil were brought across.
For months. Now, the war has only been 2 months.
3 months.
3 months.
Is the inflation just for fun?
Yes, right, which he loves. It's I love the inflation.
I love the inflation.
But he's...
I love the way he talks to Peter Ducey. You know, Steve, he just... Yeah. Peter, we did a great job, didn't we, Peter? He knows that Peter's a go-to guy who will say yes to literally anything that he says. He's like, Peter, you're a perfect sycophant. You're an undying loyalist. Tell me, we're doing a great job, right? Right, Peter? Tell me, Peter, great job or perfect job? Pick one.
Said, you remember that unhinged Truth Social, open the effing straight in all caps? That was 2 months ago.
That's the 5D chess.
Yes.
Exactly. It's called a head fake.
Head fake.
I love how he's also like, we've done this for months, right, Peter? Like, he's like, I'm not in this lie alone.
You're the one who told me.
Oh,
this,
you
right?
guys are implicated. I just listened to you guys. What?
Wait,
the Strait of Hormuz is not open, but you told me, right, Peter?
Then why? So yes, the inflation's just for kicks, and then I guess the literal physical shortage of fuel is also just for kicks. Where's it going?
Here is Secretary of Energy.
Actually, it's going not nowhere. It's going everywhere, right? I mean, if there is no blockade, then actually there is no shortage, and the prices are just going up arbitrarily. It has got nothing to do with the blockade.
It's science.
Chris Wright.
Maybe he can answer this question.
Oh, yeah. This was now, to be fair, this was 2 days ago, which, just to do the math, is not months ago. And here he is explaining how we have successfully got snuck out all the oil, because Strait of Hormuz has been open for months. Right, Chris?
But you tweeted in March that the U.S. Navy had successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz to ensure oil remains flowing to the global markets. Was that true?
No, that was an error. It was not tweeted by me, but it was by my team that misunderstood something I said, but I take responsibility for it.
What did you say to the team that they misunderstood?
I gave a talk in Colorado about the state of energy.
Like a TED Talk?
On the Strait of Hormuz. I said we will restore flows of oil to the...
I did Chris Wright did like a TED Talk? I can see him now.
Strait of Hormuz using the U.S. Navy if necessary.
Makes this honest mistake. But the reason I bring that up is because yesterday you just said that the Strait of Hormuz traffic was rising very meaningfully. Is that true? And what does meaningfully mean to you?
Could you jump up?
That is true. We are
not talking overly about it, but this is using the U.S. military to increase flows of oil out of the Strait of Hormuz, and things are going well.
I'd like to talk a little bit more detail, though, at least more than the word meaningfully. Like, what would you consider meaningful? Like, are we talking about many ships? Are we talking about one ship?
We're not overfully talking about it, but we are underfully talking about it, and we are middlefully talking about it. And so don't forget that.
I'd like to talk a little bit more detail, though, at least more than the word meaningfully. Like, what would you consider meaningful? Like, are we talking about many ships? Are we talking about one ship? Because the IMF Port Watch seems to indicate that it hasn't actually increased meaningfully.
That would be incorrect. That data would be incorrect.
Okay, so you have you have data that shows that there's been a significant increase in the number of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz that would supply the rest of the world with oil.
That's correct.
And these are not Iranian ships. These are ships that would supply us and our allies with oil. But you can't go into detail about exactly how many or what meaningfully means. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then.
Let's jump into the future where he is in front of the same committee saying, you know what, I gave a talk. You misunderstood what I meant by that. Yeah. I love this thing where they're playing it like we've got to keep it down low because we don't want the Iranians to know about it. Except for right.
Well, Sam is already talking about it too loud when you think about it. We should be using hushed tones. Right? You wouldn't want, Iran could hear, if we just keep our breasts down, maybe Iran won't notice that we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz.
Is there advertising it, and Trump is out there advertising it, but we got to keep it low. We don't want the Iranians to know that we're doing this. I mean, just the blatant lying.
What,
Yeah.
Did you see the inflation clip? Because it felt like, see, he says, I love the inflation, and then he caught himself like with how horrible that looked and goes, well, actually, let me distract you with a secret. The strait's been open.
Of course. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Of course. We covered that the other day.
Yeah.
It was like he's got to change the topic because he realized, like, oh, wait a second. Because he's saying, I love the inflation. This is what's going on. He says, I love the inflation so that he could show the Iranians, I'm determined. You better get to the table because I don't care about inflation. I don't care about the midterm
Well,
elections.
he's trying to bluff, which is hilarious.
Of course.
I mean, he may not care that much about the midterm elections, but he definitely cares about the
enough.
stock market.
He cares.
Yeah, I mean, Emma's absolutely fucking right. But really, he's bluffing with the American people, right? When you think about it, he's like, look, I think it doesn't matter, or it'll be fine if American people have to pay way more for gas for, like, I don't know, 3, 6, 9 months. I don't know, however long it takes. Just betting with the wallets of America.
Enough to want the SAVE Act in. He cares enough to send the FBI to raid voting groups. He cares enough to force all of these Republicans in every state in the country to redistrict and to destroy the Voting Rights Act. He cares, but he also knows, like, he's sitting in a meeting and somebody's saying, the problem is the Iranians know that you're nervous about inflation because of the midterm elections.
Exactly.
And so he gets out there and he goes, well, this is the way I negotiate. I don't care about the midterms. I don't care about inflation. And then he realizes, like, oh, shit, the voters do. Wait a second. No, the Strait of Hormuz is open, everybody.
That's
Look, it's
exactly
open.
it.
We won. We won.
That's exactly
That's
it.
what goes on in his head.
It's true. We have a demented idiot in charge of the fucking country. A man whose entire brand is about making deals, but has no fucking clue how to make a deal. Nothing of any significance. I know that much. Now, over the last day, Donald Trump has been saying that a deal with Iran is scheduled to be signed on Sunday. I don't believe it's been signed. Meanwhile, though, in the same 24-hour period, we've had Israel launching more and more strikes on Lebanon. And witnesses claiming that IDF troops are advancing deeper into Lebanon rather than, the other direction. Here is BBC from yesterday.
Hello, I'm Nikki Schiller. This is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 106 of the US-Israel war with Iran. We'll get the latest from our teams who are following the latest developments from Washington in the US and Jerusalem in Israel. Plus, we'll hear analysis from our correspondents monitoring developments from here in London. First, though, let's get some of today's key developments. President Trump says that an agreement between the United States and Iran is scheduled to be signed on Sunday. Pakistan has also said a deal between Iran and the US is closer than ever, but Tehran suggests more time is needed. There are tensions between the US and India over the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. It's unclear if any US
I just want us all to... Hold on, I need a drink. Oh. I'm snacking on this crazy... Whew, it is spicy, but delicious. Spicy dill Chex Mix. This is not sponsored, but holy fuck. It's pretty good, but it's like, oh my god, it's so spicy. Oh, okay. I'm fine. Oh yeah, I need more tea. Speaking of tea, you could buy your pals StreamLord a case of Arizona teas. On Throne. That's right, you could know that I'm hydrating myself with your gifts. But I just want everybody to ask themselves, how many times have you heard the sentence, closer than ever before on a deal? Really, I just, for a moment, think about this, because I'm trying to think about it. A dozen times? More? I guess it depends on, if it's, individual events, or, individual actors saying it. Because if it's individual actors saying, it's well over a dozen. It's gotta be. Every fucking day we're closer than ever to a fucking deal, and yet we still never actually ever fucking get there. And I think fairly, I'm quite skeptical on the future, on the prospects of a deal.
deal with Iran would be accepted by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel has continued to carry out airstrikes in southern Lebanon. And Iran's...
Okay, we just needed those quick clips. Because as we know, Israel's continued to violate its own ceasefire arrangement. It did a fake ceasefire with Lebanon, with the Lebanese government that's not Hezbollah, and then violated it over and over again for the last, 2 months? So it's not shocking that they don't want to end that, and that they are increasing their attacks rather than slowing down, even with Trump insisting that they do exactly that. And with the claims of renewed ceasefires between Israel and Lebanon. Of course, all these ceasefires are fucking fake. This is what a ceasefire looks like in Lebanon. That was from yesterday. Now, going to France 24
Our top
English.
story this afternoon. Israel has bombed sites in southern Beirut, killing at least 3 people. The office of the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said the attacks targeted a Hezbollah command center without providing more details. You can see there the smoke rising from the Lebanese capital. Now, these strikes today come as Donald Trump says a US-Iran deal is ready to be signed and could even be inked today.
Now, that is generally not true. Especially because this deal that people are talking about is not even a deal. As is being pointed out by chatters, and I have pointed out on a number of occasions now, this is just the concept of a plan. This is a framework for peace talks. These are initial sort of outlays from both sides that are being, implicitly agreed to heading into actual discussions intended to finalize an actual agreement, right? So nothing's been agreed to. And of course, Trump continues to make things worse with his tweets. Because the second that Iran mentions any of the
US and Israel and the US saying that
whenever Iran puts out any tweets or whatever on social media of its own relating to the actual framework of the deal and of their proposal, Trump loses his mind and he's like, no, none of that's in the deal. None of that's in the deal. It's a lie. Fake news. And then everything is thrown back. It's like it's completely ruined. This is my point. I was saying this recently, the other day, on Friday or something, but Trump, I think, genuinely wants the deal. He knows how unpopular the war is. I think he is starting to get the sense that he can't win it in a time frame that it's going to be good for him. He wants to get out, but he has no idea how to get out. He has no idea how to actually get the deal across the finish line because he just can't shut up. He just can't keep his fingers off of the Truth Social keyboard box, whatever you want to call it. He's just got to keep typing. He's a keyboard warrior. And he keeps scuttling it. You know what also is not helping? The fact that the United States and Iran are continuing to do strikes on one another. Here's CNN from yesterday.
CNN is now learning that Israel was preparing to launch a new significant attack in Tehran when President Trump stepped in earlier this morning. An Israeli source and a U.S. official familiar with the matter say that President Trump told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to hold off on any more retaliatory strikes. This was during the pair's second phone call in fewer than 24 hours. Let's go now live to Tel Aviv with CNN's Jeremy Diamond. Jeremy, what more are you learning?
Yeah, that's right, Boris. Last night, President Trump did not succeed in his earlier conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu in getting Israel to hold off and not retaliate against Iran. We saw overnight 2 waves of Israeli strikes inside Iran, one targeting military sites, the other targeting a petrochemical facility after Iran fired multiple barrages of ballistic missiles. But then earlier today, the 2 got on the phone once again, and President Trump again urged Prime Minister Netanyahu not to retaliate further against Iran. And despite the fact that Israel, according to these sources, had several additional waves of attacks planned in Iran, bigger even than what we saw overnight, the Israeli Prime Minister seems to have called those attacks off at the urging of the U.S. president. And then this is what Prime Minister Netanyahu told the public.
At the moment, the fire has ceased, because after we struck the terror regime in Tehran, it stopped attacking us. If the terror regime in Iran makes the mistake of attacking us again, we will respond with force.
And so while we have now reached a point where both Israel and Iran have said that they will not attack each other any further for the time being, there is still hanging in the air this very real possibility of this conflict resuming once again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually much safer to assume that the conflict is not paused until it's over. I think, much smarter than the alternative. Yes, he's calling the concept of a deal an actual deal. Yes, indeed. Well, it's looking more and more like maybe the concept of the deal will at least go ahead to the second stage of concept. I mean, of course, we all remember what happened the last time we got to that stage, right? Like J.D. Vance and Jared Kushner and like Steve Witkoff or some. I can't remember exactly who all went. But J.D. Vance and crew went to, was it Pakistan? And within like hours, completely scuttled that diplomatic event and got nothing out of it. We went right back to doing the war. Remember that was 2 months ago? So I worry that, we get to the stage where we agree on the concept of the plan. Then we send the best of the best. Of course I kid when I say best of the best. But we send fucking whoever over there, Pete Hegseth and J.D. Vance, you go yell at the Iranians, only to have us go right back to doing what we were already doing. And like of getting my hopes up in any any amount. And earlier on Sunday evening came out that Trump was quoted as saying, "Don't blow it. Don't blow it." Now, I love the thought of Trump saying to other people, "Don't blow it," when he's the one who's been blowing it the whole time. He's the one who started it and has in fact been blowing it for the last 3 months.
Hello, I'm Regini Vaidyanathan, and this is the Iran War Today. It's our daily briefing where we bring you up to date with all you need to know on day 107 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Well, we'll bring you the latest from our correspondents who are following the latest developments from the US and from Israel. But let's start with some of today's key developments. President Trump says Israeli strikes on a suburb of Beirut should not have happened because they are, in his words, so close to a peace deal with Iran. Iranian officials condemn Israel's attacks on Beirut, saying they jeopardize potential peace. Israel says it was targeting a Hezbollah command center in the Lebanese capital. At least 3 people were killed and 15 were injured. On Saturday, President Trump said that a US-Iran peace deal was due to be signed on Sunday, but that's now possibly in doubt after Israel struck southern Beirut. President Trump says Israeli strikes on a suburb of the Lebanese capital earlier should not have happened. Writing on Truth Social, he said, on a day when America was so close to a peace deal with Iran, it was important not to blow it. Well, Iran's chief negotiator with the US, Mohammad Ghalibaf, said,
I just want to go back.
Lebanese capital earlier should not.
This morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. Israel has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including to Lebanon, and all sides should stand down. There should be no more attacks by Israel anywhere in Lebanon. But there should also be no more attacks by any other party, including Hezbollah, against Israel. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Let's not blow it, guys, okay? Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Do you see what I mean about how desperate he is? Although, I will say this. I think this is the most diplomatic he's gotten yet. It's taken months, but this is, I think, the closest he's gotten to actual diplomacy. Look, everybody, let's not blow it, okay? Let's have actual peace. You know, we've been talking a lot about it, but we really don't have it, do we? So, let's stop doing all the nasty stuff that we're doing, okay? No more attacks. Anybody. All right? And it includes us. Okay, it doesn't actually say the United States, but you know what I mean? Like, it almost got there. Like, it's the first moment of almost self-reflection. It didn't, like I said, it didn't quite achieve self-reflection and sort of directed it outwards, which, to be fair, Israel has been ruining this somewhat. Not that Trump's been helping. He's been doing a terrible job. All right, guys, let's not blow it, okay? Look, listen. I know we started the war, but maybe we should not blow it. But he doesn't seem to actually understand the premises by which people are operating. And, like, he's accepted the narratives that, like, either Benjamin Netanyahu or, like, whomever else has been, like, feeding him about the objectives and of, like, the facts. That is what my guess is. Hey, look at that. We made it. We did it. One last clip. One last clip and then the live stream over at Al Jazeera. We made it in 8.5 hours. Actually went slightly faster than I thought it would. Just breeze through the global news app. I'm afraid it was less fun towards the back end than I would have liked, but c'est la vie. At least we talked about a number of fun things. Democracy is fun, isn't it? And NBA Finals, UFC 250, Trump's well, celebrating anybody but Trump's birthday. Boy George, apparently. Birthday's on Sunday. NBA World Cup. Pokemon International World Championships, or whatever. CBS and Barry Weiss. United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. And the racist attacks that have been going on there. Albania. And the Trump children. And then, of course, Iran. By the way, if you've appreciated this coverage, do consider following on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube. Maybe even kicking like $1 or $2 my way. One of the many ways we have available for you to do just that. Unfortunately, we got demonetized on YouTube in April, but we still got Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All right, BBC, 5 hours ago. No, it can't be 5 hours ago. 9 hours ago. Almost definitely 9 hours ago. Trump and Iran announced deal to end the war.
What?
Well, whether you're joining us on YouTube, TikTok, BBC Sounds, on radio or on TV, thanks very much for your time. We'll, of course, be back at the same time tomorrow with the Iran War Today. Thanks for watching.
That's the wrong clip. Hey, is this CNN? Hold on. What am I looking at? Oh, it is CNN. My bad.
President Donald Trump says an agreement has been reached between the United States and Iran, and that on Friday, Iran will reopen the Strait of Hormuz for shipping, and the U.S.
Okay, we gotta read this thing. The deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz, and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines. Let the oil flow. President Donald J. Trump. Ships of the world, let start your engine. He sounds like a deranged. What do you call the guy with the gun at the track events? The one who, do you know what I'm talking about? He sounds like that's what he sounds like. On your mark, get set, world. Ships of the world, start your engines. Fucking wild. This guy is a fucking idiot.
will lift its naval blockade, allowing ships filled with crude oil to pass through. Pakistan's Prime Minister says the agreement signing will take place.
They're called the starter. It finally clicked in my head. They're called the goddamn starter. Get ready, ships of the world. Get set. Start those engines. And go let that oil flow. Drill, baby, drill. Big, beautiful oil.
Friday in Switzerland. Pakistan has been mediating these discussions. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance telling Fox News he will attend and that Trump might go as well, as sources tell CNN that the president wanted an agreement before he left overnight for the G7 summit expected to happen this week in France. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister of Legal and International Affairs.
You can't tell if it's a real spat or if this is just narrative building for before the midterms. I mean, honestly, I think the latter is more likely than the former, but who's to fucking say? Who's to say for sure what exactly is going on over there? I think what we can all just assume is that nothing being said by the Trump administration can be taken with too much seriousness without confirmation from a more serious and reliable party.
Affairs says Iran will begin to enact the deal on Friday. We're covering this story from all angles. For the White House perspective, I want to bring in CNN's Julia Benbrook, who joins us now, along with CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson. Nick, I just want to start with you. How would you characterize the significance of this moment, and what hurdles are there still left to be had here?
Look, I think it was very significant that there was all sides now have said that they've reached this agreement, and they did this today, and not just for President Trump's 80th birthday. There was a real potential for escalation late today. Israel had struck at Hezbollah targets close to Beirut because Hezbollah had struck into Israel. That had happened earlier in the day. The Iranians, it appeared, were preparing to follow through on commitments they'd given to support Hezbollah across what they see as a wide battlefield, and that they potentially were preparing to strike back. So getting this agreement to end the military hostilities is significant to get it done today.
Now, really all we have is Trump saying it on True Social and Pakistan confirming it on X, that there is a deal that Iran and the United States intend to agree to. They intend to agree on it. And at the very least, we have now agreed to meet up in one form or fashion diplomatically and finalize a deal. And As we all know, finalizing deals has not gone well for this Trump administration in regard to the war in Iran, or in actually a lot of different ways. I mean, we watched the fucking terrorist fiasco go down for, how long was that, 6 months? 9 months? I can't fucking remember now. Oh, God. So, I mean, maybe we have an agreement now, but this is just like number 48 in Trump's claims that this is a deal, that is an official deal. Now, JD here is quoted as saying, "I'm not going to say that everybody's going to sing Kumbaya tomorrow. It's going to take a little bit of time to learn the ways of peace. But I do think we took a major, major step tonight." Well, that doesn't sound like a deal. A major step? Trump just said we have a deal. Major step isn't a deal. So yeah. The fact is if this deal does go through, it includes the United States giving tens of billions, I think, tens of billions of dollars. That was the last time I heard. Like, the last time I heard the details of this. One of Iran's red lines was to receive tens of billions of dollars before ever coming to the actual table in person. In unfrozen assets. Which I think is more than Obama had to unfreeze to get the JCPOA. But this time, we're not going to get half of the shit Obama got back then. All right, Space Fams. Well, I hope you are all value-tained.
Are you not entertained?
I did my best here on this Sunday Funday stream. This first of birthday celebration week, which I'm sure Trump supports. You know, he wants us to celebrate everybody but him. He celebrated Boy George today, I guess. Who will it be tomorrow? We'll find out. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me tonight, but till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Snarl by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Billy, Detroit, Sisyphe and Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit, Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslight Dr. Z, Paige Larson, Frisla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Benihana 99, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hecate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears. Just got that. Enjoy. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month.
Holy Toledo.